What's up, guys? It's been a while. A lot has happened since our last show on last Thursday. Been busy with the Chris Watts thing and just kind of took some downtime off. And took a week off here and back again now. After there's been a lot that's happened this week. Montez Sweat been traded to the Bears. A lot to be said on that. I have my own opinions on it. I thought it was great at first. I still think it's great, but we can get into that. PJ is running a little bit late, and we have got a special guest coming up in a half an hour. It is Craig and Dale from the BS and Bear Media podcast. Basically, they're Saints fans, and we want to hear their perspective for this upcoming matchup this week. So looking forward to that. How you doing tonight, guys? What's up, Foster?
Whew. Made it through. Fucking living. They're trying to kill us here in Cook County, but we're living. Stuff. A lot to say on the Chargers game. Badgett, the trade, signings. There's a lot to talk about, man. Don't know where to begin even, but I'm sure we'll find a good spot.
We'll figure that out. Walter?
What's going on, Walter?
I do it. It's Thursday, end of the week, and we're here. So let's do it.
Let's kick this shit off.
Awesome.
Bears country. Where is it?
You down with BCP?
You down with BCP?
You down with BCP?
You down with BCP?
Down with BCP?
You down with BCP? You down with BCP?
You down with BCP?
Is that better?
No, now I know I forgot. PJ planned to be late.
Yeah.
Just to miss that crap. There's no IT problem, dude. He doesn't have IT. He's watching. Watch. He'll be now that he sees me saying this shit. He's like, "Fucking Foster, open his mouth." Now I got to wait another 7 minutes. Son of a bitch.
It's been a while, guys. You missed the dance. You know you did.
I didn't.
Yeah, I'm sorry. You're ask the chat because you're not helping yourself talking to me or Walt about it.
You guys are full of shit.
Yeah, I know. But it don't matter. See, Clint loves it. With Victoria, James Ford. Who else is out there? DVD, man. And
great to see
right
you
on
again,
these gentlemen, because they're always here for us.
guys. You guys are what makes us go around. Mr. Mayhem, King Buka, Mo Bierman, Doug Van Dorn, Cliff Victoria. You guys are awesome. Mark Kazak will be showing up, I'm sure. James Ford, great to see you again.
Mo
It feels like so much shit has happened and we haven't talked about it. Right? It's been the last time we did a show was right before the last game?
A week ago?
Yeah, last week.
So
sorry, Dan.
But we missed a game because we didn't get to talk about that game. So now we're getting ready for this next game in a couple of days, and there's a lot to catch up on. So I guess let's just start off with, how did you feel about that terrible fucking loss?
I was pissed off right from the get-go, man, from that first play, because I'm like, what the fuck happened?
Mm-hmm.
That was a touchdown. Even if the ref's running down the sideline with the whistle in his mouth and Mooney starts running again, then the defensive player comes over and pushes him out of bounds at the 12 or 13-yard line. I'm going, what the hell was that? And now it's only a 40-yard thing. That changed the entire game. That changed the entire game right there by not having that touchdown on the first play of the game, because that's what should have happened.
That was the play of the game.
I blame a lot of it on the refs. Some of it's Mooney's fault. He should have just You could see he wasn't touched. He should have just got up and ran into the end zone. No stopping fixes or nothing. I mean, that's on him there because that was a great call and a great play. It was a nice pickup, but it changed the entire. That was like almost a momentum killer right off the bat to me.
It totally was.
The offense went down after that. I swear to God, I'm just the way I'm watching it. But and then shit. I don't know. That game was so aggravating, but I still take it for all the positives, man. There was some positives there. Some things were done right. Still too many mistakes at the same amount of time. A lot of that's still going on.
Penalties.
I like the way Bajan handled the field. We know for sure we've got a guy. He's very well polished. I don't know how much higher he can go, but he's in a good spot to begin with. How many rookies come out and do those veteran moves that he's making, taking control of the line? He had his problems, man, as everybody on that field did for the Bears team. Everybody. So
I feel like Walt is about to say, I feel like Walt is about to say that first pass was on Bajent, not on Mooney. Go ahead.
No, I'm not saying that it's on Bajent to make. He made a good throw. I'm going to give him kudos where it's due. I'm not going to completely rag on him, but at the end of the day, it's still a 40-yard pass, and you still screwed up the other 3 downs. Even if it wasn't a touchdown, big deal. You still have excellent field position. You come away with no points. I mean that's not Bajent. That's on the offense. Total from Getty on down.
Wait, that first drive?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, because it
should
have been a touchdown. We still should at least got a field goal out of it.
I'm thinking of the one that Velus Jones dropped, still ended up in a touchdown on that drive. So that didn't really matter that he dropped.
Yeah, that's a whole nother bag of, can of worms right there.
That's next.
Yeah, we'll get to that.
Yeah, we'll get to
one
that.
at a time. Go ahead, Walt. Finish your take on this.
I mean, I think he did all right. His stat line wasn't that bad. We got it right here, so I'll just pull it up now. 25 for 37, 232 yards, 2 interceptions, no touchdowns. But was he credited with the rushing touchdown at the end? I don't know.
I think so.
Okay,
I don't know.
1 sack and a quarterback rating of a 62. I mean, it wasn't.
Oh yeah, he was because he actually got in the first time when he threw the flag when Flus flew the flag. He was in, so he literally scored twice on that play. Because if you go back and look at it, he went around the side and he was in the first time, and he scored the second time. So sorry to cut you off, Walt. Just
no, that's fine. You answered my question for me, so
there you go.
I'm fine with that. I mean, he made some pretty bad throws too. There were the 2 interceptions.
Absolutely.
I mean, the second one you can say, it was more on Mooney than him, but Mooney had to put on a jetpack just to get up to get that throw in the first place. So there was that. There was the Asante Samuels pick that was called back, in our favor at least this time. So there's at least 3 right there. There's 2 other ones that were, iffies at best. I mean, the Chargers played their game. They took away the flats, and they did good. But
that's what New Orleans is going to do this weekend.
Yeah, I mean, you got to remember too, going into the game, the Chargers were 31st overall in terms of defense. Yeah, and we put up 7 points all game. New Orleans is number 3.
I was on this the BS and Beer Media podcast last night, and it was so funny because it turned into basically no, my team's shittier, no, my team's shittier, no, my team's shittier, kind of a contest.
Bears won that one. Sorry.
Yeah, Saints are 4-4. We're 2-12. We're 2-6. Yeah.
I told them, I'm like, guys, you're gonna love our game plan this weekend. It's gonna totally suit your defense. You're just gonna, it's gonna make your dreams come true for this weekend.
There were some positives though, and the defense adjusted in the second half.
Mm-hmm.
So there was that, but by that point, it was too late. You'd already given up 30 points. Your offense is going nowhere.
Mm-hmm.
There's a lot of people, especially talking about Chris Collinsworth, saying, "Oh, Justin Fields can learn from this guy." Blah blah blah. He threw a pick. The next play after that, and you're down 23 points to begin with. What do you want the guy to learn from that?
He's talking about his release and his footwork and his timing and everything that goes together with that makes his passes come out quicker.
The last game Justin Fields was in, he was averaging about 2.66. The best thing Bajan's done right is about 2.75. In the grand scheme of things, you can't see that with your own eye. It's just physically impossible.
Where are you getting those numbers from, Walt? You keep saying this.
I don't know.
Next gen
If
stats.
he's got the numbers, it sure looks like it to me and half the people I talk to. Go
Yeah,
back and look
he's
at footage
doctoring him.
live.
He's-
Look at footage live in real time. I'm like,
He's a
why
bookie
is
over
he?
here, doctoring.
I would thought the guy would be flying back, and he kind of drags, but that doesn't even matter. That's not even.
Yeah.
Especially if your numbers are correct, that's not going to even matter. Correct? I could agree with you on that. Just the way it appears, man. Just the way it appears.
No, all these numbers are checked through the NFL and their next gen stat website. So the numbers are there. If you don't believe me, you can look them up if you want.
No, I'm not even doubting the numbers, dude.
I'm
just are correct. Just if those are correct, that's fine because that's not a lot of difference. But just the way it appears, man. I think I don't know.
Walt, you're the producer. You have to have these numbers ready to show us. Come on.
Crap. Then there'd be no room for us to be on the screen.
Yeah. I'll let the people do their own research. They'll learn better that way.
Fair enough. So
nobody's doing shit, honestly. You know that.
I know.
Are you guys? I'm asking everybody in the chat. Are you guys doing shit when we're talking? No, never mind.
So before we get into the Montez Sweat thing, what's your confidence level with the offense going into this next week?
You want to start, Foster?
Well, I wanted to stay on the how much time we got. I wanted to stay on that Chargers game a little bit, man.
Yeah, but I mean with Bajent. Okay, you want to stick with the Chargers? Okay,
a little bit more.
Do both.
That's going through stuff. I only started at the beginning with a couple things, and I'm just that's where my mind's at, man. I don't know if you want to skip on, but I want to say some of this shit. He's going, yeah.
Fair
that
enough.
way I caught him. I just said two things in a row, and he's going like this.
Fair
enough. I can talk about all of it. Okay, whatever. Okay, so the game. Let me just go back. Give me 2 minutes at the most here, man, and then whatever. It seemed to me too, like the beginning, man. Go back and look at the penalties and some of the calls early in that game. It just all helped the Chargers so much. The narrative. Not going to get into fucking games are fixed and shit because I believe there is shit for sure that I see of. But it was aggravating, man, because there was things there and we didn't perform. But there's things like you were talking about. There is some positives, man. I'll segue this in even if I can to the game coming up because that's where you were going, right? You wanted to know about the offense too, right?
Yeah.
Well, if you take a look at the offensive linemen in this last game, I don't even know what the PFF grades were or what people are saying because I haven't paid a lot of attention to it. Like you said, with everything going on, they weren't quite as effective as they have been in like the Commodores game, especially even the Raiders game, the Vikings game. And there was a lot of problems in the Vikings game. But there were still spots of where things were decent. And then like the next play or a couple plays even in a row, somebody make a mistake. There'd be a freaking penalty. I mean, we just buried ourselves without even, no matter what they were doing. So we can't have that. It's the same stuff that we've been talking about all season is there's continuous mistakes by there's some poor play calling at certain times. It's gotten a little better, but it could be better than it is. I mean, everybody's going to agree with that, I think. So I'm expecting this offensive line to play more to like the first half of Denver and that Commodore game, Commanders game. Should be the Washington Natives, by the way. There's PJ just popping in because he didn't want to see fucking Shorty dance at the beginning of the show. We know it. There was no IT problem, bro. We know. I love this guy. He's one of my favorite people on here, too. I'm talking about PJ.
One thing I got to say is I'm a smart guy. That's all I got to say. I'm a smart guy.
Yeah, I got to give it to you, dude. I would have never thought of that one. Never.
Listen, I know, PJ, I know it turns you on so much you can't handle watching it. I get it.
Yeah, he gets it, Peach. He gets it right off the fucking stage. So, anyways, I think the offensive line coming up is going to do a better job because I just think they're now I'm really messing with him. He's trying to come in. I put him back out. Whoa. But I think they're going to play better. Here's the thing. Now we're looking at New Orleans and that defense, man. This might be the best defense they're going to face. I mean, that they faced so far this season.
Allegedly.
Allegedly. Yeah, we'll go with that. We'll go with the lawman's freaking word, allegedly.
Well, I mean, because we don't know for sure how good they are.
Right.
I mean, because
Right.
stats can't lie.
We're
And a given
going
Sunday.
allegedly because of the stats and to what it appears. Because I've been following the teams more since I was in that stupid league. I wish I stuck around because I've been paying much more attention. But
By the way,
anyways,
should we
offensive line's going to do.
Should we give PJ the slow clap really quick for coming into the show before you continue, Foster?
No, I'm just giving him a golf clap, dude. Leonard Pince-Garnell.
Thanks for making it to your own show. Thanks for making.
If anybody knows this or remembers Leonard Pince-Garnell from Saturday Night Live.
Yeah.
Extremely bad, rotten, terrible. That's one of the worst entrances I've ever seen, PJ. Load of crap.
Okay.
Thank you. And I am Leonard Pince-Garnell.
Let's give it up for PJ, guys.
Extremely bad, rotten, terrible, bad. One of the best of the worst.
Can I give you guys the same quote that my grandson gave when he was playing in his playoff game last week? So him and this guy was battling. This guy, I think he's a recruit for Wisconsin, and he's a offensive lineman. So him and my grandson battling all game long. So at the end of the game, now they're beating my team, my boys' team. So the guy asked my grandson, he says, "So who do you think you are anyway?" My grandson replies, "I am him," and walked away. I sent you that picture where he had the guy hemmed up, didn't I?
Yeah.
Yeah.
You sent it to all. There's 4 shots on it.
Yeah. He he had the guy lifted up. I was like, yeah, I guess when you lift a guy up like that, you can make that statement. I am him.
I was going to bring that up later in the show, my friend.
Yeah.
Yeah, he said, I am
we
him.
were talking about, we were segueing here into what the offensive line's going to look like, what we're expecting out of the offense, and particularly the offensive line, I think. Was that correct, Shorty?
Well, no, I was kind of segueing into what you think Bajan's going to do in this game compared to the last two, but it was way too soon. You were correct to stop me. So continue on with what you were saying, Foster, because you were on a nice rant. If you can remember where I cut you off.
Well, I was moving off my rant because I could go on. I could sit here for like an hour and rant about that entire Chargers game. So yeah. I don't think anybody wants to hear that shit. If you do, I'll do it later.
Fair enough.
I'll just come on for 20 or 30 minutes and go off on the whole freaking game. Maybe, I don't know, tomorrow or something. If you let me, I'll just. But I was going into the offense here against New Orleans is where I was at. So I'll just throw it out there because I got it. And then if you want to go back to anything for PJ, man, we'll do whatever we got to do.
Yeah,
we keep it within the time length. So yeah, I'm expecting. Okay, I'll answer that. I'll answer it. I'm expecting progression from Badgett from last week, man. Might have had it too easy with the way that we were playing against the Raiders. But did you see the work that was done against the Raiders defensive line? And I'm not saying they're great, but we're going to be facing possibly the best defensive team in the Saints, allegedly, that we're going to see. So I still expect a progression. I think it's going to be a really freaking tough game for him, man, just because of the personnel and the experience and the defensive team of New Orleans, the coaches.
Question I have for you,
Foster. I got to stay positive on it, man. I'm hoping Mr. Sweat gives us another couple possessions here with his abilities. I'm hoping he could pull, I don't know, maybe a forced fumble or a sack or just keep some pressure on him all day, man. It should help all the other guys on the line too. So that's a dynamic that could have an effect on the offense just by getting the ball 1 or 2 more possessions if we're fortunate. There's so much you can say on, man. I could go on. I'm starting to aggravate myself because I'm still thinking about that Chargers game, and I walked away from it immediately after the game when I looked at my
yeah, you haven't shut up for like 8 minutes.
Done. Good. I need to be done with all this shit. The Chargers game and everything. Let's move on to New Orleans.
Okay. PJ, any last final parting thoughts that you can come up with that can overtake what Foster just said about
Well, I had a question for you, but I'm beginning to forget what it was. Does the Saints blitz a lot?
Yeah, that's a good question. We can ask our guests when they come on in 10 minutes.
I don't know for sure. I want to say not a lot, but they're not a team that doesn't blitz. They call their shots and moments when they need to, I believe.
Well, except for us, until recently.
So, reason why I'm asking that, because I'm curious to see what Bajan does against a heavy blitz. Because when we were going against Minnesota, we were blitz heavy, and once he got in the game, seemed like we wasn't blitzed as heavy once he got in the game. But so I think he can handle. He has shown so far that he can handle good defenses as long. But I don't know about how much he does against a good blitz. But as far as like how he handled San Diego, I thought he did a pretty good job there. I mean, he got 1 sack. I thought he did great against the Raiders. He got 1 sack there too, I believe. And then in the Minnesota game, because in the second half, I really couldn't tell how well he did. So I'm just curious whether or not the Saints blitz a lot and how he will do against a blitz. I know they're ranked top 10 in defense, but I don't know the type of defense. If it's a pressure heavy or coverage heavy, I don't know.
It's going to be tough.
The Saints do blitz, and he also states that they can destroy the pocket, and he's right. But I haven't watched a ton. I've watched enough to look at certain players more than anything. And I'll just say I don't think they're as blitz heavy as the Vikings are because they don't have to be.
Nobody is blitz heavy as the Vikings are.
Well, I heard. I think I seen somewhere last night.
If you're doing it to Badger, why wouldn't you just blitz him all the time, man?
Yeah, I seen somewhere last night where they say that Breezy, the rookie defensive tackle, is coming along doing pretty well for them. So he may be a challenge for our interior.
No, they got a couple of good guys, like you said, and a couple of good guys in the secondary too, with Lattimore and Debo. I think.
Yeah, I know Jordan's a beast. Yeah, so
yep.
So I don't know if they have a speed rusher though. I guess we'll find out from the guests.
I'm not sure. But just quickly, Peter, just go back when you were talking about, Bajan being blitz. You began to see it a bit in the Chargers game. The cracks are starting to show a little bit in that armor. I mean, the armor is more so created by a media storm that's, completely out of whack, more so than him.
Right.
But he's kind of being a victim of his own hype train at the moment.
I've got my finger on the fucking remove button, Walt. Just keep going.
Come on, Walt. Keep up, dude.
That's all. I'll leave it at that for now.
We'll
table it for the moment.
I think Short is ready to have Bajan's baby.
Well, yeah. I think we all know that.
Well, it's not going to be. It'll be another 8 months. So it's not right. It's not like anytime soon.
Okay.
I might have to remove myself from this conversation.
First trimester.
Before
what I did say earlier, Peach, and I brought this up, is I said, wouldn't you try to take a page out of what the Chargers did to them? Because all you really have is that half from the Vikings game. You got the entire Raiders game on them, and now you've got somebody who was successful against them. So,
and all you have to do is
I wouldn't be surprised to see them taking that page and maybe even taking it a step further, so he doesn't have any success because he had little bits and pieces of success.
And just
some shit was taken away. But shut up, Foster.
Just take one of the 2 game plans that they've used this year. It's either this one or that one. So they used this one last week. It's going to be the other one this week. It's simple.
They need to come. Bears should come out running on the second play, throw that bomb just to change it up, right? Or should they come out with the bomb again?
No,
we're going to go back to the Green Bay game plan.
Let me just say real quick. I want to say real quick to Hair Bear. Thank you for the hat compliment. I just got it in the mail, so thank you.
Yeah. As long as it's not a Rangers hat, it works.
Aren't they in the World Series?
I don't care. I don't know.
They won the World Series last night.
I did not even know that. Thank you for the
knowledge. They won the
World
Series last night.
Oh, they won it?
Nobody cares.
Oh, shit.
See, somebody in the chat told me earlier that who was it? Brian Gilmore. He said earlier that your Rangers hat is probably worth a little bit more now. So there you have it.
I saw that earlier too. I didn't know what it meant.
Wow.
That's gonna make me go put it on. Stop playing.
Guys, we got like 5 minutes before our guests come on. So I want to know what your thoughts are on the Montez Sweat trade really quick. Where'd Foster go?
I think he fell away. I don't know.
There you go.
My thought on the Montez Sweat trade, I thought it was a good trade. I think the obvious elephant in the room, you have to re-sign him. But all in all, yeah, I think it was a good trade. I'm a big fan of Chase Claypool. I understand why they didn't do it. I mean, Chase Young, not Chase Claypool.
Oh, you just fucked that up of all people? Oh, wait a second. You're out of here. You're out of here. His guy, the whole damn year, he fucked it up right now when it was his moment.
Yeah. You know what, PJ? We got the team right at least.
Jeez Louise.
Right. So I think the fact that we got him, I mean, he's been consistent. He's been good. Chase Young.
Good job, buddy.
Yeah, given his injury history, and 49ers only got him for a rental. So
exactly.
if the Bears really want him, they can get him in free agency.
Yes, that's what I'm thinking too.
I think that the medicals, according to Greg Gabriel, the medicals were they wanted a up-to-date MRI on his knee, and it wasn't available, so that's why they didn't pull the trigger, basically.
Several teams, yes.
So I'm good with it.
Yeah.
Me too. 100%. I was worried about you for a second.
The Niners are in a win-now situation, man, and that third-round pick, if he meets certain incentives, will become a second-round pick anyway.
Push all the chips into the pile, right?
And Pete, you want to go back? We should go back. We should go back to March 24th of this year, because everybody could see it. There's a conversation where we were all talking about if you had one guy, who would you want? And you know who your guy was?
Oh, you said Sweat.
I did.
Yeah, Foster, you said Sweat.
I said Sweat.
Yeah,
that
you
day,
did.
man. That's the guy to
You
get.
Yeah, you did.
Consistent. He's healthy. You know what you're getting. You're not going to give. He's not going to get top 10 money because that's not who he is. But I'd see the Bears signing him to maybe a 3 or 4 year extension. That'll put him in the prime of his career. So, and I believe this, man. Poles doesn't make that trade if he doesn't have parameters set with his representatives on a dollar amount. I won't even say a dollar amount, just parameters set. 3-4 year deal, whatever it is, $22 million a year or 20, whatever it is. I forget the numbers. But I believe that's set. Now, the big question is, because Atlanta did try to get him, Montez Sweat, does he, because he's got the whole deck and the cards in his hand, man. He's kind of holding all the cards here on this one. Is he willing to stay in Chicago? That would be my only question, because I believe the deal can be worked out, or does he really want to go to Atlanta?
All right, Walt.
I was watching him on the first press the whole time because I want to read the gentleman's face. That's how I look you in the eye. I want to see your face when I'm talking to you, man. I had a big problem with this with my kids for a little bit, but not for long. They understood. And I couldn't read the guy on that particular question. I couldn't read the guy. I couldn't. But he was overwhelmed, and not overwhelmed, just everything happened so fast. So it's going to take some media time to get a read on that. But I got a feeling that Poles already knows there's going to be a deal. Nothing is set. The dollar amount and the years aren't set. They're in the same area, so they can work this deal out. At least, okay, I'm really hoping it too, because I believe he's going to do nothing but benefit that defense from day one. He's one of those guys. He's great in the locker room. Hasn't missed a game from injury. Statistically about what you're going to get from him every year. And he's a great guy in the locker room, man.
Yeah, there you go.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. Is that this year?
That's this year.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
can I just say, before we bring our guests on, that I love the trade. If this team was ready to win right now, I'm a little concerned that we are not ready to win until he's past his prime. He's hitting his 30s. And now we have a team that we needed another defensive end, unless we drafted one this year and made up for him when he's ready to, step down. But we're not a win now team. So to give up a
You don't
second
think we can win next year, the year after?
Can we table this until after the guests? Because there's a lot more I want to say, and I'm sure there's things that Walt wants to say. So we can really get into this. So
let's do that.
We need 3 more shows tonight.
Let's bring on Cajun or Cali Cajun Craig Wright and Dale from the BS and Bear Media show on YouTube. Guys, thanks for joining us.
What's going on, fellas? What's up?
Welcome, guys. Welcome.
Welcome, guys.
Gentlemen.
Who that?
Y'all got a full house in here. Look at all this.
That's right.
You guys reached out to me to come on your show last night, and I had a lot of fun with you guys. I thought it'd be great to have you come and talk, a little bit about your team with us tonight before our matchup this weekend. So I really appreciate you coming on here.
Cool, it's really good timing. We're really negative sober, but I'm not going to have that problem today, so this should be fun.
I like this guy already, man.
Yeah, we're riding in on our high horse. I'll let you know that right now. Okay, we're coming off this victory over the Colts. Our quarterback threw for 300 yards once again. You can't tell us nothing right now, bro.
Okay.
He's underrated, dude. He's
Derek
underrated.
Carr.
I've been watching his whole career. So
Derek
I want
Carr,
to thank you guys.
man.
I want to thank you guys real quick for taking Shorty off our hands, man. We didn't have to talk to him yesterday. It was great.
Yeah, and I got stuck talking to him. Thanks a lot, fellas.
Well, everybody's got a fucking cross to carry, dude. Sorry. Dale, and is it what was your name Call?
Cali Cajun. But
Nah, my name's
Yeah.
Craig. I'm a Cajun that grew up in LA. I'm the Cali Cajun.
Okay. Dude. I'm slow. Thanks for
Cali
being on the
Cajun.
show, Dale, and you Cajun Cali dude. Appreciate it.
I'll take it. I'm usually
We have a
called
lot of
worse.
fun here, so I'm insane. So just sorry if you don't like it, I'll leave.
please get the fuck out of here. You haven't stopped talking since the show started. Thank you.
That is the pinnacle of what I picture a Chicago sounding person to sound like, though. Like any SNL skit that's like throwing it on real thick.
Yeah.
I got 13 heart attacks. That's this guy right here. I love it. Fantastic.
We've done a couple of game casts this year, and he's like, he does it so perfectly too. Like he's called, all right, turd and tree. The guy's Herbert's running through. He's running a sweep to his right. Oh, he breaks a tackle. He's going out of bounds to his right. It's a first down. I'm like, you sound beautiful, Foster.
This is a fun little combination of Bears and Saints too, because y'all love Mike Ditka, and we hate that we had Mike Ditka. So there's that cool little synergy there.
And y'all love to say y'all, and we hate to say y'all. We specifically avoid it.
You all.
All of us fellas.
Use guys, we say.
Use guys.
Dan speaks for herself because I just don't even know how to say y'all.
Exactly.
Y'all
pretty
is in
close.
the dictionary here, man. I'm telling
Pretty
you.
good.
I got family in New Orleans, man.
I
There you
live,
go.
I live just south of Atlanta now, and I refuse to say y'all. Everyone says it here all the time. They'll say it 5 times in the sentence here. Okay. This is so
Quick
There you go,
warning:
Doug.
beware of the chat because there's some nuts in our chat, man. They'll say shit. Just let it go.
We're Saints fans. If you're just gonna have some shit, we here for it.
All right, cool.
All right, DVD. I'm not saying it's wrong to say y'all. I just saying I refuse to say y'all. It's going to be use guys over anything.
Sure, yeah. Reasonable and
another thing
rational
tonight,
people put
this
tomato.
Thursday night
and
is
pickle
give
on the
Dan
hot dog.
shit all
Yeah,
night
totally.
tonight, guys.
Look, I need to explain this to you just to get this off my chest. You put the cheese on top of the sauce, okay, guys? I don't know what the hell is going on in that city, The wind is freaking with you guys' brains a little bit. All right, it's fine. I'm gonna get into it. I'm an offensive lineman. I want to talk food all the time. We'll get into this later.
It's okay. I completely agree with that one.
Cheese on top of what sauce?
That's what I'm at. I'm wondering the same thing.
Oh, there's a whole like pizza sauce conversation we're gonna have to get into later. All right, it's cool.
Oh, I get it.
Oh, okay.
We're gonna do another show where I just talk about pizza for an hour. That I could work with
You
that.
mean the abomination that is deep dish?
Yes. I need some deep
Oh,
dish
dude,
right
I got a whole spiel on pizza too, and I know exactly what you're saying though. So we could do a whole show on that.
Hey,
now. Man, did we all just
I'm in.
become best
I'm in
friends?
for a pizza
We just
show.
became
The
best
pizza hour starring these $6.
I mean, it's pizza is. It's not just you're not going to find every Chicagoan likes the deep dish, guys. I mean, there's plenty of people that hate it. It's too much. They love we have great thin crust too, man. Every pub, it's everywhere in Chicagoland. You can find a great pizza if you throw a stick. You know.
No.
Yeah, Walt.
No.
I live near Atlanta. Come on, so I get shit for pizza.
Well, I mean, if that's the case, yeah. I mean, you're living near Atlanta, but
and you live in the worst place in the world, Atlanta.
Dan gets his pizza from Papa John's or Pizza Hut if there's any of them left.
Exactly.
All right. Wait a minute. Hold up. Got a question for you guys. Got a question.
Here we go.
This is specifically for Dale and Craig.
I love it. This PJ is our question. He's our interrogator. I love it.
Now, here's a question.
40 minutes, 27 questions. PJ, hit them.
14 part questions.
Do you guys eat spaghetti with fried catfish?
No.
Oh, the combo. I've seen it, but I've never had it myself.
None.
Too far south, Pete. You gotta stay in the central, man.
So I maintain it's more of a Midwest cuisine.
It is.
Yeah.
Thank you,
I'm
guys.
gonna set out of Baton Rouge right now, and I've never even seen that.
Me
Really?
either.
No.
I'm with Glenn Morgan on that, Pete. And you too. It is. It's more of a regional area that is not that big of an area, but it's just known in that area, man.
Yeah.
Is it Cincinnati
quit
that
trying to spread it all over the rest of the Midwest? Damn it!
Is it Ohio that puts the chili on the spaghetti?
Oh yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
All right, look.
Got chili in Cincinnati, dude.
It's Chili Mac.
I'll weigh 350 pounds. I'll try it. I'm just not sure it's any good.
All right. Okay. I got another one for you. What about fish and Jello?
Fish and Jello.
Yeah.
BearsCountry's not even here. Don't make these guys sick.
Why are we bringing this up?
Did you guys see Dale's face? Did you see Dale's face?
I never heard of that one.
Never.
It's Polish.
No.
It's a Polish thing, man. They take gelatin and they put like anything in it. Pig's parts, fish heads.
Well, no,
They eat it. It's in Chicago. They eat it up here, man. All the Polish people do.
Listen, I've never had it, but they make the broth. They make a fish broth that they make the Jello out of. And just, I've never had it.
Listen,
I'm not.
we are famous down here for boiling hundreds of pounds of mud bugs and eating them in a big pile, and that shit nasty.
It's not that bad.
I'd rather eat those chocolate covered cicadas, dude.
Tastes like peanut butter.
Oh my goodness.
Dale, you made my night. That's all I got to say. Man. You made my night.
That's some weird stuff there. She agreed to her that.
What? when I first seen it, I had that same look.
I have to apologize to our guests. These are like late night food conversations that we have at the end of a show that when the show just goes like, where the fuck is this going? But it's hilarious. And so there's like these two meals that we've been comparing back and forth to see people eat them. Oh man.
Scrambled eggs, cut up hot dogs.
Oh yeah. Scrambled eggs and cut up hot dogs? No.
Well,
I mean, I'm
let's
pretty
go
sure I made
back
that for
to
the
this
kids.
stuff, man. Let's get some Bears Saints shit going on because I'm gonna fucking kill my.
I guess if you're a kid, that would be good, Leo. Yeah, let's get
Is
to
there a
some
game this weekend? Oh, I forget.
Oh, there's a game this weekend. Yeah. So let's start off. Let's first get. Okay, so you guys asked me my opinion of my team last night, so I want to know. After our battle back and forth of whose team was shittier, I watched the podcast, so I saw you say all your nice things about your team after I left. I knew you were buttering me up.
That's we were 4-4.
So what's your honest take on your team this week and what your chances are? Let's start with you, Dale.
I mean, this week you can bet your house payment on this one. Okay. I'm pretty confident this week. Like I said, we're riding in on a high horse. I want to say the spread is what, Saints -8.5. Yeah, give me that. I'll take that bet.
Wait, the Bears are favored?
No.
No, the Saints minus.
Saints are giving 8 to the Bears.
Oh,
dude.
you said minus. See, I don't bet, so I have no idea what that means. So minus 8.5
minus 8 means the
See,
Bears get it.
All Dale does is fantasy football and betting. So if you don't speak fantasy or betting, you can't understand Dale. This whole thing.
I don't do either.
I'm with you, Dale. I just got blown out of my guillotine league.
God. Okay.
I'm gonna pretend I know what that means. Yeah, that's rough.
8-point favorites. Damn.
8.5. Easy.
Yeah.
Oh, there's a hook. It's 8 and a hook.
Yep.
So the important part of that question is this week, because we have been doing one of these all season.
Right.
So we start the year off 2-0, but neither of them are convincing. The offensive line is bad. The play calling is bad. O-line starts to get better, and then Carr gets hurt, and then he comes back earlier than he should, and we get our asses kicked at home, and then we go on the road, and we blow somebody out, and then we come back on the road again to Houston, which is almost a home game, lose that one, play on a short week, injured, lose that one, and then we roll out, and we beat the living snot out of Indy. So it's this week, I'm feeling good, man, but it's that's part of the problem is every time we start feeling good is when we just lay an egg and look like crap against an inferior opponent. No offense. So it's completely possible that we just get shellacked at home again.
Second backup quarterback in a row. Line them up. Let's go.
So what is your front four looking like defensively?
Front four. So you got Cam Jordan.
You do.
That's the guy, but he's not the threat. The threat that you have to worry about in the front four is Carl Granderson. He's got a little bit of bend to him. It's not like the tweener TJ Watt or something like that coming off the edge. So,
yeah, I heard you guys before we got on here talking about if we had a speed rusher or not, and we really don't.
Speed rushers.
Our pass rush, it's very methodical, but it's relentless. So if the ball comes out quick, we're not going to blow a guy off the edge and get a quick sack, but the pressure will always get there. Mm-hmm. So it's one of those things. The ball gets out quick, it's not really a factor. If you hold that ball, it becomes a problem.
So with Bajan being a quick passer, you don't anticipate many sacks this weekend?
I don't.
We never really anticipate many sacks because
pass rush hasn't been great. We haven't been blitzing a ton either. We've kind of been more content for maintaining the pocket, kind of collapsing it and playing a lot of guys deep. Our secondary is the strength of this entire team. And we're about 3 deep at corner. Even our slot guy could start on a lot of teams. The safeties, they're both Pro Bowlers at different points, a little bit older, but their skill is there. And then talk about linebacker. You got Demario Davis. I don't know how much you guys see Saints games, but he's the consummate middle linebacker. He's all over the field, sideline to sideline. So the defense is solid. I'm not really worried about them at any time. But the problem with them is they can get tired because they're a lot of older players. If the offense lays an egg and punts 19 times, turns the ball over a little bit, by the fourth quarter, they show their age.
What about I know you got Lattimore. Who's your other corners?
Paulson Adebo. Adebo was dominant in Indianapolis this last week. He was the best, but PFF had him as the best corner of the week among all corners. I think he led like 30 yards receiving and had an interception. He's solid, and he gets most of the work because most good quarterbacks, they're not throwing at Lattimore. That side of the field kind of disappears. So you're testing guys like Taylor in the slot. You're testing Adebo outside.
That's where you want to go, in my opinion. If you want to throw the ball, you want to target Taylor in the slot.
If you've got a twitchy slot receiver, that's where you get your money. Somebody a quick, not a fast guy, but a quick guy. Somebody underneath. That's what's gonna work on this defense. It's about all that's gonna work on this defense.
So Adebo, is he? What is his measurables? Like
He's big. He gets called for a lot of pass interference because he's really aggressive and he's very physical. So yeah, I think we have 3 corners in the top 10 of all penalty yardage defensively. That's just how Dennis Allen's defense works. It's aggressive, gets in guys' face. The first couple penalties are on the coaching staff, they say, because they want to play up and physical with everybody.
So I'm assuming
that's exactly what we're trying to have. What you just described, man. That's what we're trying to do.
So I'm assuming that Lattimore would go on DJ Moore.
Right.
Well, he's been playing sides so far this year. He only shadowed Mike Evans.
He's probably going to follow Moore this week. If he doesn't, it's, I don't know. That's a tell to me. If DJ Moore is the threat that all the fans think that he is, and we saw him in Carolina for years, so all us fans are assuming that he's a problem. If he's that kind of Mike Evans level threat, then he's probably going to get followed. But if Dennis Allen's not scared of him, then we're playing sides.
Okay.
Oh, PJ, just to give you the information, you wanted the measurables. It's 6'1", 192, 31.5-inch arms, 10-inch hands, all that. So, he did have the 2 pass breakups in the forced fumble your last game.
Yeah,
he had a pick last game,
and then at least another 2 breakups the game before that, right?
Okay. Yeah, he's handling business out there. So I'm saying that side is pretty taken care of. Now, the Saints lead the league in pass interference calls, so that could be a way to take advantage deep.
Yeah, chuck it deep. You might not get the catch, but you're probably going to get some laundry.
You get a flag for sure.
So what about your coverage of tight ends? Good, bad?
I mean, it's pretty solid because we've got the safeties down there. I mean, usually a matchup on a safety is a mismatch, but our safeties are pretty good. Tyrann Mathieu can run with most tight ends, and our third corner is a starter on most outsides, but he's playing slot. So if you guys are in a kind of set where you only got 2 wide receivers out there, and all of a sudden we're always in nickel, so there's always a third corner, and you bring down Taylor onto a tight end, that's not really a mismatch anymore because he runs with receivers. You know what I mean?
If I remember correctly, Dalton Schultz is the only tight end that scored a touchdown on the Saints so far this year.
Because our Cole Kmet is 6'5", 250. So I know Tyrann Mathieu is pretty short.
Yeah,
it's a little guy.
Okay.
Yep.
We got someone in chat here asking, Carr was awful when he came back. I'm wondering if he's 100% now. How does it seem?
Yeah, admittedly, he looked really rough when he first came back from that injury. We thought he was going to miss time. He might have come back earlier than he needed to. But he has now thrown for over 300 yards in 3 straight games. The last game against Jacksonville, there were some miscommunication issues, but physically it wasn't anything wrong. And he looked really sharp in Indy. It doesn't help that Indianapolis' defense is terrible, but that's the kind of thing you build off of. The play calling is getting a little bit more advanced than the start of the year. And so, I'm not going to say he's, going to light it up. We're used to watching Drew Brees, so we're a little critical of him right now. But he's certainly playing better than he was.
You think you guys are re-signing? Is it a 1-year contract or longer?
Oh, no. It's
shaped out to a 3-year deal, but there's kind of an escape route after 2.
So you think he will be back or not?
Oh, he's back next year, yeah, almost certainly. He would have to be terrible, and they'd have to eat a lot of money if he's not here next year.
Yeah.
So you guys are happy with him?
No, I wouldn't say that. Last week we're happy with him. The week before we weren't extremely enthusiastic about it. It's going up and down pretty much.
So to borrow phrasing from a podcaster that I'm a big fan of, it's kind of like Biden and Trump voters with Saints fans, in that a lot of them hate Derek Carr no matter what he does. They're gonna say this guy is trash. Get Jameis Winston out there. Get the kid from Fresno out there. Get anybody. And the other half are like, well, he's throwing for 300 yards. He's moving the ball. We're really good offensively between the 20s. He's not great in the red zone, but that's why you have Taysom Hill and Alvin Kamara and all that kind of shit. So it's kind of people just aren't happy right now.
Sounds really familiar there, Craig.
That was a great inside joke there. That's what I compared our fan.
It's only an inside joke if you don't watch our show.
I compared our fan base to Bagent and Fields. I compared him to Biden and Trumpers. Touche. Well done there, my friend.
Only reason why I was asking is because I know McDaniel's no longer in Las Vegas, and I was wondering would he go back there. That's why I was asking.
Oh, No,
Well, we're just going to take all their best players anyway. We almost took Renfro, and Adams wants out now, so we'll just take all their players, and he doesn't have to go back. We just add him here. It's fine.
I honestly hope not. I don't want him anywhere near my offense.
So what did you guys feel about when, the whole Sean Payton thing and leaving and going to a different team? Like, how did that feel when that happened? Because I would have my own thoughts on that.
Well, if I may, it's kind of like Trump and Biden voters, right? Where half of the Saints fan base says he won us a Super Bowl. He's this brilliant offensive mind. He's great. He can do no wrong. He made Drew Brees. We should be appreciative of his time and let him move on. And the other half, including myself, fuck that guy. Oh, you want to retire? You don't want to. You don't want to retire. You just don't want to be here anymore. You want to blow our cap up, give us this crap roster, get everyone to convince that Jameis Winston's the guy, and then leave us with him and bail the fuck out of here. Seriously, screw you.
That's how I
for a late first round pick and all that hard. Get out of here. And now looking at how Denver's going and how everything else is going, now we're thinking Drew Brees made Sean Payton. So were you just riding Drew Brees' coattails for 15 years, and now you're trying to make us feel bad that you leave us at the altar and you want me to be happy for you with your new girl over there? Fuck you, Sean Payton.
Yeah.
You're seeing Belichick did it with Brady, right? I mean, the quarterback.
Sean Payton, one word, and I've thought this forever. Dick. Sorry. Straight up the way I feel.
And when he's our dick, you can defend it. Like, he's an asshole, but he's our asshole, Now that he's over there, fuck that guy. Yeah. Do we curse on this show? Because I just ruined y'all's show if we don't curse on this thing.
That's what my girl says all the time. I'm her asshole.
All right, well.
Beautiful.
Yeah. Don't hold back.
Thank you, Mr. Mayhem. Mr. Mayhem over here gets it.
Come on, Craig. Don't hold back. Tell us how you really feel.
Right.
I don't want to break anything in here.
Yeah, but look, we were hearing rumors about him looking for another job or leaving before it happened, and we really didn't pay attention to it. Like, oh, that's fake news, whatever, right? But yeah, it turned out all that stuff was true. He was trying to dip.
And it's so much worse because for years it was, it's Dallas. Okay, well now it's Miami. And it's like, those are just rumors. They're fine. Now we find out that the whole Miami thing, they lost a draft pick for this, but they were scheming to get him to leave the Saints and to get Tom Brady down there, and they were going to all meet up in Miami, and that was going to be their thing. And because they did it the wrong way, they got busted by the NFL.
Mm-hmm.
So he's been trying to leave us for a decade. Fuck you, Sean Payton. Seriously?
Yeah, man. Really, I thought he was going to end
You're the offensive coordinator for what? The Giants? Like, what? Why are you? I'm saying no tell over again.
I mean, honestly speaking,
this, all right. I went to my therapy and I had my drinks and I got over Sean Payton, and now I'm seeing him try to be happy, and I'm not okay with it. I'm not okay, guys.
Hey, Gregory, let me tell you and Dale, you can't trust those fucking assholes from Chicago because he's a Chicago guy, right?
That's right.
Well, him and Pace did go to Eastern, right?
Yeah, Eastern Illinois. That's right.
Yeah.
Oh man.
But
down there in Charleston,
we were hurt. I would say I was hurt, when we left. But now that we see what we're seeing, it was for the best. So I'm glad we got a pick out situation.
So what is
for
Dennis
the best?
Allen?
We're over here with Dennis Allen. I don't think anything's for the best.
What is
anymore.
Dennis Allen's tendencies, coaching wise?
Be bad at offense and have good defenses, basically.
Yeah, he's like a great defensive coordinator.
He is a great defensive coordinator. Specifically, special second half adjustments. We had a streak, even when we were a bad defense when he first got here. We had a streak where it was like 6 games in a row where our opponents didn't score in the second half. So they'd get 24 points first half and then tweak some shit and they wouldn't move the ball again. So defensively, he's got his shit together. Offensively, leadership, leading the charge, all that kind of stuff. There's some issues, man. It's, the players say they want to play for him, but you see it on the field. You see wide receivers giving up on routes, and you see frustration boiling over. The offensive coordinator is not a fiery guy. He needs a leadership, kind of position on offense. So it's just rough.
Offensive coordinator name is Pete Carmichael. He's been with the team.
I get frustrated when his name comes up.
So yeah, he's a Sean Payton disciple since forever. So.
No, he's not a Sean Payton disciple. He's a coattail rider of Drew Brees. Motherfucker.
You're probably like, he's got too many syllables in his name, and it pisses me off.
It's so many. You know how hard it is to yell that while you're angry and drunk in the fourth quarter? Like, I got to remember all so much. I need short names.
I hope I don't have to find out.
Carmike, at least. Carmichael makes it too much.
Okay.
Well, I'm glad to know that you guys feel the same way. You guys are like in the same boat as we are about our team. Only, at least,
Except we're tied for first place.
right? But you are there.
Let's rub that in, why don't you? Okay.
Yeah, exactly. And let's not forget that you on the show last night with you were like, I'm still upset about that 2006 loss in the championship game. I'm like, yeah, but at least you won the Super Bowl. After that, we lost that one.
Yeah.
So you have a Super Bowl at least, you know. And by the way,
it's all right. People wave the Super Bowl off because they tell us it's a bounty thing. So oh yeah, well there was bounties, so that doesn't count. Shut up.
But that Super Bowl, fuck the bounties. That Super Bowl was like so needed for the city of New Orleans, man.
Oh,
and
sure.
For the entire country at that time. It was like soothing for everyone, you know. So it really, even us as fans in Chicago, all around the country, we all felt it, you know, that going through Katrina and then winning the Super Bowl, that was awesome for you guys. So really, hats down. I'm glad you guys got to experience that as fans, for sure.
Yeah,
This is a true story I don't tell all the time. After that Super Bowl, I walked out in the backyard. I looked up at the sky and I said, God, it's okay. You can take me now. I've seen it. You're done. Thank God he hasn't, but the fact that we haven't won again since then is maybe I'm being punished for a little bit of hubris right there.
Absolutely.
Look, I want to go in New Orleans because I knew that's what a party was going to be when we won. And it was indeed a party. I bought so much crap from vendors on the street selling Saint Super Bowl, you know, shirts and wet shirts or whatever. I bought so much crap.
That's awesome, though. You have it.
Yeah,
your
it still fits.
I mean, he can't fit in any of it anymore, but he still has it.
Make sure you said that first. It still fits, Craig. It still fits.
Now I want to see the sides and the back because I know you split it on the sides and you just got to tie it together. Dude. I do that all the
Duct
time.
tape right across the numbers right there. It's all right. When we re-signed Jimmy Graham this year, I got my old Jimmy Graham jersey out, and it is not even close to try to fit that thing. Not happening.
Dude, I can't wear any of my stuff from when the Bears won the Super Bowl because I was 50 pounds lighter and like 30 years younger, 40.
I don't think I was alive yet, so that's fair.
Ooh.
You were 50 pounds
That's
lighter.
how bad it is here, man. That's how
What
bad
did you
it
weigh?
is.
What did you weigh? 20 pounds then? 50 pounds lighter, Foster? What are you, $120, $130? Or were you like a little high school girl back then? How much did you weigh?
All right, Pally. You know what I think of your
This is
crap, right?
2023, and it's not appropriate to ask if someone used to be a little girl. Okay, so we got to keep everything proper and appropriate.
Nah, it's fucking
Man.
shorty, man. You can fuck with the guy. Just do it.
Get kicked off my own show. You see, guys? You see how it is?
There's
you last
no favoritism here. Nobody's special. We're all fucking equal. We all got our opinions. Even the guy running the show can get kicked off his own fucking show.
His own fucking show.
Excuse my language, guys. Sorry, it's just who I am.
Fuck you, Foster.
Yeah, you got to fucking rein that in, man. It's a fucking upsetting.
That's a lot of
All right,
swearing there, Foster. Jeez.
I'll try and freaking remember that freaking shit.
What's important is that we're Saints fans, so really just drinking with us is basically like church. So you kind of get it out of your system now. You feel better after.
No, I do.
Dude, I've been watching football for decades, and I know what the Saints went through in the 70s, in the 80s, and into the 90s. I watched it all, man, because it was very miserable, especially for that team in the 70s. I always felt so bad for Archie Manning, man, because he gave his heart to that team for over a decade. And nothing
He made up for it. He got won 4 Super Bowls.
Yeah, we got to feel bad for the most overrated Saint in history. I said it.
Look, he's trying to give you flowers, and they're shitting on it, right? It's like they fit right in with us.
Dude, I got a cousin that lives in New Orleans. I know how those fuckers are.
How was Michael Thomas?
Go.
How is he?
Mike Thomas looks good right now,
Looks good.
man. He actually played through. They had like this shit bug going on through the locker room, and he had
a couple days before the game, he lost like 3 pounds. He hadn't eaten in a couple days. He had
bunch of
IVs
IVs before the game. Yep.
He looks good. He's getting his explosive cuts back. I mean, he's not the same guy he was in 2019.
Yeah.
The biggest problem he has right now is that Derek Carr can't throw a slant.
To save his life.
Route he's at. The slant boy jokes are because he runs an unguardable slant, and the only person who can guard it is Derek Carr.
Yep. Now, where the Saints are going to attack the Bears is deep. Carr likes to go deep.
Shaheed
is the deep.
Wait.
I know Olave got drafted in the first round.
Wait, I thought you just said Shaheen.
Shaheed.
Oh, I thought you were talking about Adam Shaheen. I was like, you guys are asking Adam Shaheen, our own failed draft pick? Okay, sorry.
Put him out there to cover Shaheed. How about that? See if it works for you.
Rashid Shaheed is the only player in the league averaging 20 yards a catch right now. And he's only one of 2 players that averages over 15 miles an hour during his route. The other one's Tyreek Hill.
So is he a 4-3 guy?
I think he's more of a 4-2 guy.
Yeah, he's fast.
He's stupid fast.
Stupid fast.
And he's he was a UDFA guy. He got hurt and he played at a really small school, so he's very much under the radar. We signed him as a kick returner, and he kind of just got into the lineup last year because we were depleted and didn't have anybody.
Yep.
But he's turned into a real weapon.
Yeah, struck gold, man.
This last week he had 3 catches for 150 yards.
So what, 5'10"?
He's a little lankier, no? Would you call him 6 foot?
Yeah, I think he's like 6 foot. Let me look him up real quick. But yeah, he's not a small
big guy. He's not big like
yeah,
thick.
5'11".
He's all speed though.
5'11", 180. Yeah, that's
so with our Tariq Stevenson being a physical guy. So if we was to take him out the game by being physical with him, you think that would be the key to stopping him?
It could help, but it also means that you're not putting that physical guy on Michael Thomas or Chris Olave.
Yeah.
Oh, we got Jones for that. I mean Johnson for that.
Oh yeah, because y'all tried to trade him and nobody would come up for it.
No, we said he can seek a trade. That doesn't mean we wanted to trade him. By us telling him he can seek a trade, we're saying go seek a trade where we can get 2 day 2 picks.
A team can be like, oh yeah, you can find a trade. We ain't gonna do the trade that you find, but like you can find it. You can go talk to some people.
What team was going to give up 2 day 2 picks?
Yeah, we already knew that nobody was going to give JJ the money he wanted, dude.
Exactly. It was a move to find out what he's worth.
He's trying to get number 1, number 5 money, and he's going to get number 10, 11, 12 money. So
that's one of those positions, man. Everybody's going to find their one corner, and they're going to overpay out the ass.
They realize nobody wanted him. Now they
got no choice, man.
What they want to pay him, yeah.
Well, I think he should make a statement by sitting out this week. I think that would be a really important step for establishing his growth.
He might with a hamstring injury. Did you guys see how pissed off he was at the reporter today or yesterday? Mark Potash. Oh my God. Jalen Johnson.
No, I missed it.
Mark Potash asked some questions at the press conference, and he was just like, fuck you and fuck you and fuck you. Basically, it was like, wow. He was getting up in his face. You guys got to check out the interview. I should pull it up. I should have had that ready. What a terrible
yeah, somebody kick this guy out. What the hell, Shorty?
Don't worry, Dan. We know you suck as a producer.
Yeah. Well, actually, he sucks.
That's why we got Walt.
Yeah, but he sucks. So it's a double entendre of suckness.
I'm pretty sure double entendre of suckness was.
You know what, you guys could just go because we already know that we're worse than you. Don't have to even fuck. We don't have to go through that shit again from yesterday. Show's over.
Hey, Craig. I know Robbie in the chat has a question for you regarding Jeans Po' Boys.
Yeah, Jeans was fire.
It's no longer there?
No. I used to like the roast beef po' boys there with a daiquiri. That was good stuff. That was good stuff for sure.
I only do the fried seafood po' boys. Now the roast beef, I don't know if it should even count, frankly. But you get a good fried oyster po' boy down there.
Oh, it's
Life
cool.
changing.
Roast beef and cheese count everywhere for everything, dude. Just so you know.
Is that
Y'all put pickles and tomatoes on your hot dogs? What the hell y'all know about food?
and
No, we
pickles,
don't.
peppers, and onions
That
and
is,
relish?
that is not the Chicago. The real Chicago hot dog is no fucking ketchup. It's a Vienna dog on a poppy seed bun with onions, mustard, relish, and sport peppers. No fucking tomatoes, no pickles. That's all. Whatever the fuck they show you on TV. I'm just telling you.
It just sounds like some motherfucker tried to make a sandwich with a sausage in it. I'm like, you know what? This kind of looks like a hot dog. We're gonna call this a Chicago dog. Fucker, that's a sausage sandwich. Get the hell out of here.
You want to repeat yourself, Buster?
Why?
I didn't think so.
Yeah, we gotta get one of these on our show.
That fucking sucker.
Y'all
Now
are
nobody
great.
gets on. I'm going off too again. You fucking jag off. I'm talking to you, shorty.
Can I come back on?
I know places that if you go in and ask for ketchup, they'll take your food back and throw you out.
Well, of course.
That's a real Chicago hot dog. And it ain't with the fucking tomatoes, and it ain't with pickles either.
Never with
mustard,
ketchup.
relish, green onion,
Mustard.
celery.
What?
No, I appreciate that. I found a little sensitive subject with you guys. This is good. I'm
got us infighting. Look what they're doing to us, Foster.
The fight is out there, man. Out there.
Yo, I like Portillo's and yeah, that's
what you said that in Spanish.
Hey,
I'm
from New Orleans.
Portillo's.
We say things differently.
I'm mad at Spanish. All right, we're a little mixed up here.
Portillo's.
No, we're more mixed up here. Just trying to start another argument. Who's worse?
But the Italian beef from there, man, fire.
Yeah, flame. It's love it. My favorite. If I was on death row, I'd have 10 Italian beefs as my last meal.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, man.
Different places too.
That just seems horribly mean to whoever's got to clean up after that execution.
Exactly. Fuck them.
The last act of
surely if
rebellion.
you get 10 Italian beefs delivered to your house in the middle of the fucking night. I gotta stop,
man.
Mm-hmm.
So what are your guys' score predictions for this game, Dale?
30-13 New Orleans. That's the prediction there.
You're going with the same score from last week, huh?
That's right. Sticking with it.
Okay. Well, last week was 38. Yeah, it's fine. So I had to flip a coin in my head, right? Either we're going to come out overconfident and flat and slow, and we're going to lose a close game because that's how we do things. It's what we did against Houston. It's what we did against Green Bay. It's what we did against Jacksonville. All of teams that we are on paper better than. Or, this momentum that I don't really believe in anyway. If that keeps rolling on, we play like we did in Indy and we kick the shit out of you guys. No offense. So I flipped my coin. It came up heads. I'm thinking it's 31-13. I don't know about you guys moving the ball. There's a lot of problems going on, with your offense, with your quarterback stuff. He gets the ball out quick, which is an advantage that you could exploit. But it's still a young guy, and it's a really veteran secondary. It's a lot of experience there, and they've taken a lot of footballs away from a lot of young quarterbacks.
What about you? Your run defense is pretty solid.
It's not as good as it used to be, but when early in games when it's trying to set the tone, it can be good.
Better catch us early.
So in Indianapolis, their star running back is it Taylor?
Yeah,
I forgot already because we ain't playing them anymore. I'm drunk. So he had 90-something yards in the first half, and he ended with like 98. He didn't get the other 10 yards to make a 100-yard game in the second half. So those defensive adjustments in the second half, they're real and they're scary.
Yeah, better jump on us early.
Gotta score early.
Well, I'll
give you guys a quick answer for the same questions about our team.
Wait, where did we go? Sorry.
We got plenty of talent, but we suck. That's the offensive line. We got plenty of talent on the defensive line, but we suck. I'm just going to go that narrative with all of it because we're worse than you guys.
Look, y'all adding a new pass rusher.
If not, we're going to cover we're going to cover the spread at least.
Okay.
Ooh.
Look, adding the new pass rusher at the last minute, that doesn't help. Our offensive line's been a problem all year. It's kind of started to get better, but now we're doing some shuffling. We started the year, our starting left guard to start the year got hurt. The guy that came in for him is now our starting left tackle. So there's a little bit of shuffling. And now that we've shuffled it, it's been playing better, so we're going to roll with it. I don't know.
Yep.
Andrew Speed. Okay.
Andrew Speed.
Is
left
We
tackle
haven't
now.
had our starting offensive five that were projected going into training camp play one fucking play together since preseason and the regular season. So that shows you where we're at.
Well, as a sign of solidarity, they should all just sit out this week.
Now, Ramczak, is he right tackle?
How much you paying?
Ramczak, yeah.
Yeah, Ramczak. Okay. And you got McCoy as your center?
McCoy is the center.
Eric McCoy at center. He's out of Texas A&M. He's actually really good. He's very solid. He's very good getting the second level in the run game. Ruiz, our right guard, he's kind of up and down. It took him a really long time to get going. Then he was really good last year. End of the season hurt. Had to come back from it.
Did you guys
kind of up and down?
Yeah, first round from Michigan.
He was a first rounder out of Michigan. But he's one of those guys that he was a center all through college, and we drafted him and moved him to guard. So there was some of that adjustment, moving pains, Ramczak, when he's healthy, is elite. He's an all-pro.
Right.
He's been a Pro Bowler.
Right.
But he's been banged up. He actually rests every Wednesday practice just to try to keep the miles off of his legs. Yeah. That left side is where you want to exploit. Right now,
guard in particular.
Yeah, guard.
Who is the guard now?
Yeah, guard and Pete at left tackle, and neither of them are great at doing either of those things. They're just kind of the best we have right now.
Who's your guard? I'm sorry. You left
Max Garcia.
Garcia. Okay.
What happened to?
Okay, we didn't either last week.
What happened to Trevor Penning? Is he
Trevor
hurt
Penning's
again?
on the bench. It's a healthy scratch.
He's a healthy scratch.
That's what happened to him. He sucked.
Man, I was beating the drum for him before the draft. I was his biggest fan because he's an angry O lineman that hurts people, and that's right up my wheelhouse.
Is that Northern Iowa guy?
I'm sorry?
Yeah. Northern Iowa.
Yeah. He's one of those small school guys that was always going to be a project, but people wanted him to start day one.
Okay.
So
don't draft
there was some growing pains, and then this year he started to play better, and he started to play better, and he started to play better, and then he got benched. So I don't know why they did that. I don't think anybody outside the building does. But we've been playing better since they did it. So I guess I'm the asshole. Cheers.
Right.
This is a great question from Cliff Victoria in chat saying, ask New Orleans guys if the Bears' problems are the players or the coaching. What do you guys think? Just as outside fans that aren't Bears fans.
Initially, I thought it was coaching with Fields in particular. And then I saw the clip of like a guy right in front of him, like wide open, and he held it. I was like, damn, bro. I can't cover up for that one.
Well, I went the same way with it. Is I kind of assume that everything's coaching to start with, but looking at some of the O-line problems that y'all have had, and some of the, is Fields a quarterback or is he an athlete who can play quarterback and he's looking to run before he's looking to pass? There's personnel questions, there's coaching questions. If I had to, put money down on something, I'd say you probably need some more talent on the offensive line, and everything gets better from there.
So, Dale, you think that if he had a better offensive line that could give him the time to throw the ball, that maybe those, holding on to the ball too long issues could be corrected?
Maybe. So I just got to think he's not comfortable with the offense he's running. Listen, I saw this guy working offense in Ohio State, so I know he's capable of doing this. Now, I don't know the scheme in particular, but maybe we need to figure out what they were doing there in Ohio State and run some of these concepts to keep him comfortable. Honestly, the way Baltimore handled Lamar Jackson was perfect. Like, they really catered that offense toward him, and this is what you need to do with Fields. And so far, I hadn't seen that, especially just kind of looking at the way Bajan is playing. It looks like a totally different offense to me. And so, in my opinion, that's what they want to run. And if that's what they want to run, then Fields isn't the right quarterback. And that kind of brings that question: why did you hire this guy? Fields is your quarterback.
Very valid point.
So, in
Very
my
valid.
experience, what I find, if you have a quarterback that isn't very good at quarterback, but he's really athletic, move him to tight end and then just run QB power with him. That's what we do.
Hey,
You can do
Taysom
that.
got
It
some good
works.
fantasy points last weekend doing that shit.
Hey,
I fucking love Taysom Hill. People who don't watch Saints games are going to tell you that he's overpaid. And oh, look at the contract they gave him. Shut up and watch the game.
and you're gonna see a healthy dose of him for sure.
Probably.
He is.
It looks like the red zone answer to Derek Carr being booty in the red zone.
Yes.
Is having Derek Carr not in the red zone. It's just Taysom Hill down your throat.
Take Derek Carr out in the red zone, put Taysom Hill in, you will score.
Hell of a dynamic player for sure.
Big fan.
Me too.
Hey, make sure we get all this information to polls immediately, Peach.
Well, it's Poles, so he might be like, "Oh, Taysom who? That's a tight end. Why are we worried about that for? Come on, look at the roster. He's under tight end."
There you go.
Silly.
Is Kamara doing okay this year so far?
AK
Kamara's
looks
been a
great
monster.
after the suspension.
He was hurt.
Yeah,
He's fresh.
fresh
Yeah.
legs. He's explosive. He caught a ball at the 15, had 5 guys in front of him, and still got in the end zone.
Yeah,
He's
I
dangerous.
saw that.
man, my fantasy team loves it.
Oh, fucking fantasy again.
You guys
I
see
can't go on one show without hearing about his unicorns and fairies over here. I swear to God.
Me too. I was like fantasy. It's fantasy, fantasy.
You guys still have the other running.
You know what? If it really was like a wizard throwing a pass to a dragon or some fantasy bullshit like that, if it was Lord of the Rings with a football, I'd watch it. All right, but it's not. So shut up, Dale.
The other running backs we have, I mean, we've got the guy out of Detroit.
Jamal Williams, he led the league in rushing touchdowns last year.
Yeah, Jamal Williams.
He's a good short yardage guy. We have a 3rd-round draft pick from TCU, Miller, who's got a lot of potential at running back. He catches the ball out of the backfield well. Doesn't get a lot of carries. So really, the running game it's Kamara, it's Taysom, and there's Jamal Williams short yardage.
Taysom is the other guy.
Taysom Hill is a running back who lines up the quarterback. He's a running back who lines up a quarterback and can also throw 50-yard touchdowns.
Yep.
Occasionally.
Yep.
And catch the ball.
That's accurate. Yeah. He had 1 catch, 14 yards last week. So yeah.
Last week he had a catch, a completion, and he ran in 2 touchdowns.
Yeah, it pissed me off because I was going to take him as a like tight end, and I just bailed on the concept. I'm like, I'll be good, and if I would have done that, I'd still be in my damn league. But
a tight end is brutal though. Like who else you got?
I know.
You opened the floodgates to talk about fantasy football. Now Dale's never going to shut up.
Walt told himself.
He did. He's like, fuck these guys talking this fantasy crap. I'm out.
You're gonna take a shit.
That's how we roll here, man. So you guys might end up here alone talking to yourselves.
I'm never alone when I have my bourbon.
There you go. I told you I like this guy.
PJ looks like he has some more interrogation questions for you guys, though.
No, I mean, I was asking as it comes up because I'm trying to think of, what type of game plan they're going to have as well as what we're trying to employ against them. Because I remember Pete coming out of Stanford, if I remember correctly, and he was like heavy-legged. So I'm wondering, is he doing well at left tackle?
Yeah, honestly, he's been the best
now.
left tackle that we've had so far this season.
Okay.
So he fully transitioned into playing guard.
Right.
When we first drafted him, he was a left tackle through and through. We moved him to the right side, moved him to right tackle to be the heir apparent over there. And it never worked out. He couldn't figure out playing on the right side.
Yeah.
Moving him back over to the left, he played some spot duty at left tackle, but he found a home at left guard. He ended up going to the Pro Bowl, I think, twice as a left guard. So we got a home there, but he can play tackle. So when injuries and benching and stuff happened a couple weeks ago, they plugged him in. He played really well. They rolled it with it the next week, played really well again. So he's kind of the best of a bad situation right now.
So normally, who is the normal left tackle?
What a fantastic question.
The plan was
Trevor Penning. So
Penning,
start the year, it was Trevor Penning. Last year, it was James Hurst. Hurst is a 6th lineman. He can play every position, but he's not great at any of them. He was a stopgap last year. We drafted Penning to be the guy. He was hurt all of last year. This year, like I said, he was improving, but they didn't give him the chance to keep improving. They pulled the rug out for him. So, the normal guy right now is, I guess, Pete. I would say Hurst maybe is the predictive starter, but if you don't roll with Pete now, I don't know what you're doing.
Yeah,
So-
if you don't start Pete, we got problems for real.
So do you think Penny going to be the eventual left guard?
I don't think
No.
he's built to be a guard. He's big.
No.
He's tall. He's too. I don't know if he's built for that. I think he looks like a tackle. He needs to be. He needs to figure his shit out and be our left tackle of the future. That's what you drafted him for. That's what the investment was for. Saints fans beat each other up because we traded up to get him. You know, we gave up assets. You know, we ended up trading a first-round pick with Philadelphia that ended up being a top 10 pick. That instead we got Olave and
Penny.
doing on each other all over the place. Oh, we gave up too much, and if he sucks, and it's not worth it. Shut up. It's all. He needs to be the guy. If he's not the guy, then it's a huge miss, and we gotta start looking at tackles again.
So are you guys pleased with Olave?
Up and down.
Right
with
now,
him.
or a few weeks ago.
Yeah. Yeah, right now we're down on him.
Right now. So he got arrested last week.
What?
Well, reckless driving. He was released in an hour. It's not. You know, he's not even going to get suspended. But it's one of those things where it's just the last 6 weeks or so. He just hasn't been there. His communication with Carr is non-existent. There's no chemistry there.
Yeah.
He's still one of the most skilled players, period, in the NFL. He is so talented, but he's just not putting it together right now. And you know, when you got Michael Thomas and an Alvin Kamara and a Taysom Hill and Rashid Shaheed all of a sudden breaking out, you can't just force the ball to Olave to try to get him going. You got to spread it around. You got to get to the guys who are getting open, you know, who are running the right routes, who are getting the fucking ball. Right. So a microcosm of it is a play last week. We're scoring at will. We're moving the ball, and they draw up this beautiful play that gets him wide open on the side for a touchdown, and the ball literally hits him in the helmet.
Right.
And I don't know if it's concentration. I don't know if it's chemistry or it's timing, but Olave ain't right now, and he needs to get right.
Mm-hmm.
He needs Justin Fields. That's what he needs.
Pick line around if you guys are shopping.
You guys, I'll send you a contract. Let's do that. We'll great going for him.
I wanted to ask you guys about a couple guys that I haven't read or seen a ton about because they're recent draft picks, and that's Brisset, who was a big pick for you guys, and A.T. Perry, who
Brian Brzee has been great. Big fan of Brian Brzee. So he started out the season not getting a lot of snaps. He's kind of worked his way kind of become the starter. But he's been really great at collapsing the pocket, but he's been surprisingly good against the run. So he looks like he's been a really good pick so far. I like how he's developing.
And then what do you say? What are you seeing on A.T. Perry?
Nothing.
He had a lot of preseason hype.
Yeah, I looked at some of his stats, but I forgot because it was like 2 weeks ago, man. I always check in.
Perry's played in one game this year. He did not have a target. So,
okay.
I think he was on the roster as the Michael Thomas backup. You know, he's kind of the same build as Thomas, and no, people weren't sure if Thomas was going to stay healthy. So, because Thomas is healthy and playing well, you know, Perry's just kind of been a practice squad guy. I think that was the vision for him. But he was called up this last week, and he didn't do anything. But you know, we scored 38 points, so who cares?
Yep.
So, are you guys interested in Bayless Jones for Olave?
If you hit him in the head with a ball, does he catch it?
Come on, you guys are Saints fans. You don't know nothing about Bayless Jones. He's
we don't know, but if you
how dare you assume that I don't know anything about this guy I heard up 2 minutes ago?
I just assumed the bourbon kicked in.
Quite the assumption, sir.
Asked you me, right? Oh man, you guys are a lot of fun, man. For real.
Absolutely.
No, it's only because the game's not on, so no one's throwing stuff at the TV and getting in fights with their wives.
Right.
So it's much easier on Friday and Thursday than it is on Sunday.
We'll hop on Sunday. I'd like to see some of that in action. Get flying. Oh, see, I told you the Bears were going to cover that spread or win.
There you go. I don't care if you cover the spread. I just care you win.
I know.
So, what is the most frustrating part when you guys watching the Saints game? That
real quick, guys. Dale, Greg, I'm sorry. PJ is he's a retired police officer, so his natural instinct is to interrogate people. That's why he just keeps going on and on. We need to have a spotlight above you. So go ahead. What's your next question?
Well, my dad was LAPD. I'm used to it.
Well, I'm just curious to where what as a fan, what makes you guys upset that we can basically exploit?
The worst thing so far this season was been the offense, namely the offensive line. The struggles that they had, because we're always seeing Carr under pressure, couldn't run the ball. It was really frustrating. So to me, that's the number one thing.
But it's definitely morphed though, right? So it started the year where the O-line was the problem,
right?
And then the play calling was the problem, and then Derek Carr was the problem, and then officiating was the problem because it's always the problem. And then we had games where the offense would start to play well and the defense would fall apart, so the defense was the problem. And then the defense would get back in it, and then we'd turn the ball over, or we'd have 3 guys running the same route in the 2-minute drill, and the offense again. Ask me again second quarter, I'll have a different answer for you.
You guys are the Bears South, man, with a better record.
What's going on here? It's like,
how dare you, sir?
We were here first, dude. We're 19. Actually, I don't know why everybody says the Bears in 1920. We're 1919. That's when we were, established as a franchise in Decatur. So if you guys were here first, no problem. But I'm just saying, man, it's just everything you guys keep saying, dude. I'm going, yeah, we know that. We know about that. We know how that feels.
It's to share the pain with other folks.
Too. Everything.
It's like we're talking to Bears fans.
Yeah.
I have never been so insulted in my life.
You shouldn't be.
Sorry, man. You're too fucking bad. Either that or you better get around more, dude.
Yeah, get out more, my friend. Get out more.
Hey, Pete, you got like one more question and 17 fucking parts for these guys, or what?
Absolutely not.
Get your questions up, PJ. I can go take a shit while you get some questions in.
I think they answered all the questions
I'm
I needed.
I'm gonna go make some sorbet. Take a dump, roll a couple cigarettes, and I'll come back in 12 or 15 when he's done.
I'll bake a cake. I'll throw a meatloaf in the oven. We'll come back. We'll still be answering questions, the 2 of them.
And we'll have a much more better knowledge of what to expect from the game then, right?
Oh.
Saints offense is going to try to run the ball and take deep shots.
Well, yes, of course, PJ. Yes, sir.
No, they're gonna do what they do best, man. They're gonna exactly what you're talking about. They're gonna jam Kamara down our throat. Do the trick shit on the goal line in the red zone with Taysom. Do the things that are successful for the team, man.
Mm-hmm. It's not really.
Derek Carr gets a little frustrated. Derek Carr gets a little frustrated. He starts trying to take deep shots. Mm-hmm. So if it's 3rd and 3, he doesn't necessarily throw it 3 yards.
That's the same thing that happened when he was with the Raiders. Yep. It's kind of the same thing. You know what to expect, but at least the guy's an NFL quarterback. He's in the top 32.
Well, good luck convincing
we haven't had that. We haven't had that for fucking like ever.
What if Jay Cutler was fine?
Yeah.
He was fine.
You miss cigarette?
That's the last quarterback I could think of for the Bears, though.
Well, that's the only one we had, except for like Jim McMahon for a few years, and then you got to go back to the 40s, dude.
Hey, come on, Rex Grossman, guys.
I was just gonna say the juggernaut of Rex Grossman.
Ricky Williams was fine too, wasn't he?
He married Ditka, didn't he?
Yeah, more Ditka crap. Yes.
DJ, take shots of all people over here.
Yeah. I figured Cutler and Williams kind of comparable there.
I know y'all made the playoffs a little bit with Cutler, didn't you?
Yeah.
Williams' best years were in Miami. All he did was wipe out our draft stock and get Mike Ditka fired.
Mm-hmm.
And then got better when he went to Miami.
Yeah.
That's what he just said. All the numbers are in Miami, dude. Of course.
Because Miami was smart and they just started faking his drug tests, obviously. Why the hell would we be smart like that?
It's like
that's freaking simple.
Kicks our ass on the Bengals. Cedric Benson. That was a disaster in him.
Oh, I remember Benson.
Yeah.
Now, I loved when you guys had Vic Fangio as your linebacker coach with those 4 all-star linebackers.
Oh, Dome Patrol. Hell yeah.
That's defense.
Oh, man. What a beast.
Man.
That was a beast in itself. Just them 4 guys, dude. Fuck.
Still got posters of those guys, man.
Oh, what are their names? Come on, let's think of their names. What were their 4 names?
Mills.
Sam Mills.
Sam Mills.
Sam Mills.
You can do it.
Fuck.
I
We
can't.
even have Saints fans here. Come on, guys.
You can do it. Come on.
Sam
Can't do it.
Mills. Come on, chat.
What's up, Matt? So Ricky Jackson, Hall of Famer.
Yeah.
Okay,
obviously.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Dale.
Sam Mills, Ricky Jackson,
Pat Swilling.
Pat.
Best one.
Swilling was one of my favorite fucking dudes, man.
Wait, Pat Swillman?
Swilling. Yeah.
Pat Swilling.
Pat Swilling, yes.
Swilling. Swilling.
Yes. What was the fourth guy?
Vaughn Johnson.
Oh, yes.
You know, it's funny. He's got the most.
It's all right. We don't know who the monsters of the Midway were either, so we're even.
Nobody was here in the 40s. Nobody was here in the 40s except people keep saying the monsters of the Midway are the 60s. It's 1940, so nobody knows but me.
Wait, can you guys name our linebackers from that era though?
Your linebacker from that era?
Yeah, from the 85 defense.
We had three pretty good ones. One of them's in the
Mike Singletary.
Uh-huh.
Yep.
Oh,
Hall of Famer.
And two other guys that play with Mike Singletary.
Yeah.
He answered it better than we answered theirs, dude.
So, Otis Wilson, Marshall, Wilbur Marshall. There you go. Right.
It's still
Gun to my head, gun to my dick. I wouldn't have gotten that.
Look, I had to think back to Tecmo Bowl. Okay, I was picking those guys. All right, and I remember them.
If I'm not mistaken, your four linebackers made the Pro Bowl that one year altogether.
Yeah.
Yeah,
They were stellar.
very impressive.
And our offense was so bad, we still couldn't win a Super Bowl with them.
That's it.
Who'd you have? Bears, your quarterback was his name?
Oh man, our horrible radio announcer, Bobby Hebert.
Still on the radio.
Bobby Herbert.
Hey, at least he's a good radio announcer, guys.
No, he is terrible. Look, we all get hit in the head a lot, man. I've had a few concussions myself, but when you get to the point where you can no longer form comprehensive sense, just be coherent for 5 minutes. Just sound like me when I'm not as drunk as I am right now. That's all we need from you, Bobby. Oh, I'm the father of the Who Dat Nation. Fuck off, Bobby Hebert.
Yo, he will ask a Saints coach a question, and
then answer it himself 10 minutes later.
Answer it himself. He's gonna talk about something in his playing days, and then come back to the guest, and they're gonna be like, "Well, I don't know what the question was."
Well, you know, Saints legends like myself and Drew Brees, you just compare yourself to Drew Brees. Get the fuck out of here.
I'm telling you, that dude is something else.
I take back what I said about Archie. Bobby Hebert is the most overrated quarterback in Saints history.
There you go.
Sorry, Archie.
You guys are so much fun, man. Oh man.
Well, when we match up in the playoffs, we can do this again.
Yeah.
Archie was so good. You guys wish you had him today playing for you. He killed it today.
Or at least one of his kids, you know.
Yeah, that's true.
Well, guys,
anybody in that family almost.
Let's have you come on, promote yourselves before we let you go, because we're gonna wrap this up here in a little bit. We have to talk shit about you like you did after I left your show a little bit.
Cool.
All of my mean comments were directed at Bobby. All right, Shorty. Like you and me, we good.
No, as soon as I left, it was so funny. You're like, that Bears, they were the worst. I hate those guys. I never want to talk to them again.
Well, normally I don't have to see them again the next day after we do that show.
That's true. It's the first time we ever saw somebody again.
You can learn something every day, Gregory.
Hey, man, you guys are seriously.
Say that again, Dale, because I cut you off.
That was the first time we actually talked to somebody after we talked smack. So, yeah.
The next day, yeah.
Yeah.
That or people usually just don't watch enough of our show to realize that I talk shit.
But yeah, BS and Beer Media. You can find us anywhere you get podcasts, on YouTube. We do a bunch of different shows. We've got the Beer Run, which was yesterday. It's our weekly Saints show. We're just going to talk about what happened, and we're going to talk about next week. And we
review beer. So if you have any beer suggestions, send them to us on Twitter. Our handles are in our names right over here.
Yeah. We usually have a guest on, and that's where we talk to the guests. After the games, we do the Beer Chaser. That's our post game, and We also will do fantasy show, Frenemies Fantasy Football Podcast. And if any of you guys like to talk college football, I do a college football podcast called the SEC Pub, also on the network. So yeah, these are all the shows we got going on, man. So
if you really love Dale's beautiful, beautiful voice, you can hear it just about every day with the amount of shows he does.
Yeah,
fair enough.
Yeah.
When I saw the BS and Bears, I'm like, oh, these guys talk Bears too? What the fuck? How are they a New Orleans show, man?
Didn't realize. Oh shit! I can't read. It's beer.
Well, I didn't want to tell them I'm like dyslexic, colorblind. I can't even see what the fuck I'm talking about.
You give me a 6-pack, I'll talk about the Bears for an hour. I don't give a shit. Let's do this.
Sorry, man. I'm not willing to invest that much money in the Bears yet.
That's great.
You guys are seriously a lot of fun, and you guys are awesome. And I've subscribed to your channel. I will be checking you guys out myself some more because you're a lot of fun, man. It's been a lot of fun having you guys on with us tonight.
Yeah, appreciate you guys, man. We have to cross paths again, man.
Oh,
y'all take care now.
We definitely will.
I'm a stalker, dude. I'm going to be watching you guys, dude. So,
all right.
My lighting right. I'll get all pretty up there for you.
Hey, Dale.
This is my good side. So if you're going to be watching, try to just watch the side of the screen.
He really is. He's a stalker. For real. We're smiling and laughing, but he really is a stalker.
You'll see.
I'm so frightened
in your chat.
I hate this.
Like John Wayne Gacy paneling, dude, says it all.
Got bodies behind us.
He's actually recording from the inside of a windowless van parked outside of Dale's house as we speak.
Uh-oh.
That's why Dale's got the green screen behind him, right?
Right. That's right.
Man, I mean, seriously, you guys are so much fucking fun. Cannot wait to have another time to hang out with you. Like, we'll be doing stuff for the draft this off season. It'd be great to like have you guys on for that, just to talk about your experiences and stuff. If at anything that if we can't do something before that, because it'd be great to do something with you guys again, because you guys are a lot of fun.
Yeah.
Look, anytime I'm on here with you guys, I'm not changing diapers or helping them with the dishes or whatever. I'm just coming here and have a drink with you guys. I prefer that. Let's do that.
Well, you did say last night that you'd be on here naked. That has not happened. So I was.
Well, it's only bottoms down, and my camera's kind of stuck.
Oh, okay.
So
don't worry about it, Gregory, because fucking only one of us is growing a playoff beard that we were supposed to both do, at the beginning of the year.
Fair.
Somebody doing what they said. The other fucking, I forgot, dude.
It was my idea. I said, let's grow a playoff beard. I forgot. That's why Foster looks like a homeless man right now.
And it usually playoff teams that grow playoff beard?
The best thing is when I'm walking to my car, if I wait like 2 or 3 steps, somebody usually throws me a buck or two. It works out.
I think it's really supportive of you guys to have us on the show and grow beards for our playoff run that we're going to go on, and I think that's pretty nice of you guys. I mean,
the minute the Saints make the playoffs, I'm shaving this off, man. That's what I meant the whole time, Gregory. You just saved me months of bullshit. I probably would have had to wait till next fucking year to shave this thing, dude. So now I'm just rolling with as soon as the Saints make the playoffs, and you guys better make the fucking playoffs. Dude.
That's right.
Somebody, this guy shaved that damn thing. Somebody.
It's us or Baker Mayfield, man. That's what we're at.
Am I confused? But why does Foster keep calling you Gregory?
I have no idea. That ain't my name.
What is it? What's your name?
It's just Craig. It's close enough, though. You're fine, buddy.
Craig. Okay.
We got here. We got here. Don't worry about it. We're good, man. Foster. I love those drive-through ice cream places you have. Those Foster's Freeze are great. So I'm a big fan of your work too.
I like the beer myself, but
and down here in New Orleans we have Bananas Foster. So really, you're contributing desserts to us too. I just, I'm just thankful. I'm thankful for you guys.
I get called Bananas Foster all the fucking time, dude. Everywhere I go.
Thanks,
sometimes they just say, "Hey, banana."
It's only because your mustache is stained with nicotine.
My little fucking,
Thanks, Gregory.
All right, fuck you, PJ, man. You know what I think of this kind of crap. Exactly.
It's the camaraderie that makes the sport special.
That's right. That's right. That's right.
We do this shit every Thursday night.
Yeah. Hey, we're here every Thursday, guys. Jeez.
Oh,
Look, I'll just wear a different hat and I'll pretend I'm a Falcons for whoever the hell you're talking. No, I won't be Falcons.
There you go.
Whoever else you play, I'll pretend to be that.
Our viewers won't even notice, man, because they're drinking their bourbon too. They don't even know we got a show going right now. They don't even know this is live.
Just change your name. Like next week, it'll be the.
No, next week you could use Craig. Thanks, Gregory.
I'm actually going to show up disguised as Dale next week, and you'll never know the difference.
I won't, because I'm going to go pick up a bunch of your bourbon and drink it before that show.
There you go.
It'll be the Lions Cajun.
I'm happy to share.
Cajun. It'll be the whiskey Cajun, the Detroit Cajun, the Minnesota Cajun.
It'd be nice to be a Detroit fan right now. Fuck.
Yep.
Easier.
Yeah.
I bet you guys wish you had the Lions in your division instead of like I don't know.
I'm good.
No, we love our division.
I'm good chasing the 4-4 Falcons who just changed quarterbacks after 8 games. Yeah, I'm good.
Yeah.
Stay here.
All right, guys. It has been great having you on the show. We're gonna let you go so we can wrap this up. Seriously, much love to you guys and what you guys got going on over at your channel over there. It's awesome. Awesome to hang out with you guys tonight. We would love to have you back on again whenever we can. It'd be awesome.
All right,
Don't worry, man. I'll
appreciate
make
y'all.
sure they never come back.
drink, it's on us.
Their chat starting this week.
Thanks, Dale, for joining us.
Who that?
Thanks, Gregory.
All right, who that, y'all?
Who that? Stay safe, gentlemen.
Who that is right here. Who that is right here, guys. How much fun were those guys? Holy shit.
That Foster boy, I'm telling you, because he was calling Gregory the whole time.
I'm like, thanks for finally correcting him on that shit.
I was like, wait a minute. He keeps saying, I'm like, is the guy last name Gregory?
I want you to wait like 45 minutes an hour to do that, Pete. Somebody should have just told me right off the bat. Dude, his name's Craig, not Gregory, you dick.
I thought it was his last name. I didn't know. That's why I had to ask. I was like, he's calling him Gregory. Is that his last name?
Apparently not. Craig.
Great guess. Man, they were the chat loves these guys. They were a lot of fun, weren't they?
Absolutely, man. Absolutely. That's got to do whatever longer with them next time. We got to hang out with them longer. Like
For
you
sure.
said, sometime in the off season, maybe we get them on and we go over some comparative team. We'll probably
After they
be
make that trade
somehow,
after they trade Olave to the Bears.
unless they win their division and go on to great things.
We can get a hold of them after they make that trade for Olave to the Bears to help out Fields.
Yeah, I'm sure they're going to get right on that.
Yeah.
Oh God.
I forgot. I wanted to ask them what they thought of Sweat. Just their opinion of Montez Sweat, man.
Well, I'm sorry I cut him off too early. Trying to keep this to 2 hours now. I already have
important, man, not important. Dude.
Speaking of Sweat, we never did get Walt's answer on what did he think about the trade.
Okay, I'm out of here.
Bye. No, I think the Montez Sweat trade was fine. I think it kind of fell into our laps at the end of the day. You know, that's why there was no conditional extension added to the deal. I'm sure the original plan was to go with Chase Young initially.
Yeah.
And then with the medical issues, you know, they raised a red flag, the deal fell through. So now you're kind of scrambling a bit.
Yeah.
And it just happened to be like, well, hey, you know, you offer us a second, we'll give you Montez Sweat, who, you know, like we said before, is the more reliable player right now. He missed a couple games last year to a broken jaw, but outside of that, he's played every game.
I agree.
And he's outproducing Chase Young at this point.
I agree with everything you're saying. I think that's exactly what happened there. The original plan was to go after Chase, and when things was going through, especially when they was asking for a third or conditional second, it was like, yeah, those medicals ain't working out, and we don't know. So, yeah, they bailed, I believe, and went right to Sweat. Because what I actually thought was going to happen, I thought for a moment, I say I wouldn't be surprised if they tried to get both of them.
That's what I thought too.
Yeah, I really did. I thought they was going to try to get both of them, but in order to get both of them, and I would have been okay with this, I thought they probably would have had to give up Ndakwe as well as some picks, which I would have been fine with because it seemed like Ndakwe, he's not that Batman that we thought he was. Maybe he'll play better now that Sweat's there, but he's not been doing it for me.
No, I mean the only other deal I thought about besides that was possibly getting a little extra time to negotiate with Jalen Johnson prior to the deadline, and then maybe shipping him to Washington for Chase Young and an extra couple of picks if possible. So,
Okay.
Yeah, because they could have used the help too there in that the cornerback room in Washington. But it's like you guys just said, because here's the one thing. We were not going to get either one of those guys. Well, it turns out we could possibly get Chase now that he's the one who stated that he's not staying there. He wants to test free agency. But not knowing that going into the trade time, I was thinking, crap, if we don't get one of them, we might not get either of them. None of them. So, and like I said, I've been saying it since March. If we could get the right trade for Sweat, that's the guy I wanted. I think, and then I told Jerry, shut the fuck up because you're content. This is pissing me off right after that, if I remember correctly.
No, you're exactly correct.
Where did he go, man? He disappeared. They disappeared.
Oh, he had to go to the bathroom.
I think with the Sweat deal, with the Chase Young deal, Chase Young to me is a better player than what Ndakwe is. So my thought is now that come free agency, if we go after Young, considering if his thing works out, his medicals, I would rather have him, and I would still draft a defensive end early. I would definitely. I would go with those three.
Yeah, because the draft class ain't looking the greatest at that position right now.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. So I would still go that way because, yeah, I mean, the fact that Chase Young wants to test free agency, Sweat is the move. You get Sweat, you get him re-signed. To your point, I think you brought up earlier, Foster, about whether or not he'll go to Atlanta. I think if he gets here, now that we re-signed Billups, and they can see a cohesiveness developing, he would want to see re-signed here. But we got to show him something that we know, hey, we're on the right track. But if we're scattered and not signing people, so I think it's imperative that we sign Jalen Johnson so we can see that we're building something here. Then you go, you know what? Okay, this is a place to have something, as opposed to going to Atlanta where they still don't know who their quarterback is going to be. So we need to show them that this is the place to be.
Stable franchise on the up.
Yeah. Got it.
We need to show a lot of free agents that, because we've got
Absolutely.
money to do something this year. So we've got to make it a point to say, hey, we know we've got our issues, but look at where we've come from a year ago. And we need to make some good progress here these last
agreed.
The last, eight games here.
Yeah, but it's also dependent on the health of our middle linebacker. He gotta come back and show, because that's the thing. I mean, we gotta show people that we're building something, and that's the key.
Well, I mean, with the middle linebacker, you can slot Sanborn in now and have Noah Sewell come up and take over his spot. So that, that's always an option.
True.
I know, Foster, you were talking about the Sweat hitting free agency and possibly not getting anybody anyways. The whole problem with that was at the beginning, if either one was traded, more than likely one would have been kept. So there's no guarantee somebody goes into free agency. We saw that last year with Deron Payne. He ended up getting tagged and signed by the Commanders, and we were shit out of luck. So, like I said weeks before, Poles, why play the game and say, oh well, I want this guy, he's part of my equation, but I'm going to wait till free agency, which may never happen. I'm going to go ahead and I'll pay the premium and get the guy.
Yeah.
Everyone brings up go ahead, Foster.
No, I was just going to say, because of what you said. I said, did you happen to see what Skylark was saying? How you doing, Skylark? Thanks for stopping in tonight too, buddy.
What's up, Skylark?
didn't like Poles giving up the second round pick, and he should have just waited until free agency. And if you heard what Walt was saying about there might have been nobody there. There might be nobody. It might have been nobody at free agency. And you had mentioned where, and I thought the same thing too, and I think everybody else did, where, okay, they're only going to get rid of Sweat or Montez. I mean, Sweat or Young. I don't think anybody thought they were both going to be put on the market at the same time. Did you guys?
Well, I heard that late last week that they both was on the market.
Yeah, but if you go back, and that's just a rumor, but I mean, if you go back the week before that, I don't think anybody thought they were both going to be on the market. Did you guys?
True.
Yeah, I mean, the definite
everybody kept saying it was going to be Chase Young. It was going to be Chase Young.
Yeah.
Or Montez Sweat, or I think it was Montez Sweat they were saying, because Young's younger and everything, and then people brought up the medical. So I don't know. I really like that we got him for what we did, and I really believe, because Poles is not this kind of guy who's just going to go do something to have him for 8-9 games, whatever's left here, right?
I was really holding out for you, PJ, because I know you want to have Chase Young's babies and his grandbabies and his grandbabies. So I was really holding out hope for you, bro.
What?
You heard me. We all know you want to have Chase Young's grandbabies and grandbabies and shit. You love Chase Young. You want to marry him.
No, I Michael, you missed this part. What I said was, when he was gone, I'm okay with it because of the medicals not checking out.
Right, that's what I was about to say. Yes.
Yeah, so I'm really okay with how we did it. The fact that Sweat also has not declared, I want to test out free agency, like Young has said. Young says he wants to test free agency. Sweat has not. So we can re-sign Sweat, and then we still have a possibility of getting Young in free agency if Ndakwe don't work out, and still draft a defensive end high. I mean, so it's still before us. Whereas I think if we would have signed Young, I'm not sure we would have been able to get Sweat in free agency.
If it's true that the teams that were looking for a trade, he didn't pass their physicals or whatever it might have been.
Greg Gabriel, he said that there wasn't a recent MRI to see the arthritis, if arthritis was bad enough in the knee or whatnot. That's what he was saying. Okay,
so that being the case, if all the teams passed up on that and he does have arthritis going into his, the Niners went all in. Like, I think we all agree, right? They went all in.
No, it was a calculated risk because if you give up a third, but it turns into a second if he meets certain criteria playing time. So but then
the Super Bowl though, like if you don't, then you have to re-sign him depending on if he plays well enough. If he doesn't, it's a half a season wonder. He's gone.
But then you get the comp
he is testing free agency. He stated it.
Yeah,
that's what I'm saying. I mean, but if he goes somewhere else, he
can get money. That's his idea. Sorry,
I'm just saying he gets San Francisco get a comp pick if he goes somewhere else. So it's a low risk for them.
Yes,
because they only gave up a comp pick so far to get it. So you'll get that comp pick back if you lose it.
And they've got I believe 3 other comp picks coming this season anyways. Yeah. And they're all, I think it's 3 third-rounders if I'm not mistaken. So
one for McGlinchey and one for the coach.
What matter of fact, here's what it was. If it's it's going to be one of those comp picks, and it'll probably be in the lower 100s. Gabriel said that, and somebody else said the same shit.
Well, yes, because of the coach, DeMarco Williams. Right. You get a third for that. You get a third for the GM that went somewhere. I forgot his name. And then you get one for McGlinchey. So it's going to be one of those, the lowest one of those, I think he said. So that's what I'm saying. So if they don't re-sign Young come next year or year after, they get another comp pick, hopefully, for not re-signing Young, depending on, of course, his contract being the year that he didn't sign.
Fuck the Niners. Sorry. I got 2 questions for everybody, though. What do you guys think of, first off,
Maurice Crawford? Yeah.
signing Billings back, man? I great move, man. That guy's a
Great
beast, dude. Love
That
it.
was good.
And I knew it was coming. I was waiting for that. So what are you guys all good? I mean, Billings, your thoughts on Billings?
Andrew Billings, yes.
Yeah.
Great move. 4.25 per year.
Yeah.
Great move. Because he's getting what, 3, I think now.
$6 million guaranteed, and he's earned it. He's earned
Yes.
it, man. He's been around doing his shit.
Agreed.
And then
Agreed.
what do you think, Walt? You in?
Yeah, no, the deal's fine. I was fine with them signing him 1 year. I wanted him to resign in the offseason, and they just, they're ahead of the game. So I'm good with that.
Agreed.
We're on a good page there. And then the other thing is, my man Travis Bell got poached and is on a 53-man roster. He'll be probably seeing some time this weekend. You guys know that, right?
What happened?
Travis Bell
Uh-huh.
is no longer with the Bears. He was poached. He's on a 53-man roster. I believe he will be playing on the Atlanta Falcons this week. He'll be playing in the game probably, maybe.
Wow.
He'll be dressing for the game because they put him on a 53-man roster.
Yep.
Wow.
Well, they have to, but there's no room for him here anyways. So good, more power to him.
I honestly,
I was waiting for this to happen. I think Swifty even talked about it before. I mentioned it on his show even, or one of his things the other day. I'm going, I knew it was going to happen. And the only positive that you can really take out of this, because of what happened last year with Zach Thomas and this year with Travis Bell, is Poles is picking right people because they wouldn't be poaching him like that.
the issue I got with it,
and I want to back Poles again because there's still people out there that thinks the guy sucks, that he should be fired. I don't see what they're not seeing. He's maybe nothing's ever going to be perfect. The guy's mostly doing the right shit. He's doing what he said. He's building the team through the draft, dragging in free agents. So we can't have it today because we're little babies. We want it yesterday.
well, I just think
we can fuck with this crap through the middle of next year, but that's just the way it is.
I think what we should have done, being Eberflus, instead of playing Justin Jones, he should have had Travis Bell come up.
Bell out there. Yeah.
Because
Jones is making the money, but see, and he's progressed too as he's been in the practice squad, man.
yeah, I would have liked to see what he could have done. I would have liked to see what he could have done for us.
We were all
you'll get to be able to, but it might be in an Atlanta Falcons jersey.
So PJ, are you saying that you wanted Travis Bell to take Justin Jones' spot, or just have him on the roster? Period.
Well, Justin Jones, to me, he hasn't really done much. So because I don't think he's going to be
better than you're saying. Sorry.
Yeah.
I don't think he's going to do. I don't think we're going to re-sign him because I think we signed him to 2 years and he'll be done at the end of this year. So it's before letting Travis Bell walk, because I think the Bears have a right to match it before they let him go. I would have released Justin Jones and brought up Travis Bell just to see what he can give me. If he's doing it in practice, though.
Yeah, that's a hard sell for me, at least. I mean, Justin Jones he's not the greatest player in the world. He's not the worst, though. He's outplaying Blyle Nichols, who he replaced on the roster when he went over to Vegas. Like you said, he's probably not going to hang around after this year. He's probably gone. But you already have Gervon Dexter and Zach Pickens who could jump up the roster. We already have Billings. We have Billings as this mainstay at nose tackle for the next 2 seasons. So that slot's already taken. So you only have one defensive tackle slot to fill on the main line. Right now, you just put in Gervon Dexter because there's nobody in the draft that's going to overtake him, so to speak. There's some good guys. I know Skylark was asking before. You have, the guy Newton out of Illinois, Mason Smith out of LSU. Wingo out of LSU, too, is another one of my guys I've been watching. He took over that first game when they played in Florida State during opening weekend, and he looked really good. Now, there's a few guys sprinkled here or there, but, there's no Jalen Carter, so to speak.
Right. Well, that's what I'm saying. I mean, so I'm just curious. I mean, we don't have the luxury of seeing what he's doing in practice. So if Justin Jones is way better than he is, okay, fine. But my initial reaction hearing Foster, because I just heard it just now, my initial reaction is we didn't even get a chance to see what he's like in playing in actual game time with the Bears, and we letting him go like we did with Zach Thomas last year before he can get a chance to actually play with us.
True, but I mean, what is Zach Thomas doing right now? I mean, he's on the Rams roster, but
well, he started a few games last year.
Well, I think he started one game last year.
I mean,
did he even start?
I think he started a couple of games last year. I think. I can't remember. I don't know for sure, but that's what I'm saying. I mean, but Zach Thomas, the one we got in the 6th round.
Zach Thomas has played one game so far, and it wasn't a start.
And that was this year?
No, for
that
us.
He didn't play any against us.
Oh, no,
that was last year.
Last year, okay. One game.
One game.
Okay. Well, he was a guy who was going to need some coaching up and working his way into the lineup, just like the Tyree Carter and just like a bunch more of them.
Yeah.
You don't get Braxton Jones in the 5th round every freaking year. Somebody does, but not every team.
Travis Bell was, a project player like Zachary Thomas, Thomas Graham Jr. That's another one.
Yeah,
we have 22 people in chat. It looks like, or 22 people at least watching. So I want to know, what do you think the problem is here? Everyone in chat, I want to take
Dan's on the show.
A consensus poll in chat. Is the problem the head coach or the offensive coordinator? Head coach or offensive coordinator? Everyone, please answer in chat. I want to know.
What was that taco commercial? Why not both?
Or are you saying the problem with the offense?
With the entire team. If you had to pick one or the other, what is it?
I like the tackle thing itself there, Walt.
Yeah, I mean, Cliff Victoria is saying coaching, and I'm going to get behind that. It's not just Eberflus, it's not just Getsy, it's the entire thing. And I brought this up with Swifty earlier today, and we were discussing it. Let's take a page out of the Raiders book. Mike McDaniels had a better record than Matt Eberflus, and he's gone. He's not coming back.
Josh or Mike?
Yeah. Josh McDaniels. There's more to it than just that. They were having a lot of interpersonnel issues and things like that. But, we lost Alan Williams to God knows what. David Walker, or is it David Walker? Was his name, the running back coach? He's gone. And that was another HR issue, which for some reason, I don't know why people found it completely preposterous that HR was involved in an issue like this. It was his second reprimand. So you got to figure he was on some sort of a PIP going in. And,
gotta follow the rules.
Yeah. So I'm already questioning Luce's judge of character a little bit from those two reasons. The players are playing, hard at times. So he hasn't officially lost the locker room like the way McDaniels did.
Right.
But
there's a big difference though with the Raiders and the Bears, man. The Raiders weren't they in the playoffs last year?
The Raiders were 6-10 last year.
2 years ago. 2 years ago.
2 years ago. Okay.
Yeah.
And
before they hired him.
Yeah.
Okay. So, and then just their roster. I mean, you look at the rosters going into the beginning of this season. Man, I love the offense that the Raiders. You would think they would have had with Garoppolo and Adams and Jacoby Myers, and the tight end that they got that they don't use that they got from Dallas, and
they have the leading rusher.
And having him, I mean, you would think, okay, you should be able to turn that team around pretty quickly, man. And apparently, I mean, you could see what he did with that team in the last 2 years, even turning over on quarterback. But you're trading Garoppolo for Carr. You're basically getting the same guy, except which one's going to be injured more. And we know it's going to be Garoppolo. Right? Well, just if you go through history.
Well, I think McDaniels did what he did in Denver, meaning that when he first got there, Carr had a very good year the year before he got there, same as Cutler did. Then he gets there, and for whatever reason, oh, I don't like this quarterback. I need another one. So let me get my guy, as opposed to going with Carr, who had just finished having a good year and made the playoffs the year before. So then he comes in and he benches Carr halfway through the season or whatever it was. And after getting Devontae Adams to come and play, you got Josh Jacobs leading the league in rushing. You're having the tight end Waller having a great year. You have all these good things going for you, and you want to mess it up. So what McDaniels did was just, dude, I don't know what he's thinking. So he lost the locker room. Although Flus hasn't lost a locker room, he just hasn't been able to win games.
That's what I was getting back to with Walt on, because that's whose conversation I took over there. I apologize, Walt.
No, I mean it's not even that. It's the thing with Flus and Getsy is you've seen time and time again that there's a very brief flash of brilliance, and we saw that in Washington, we saw that in Denver, and it's 2,000 steps back the other direction, and it's done repeatedly over and over and over again. You know, I've seen enough at this point. You know, they're not going to change. You know, if Flus wants to take a demotion and hang around a defensive coordinator, I'd even entertain that option.
As long as the new coach would okay it.
Yeah. I mean, a lot of people are going on like, well, who's going to come in and call plays and et cetera, et cetera. You don't need your interim head coaches or coordinators to be world movers. They're there to be a tourniquet, almost slow the bleeding down to where you can fix the problem later on. I mean, what are you going to do? Lose more games? You're already 2-6 at this point. So who cares?
Yeah, absolutely. I get that. They're going to be here all next year too, dude. Same coaching staff. They're not changing coaching staff.
I mean,
I take that back. I have to see how the season plays out, but it wouldn't surprise me if they're here, man.
If you lose Sunday against the Saints and then you lose again against Carolina,
that one
it's a hard sell. You're going.
Right. I could see the Saints, but Carolina's you cannot lose that game. Who did they just beat?
You better not lose that game for the Bears.
Did you see who the Raiders brought in?
Yeah, they brought in Antonio Pierce as head coach and
the guy from the Bears as a GM.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep.
They brought somebody else in as offensive coordinator too, a young new guy.
Yeah.
So
okay.
So I mean, teams are doing it. It's not like it's craziness or some wild thing going on.
Yeah.
So there's that.
But here's a problem though. If you think about it, okay, let's say we have a horrible record for the rest of the year. What incentivizes Sweat to want to resign with us? If we are a dumpster fire, being horrible, I mean that capital that we spent.
Dumpster fire.
Kind of answered this. Sweat himself kind of answered it in his presser yesterday. If you look at it and listen closely, he didn't directly answer it, but what's going to make his decision is the coaching and the personnel and the people that he's playing around.
That's what I'm saying.
But still, you can, if there's something tolerable for everything, because it's a growth period, and we're trying to rush this growth period that always used to take 3 to 5 years. We're trying to do it in a year and a half. I keep forgetting that myself, dude, because you got to be honest with yourself. I keep fucking kidding myself with that. So I think he kind of answered it, and then I was going to say, Shorty, I don't know what you got to do schedule-wise, because after PJ finishes this, maybe we'll take a look at the 4 or 5 questions up there. Sorry, guys.
But that's what I'm saying. I mean, for me, if we're trying to re-sign Sweat, if we're not winning, I don't see why he would want to stay here.
That's the only thing I'm worried about.
You better get the deal done.
We don't even have to win a ton, but we've got to show. We've got to stay in these games, keep them close. In the games that we should win, we got to fucking win them.
No, you have to get the contract done now.
Absolutely.
Before the season ends. Absolutely. Because, like you said, you don't want that to happen. And this team is not going to fucking win this year. It would take a miracle for them to make the playoffs at this point.
Right.
So, I mean, this season is over, guys. this is why I question, why did they do this? If so, I'm just going through I'm pontificating, right? So from you go from a head coach that was interviewed before the general manager, then the general manager is hired, then hires the head coach that was interviewed by McCaskey. Okay, nothing weird there. And then after that, the new team president is hired, and now it's like the whole thing with, is Justin Fields Ryan Poles guy? Well, is Ryan Poles Kevin Warren's guy? Type of thing that now that could be going in place here. So like, if Kevin Warren had to sign off on this trade, and therefore this trade must have already had a contract that was being negotiated and probably negotiated. So just make it real now so that we know that you're signed. Because if this is a fireable offense for Poles, if this doesn't happen before the season ends,
But
if it goes into, the off season, it's
didn't they ask Sweat directly whether or not about him resigning? And that's when he said it depends on a lot of different things, and he rambled off all those different things. Am I correct, Shorty?
I didn't see it.
I did. I mean, there's even stuff in the chat about it.
Yeah.
Because Leo stated this. Leo Factor writes, Sweat has all the leverage. If I was him, I would get franchise tagged and go get paid the highest bidder. Who cares that Chicago wastes the second round pick? Everybody can agree with that statement, right?
Yes.
Well, the only thing is what Cliff is saying here, which Cliff Victoria says, Sweat blew that exact question off. Leo, he wants to sign. That's Cliff's opinion. There could be other things to it. My opinion on that statement is this, that everybody's saying they expect the contract soon. I got a feeling Sweat's going to wait a few weeks before he even looks at the contract, because he's going to get to know people, which he said. He goes, I want to know my teammates, get involved in the system. I'm ready to play this Sunday. Well, so I think he's going to be more cautious than he leads on.
Can you pull up that press conference?
Every matter to his representatives are going to handle all that. The only thing that I'm going to do is get to people on this field and get to know this team, and I'm ready to play this Sunday. I can play this Sunday. I believe I can play this Sunday.
Yeah, but
multiple downs.
But I remember him saying something about it depends, and that's what I'm saying. He listened to the climate and all these other type of things. So that's why I wanted Walt to pull up the presser so we can actually hear what he said, because that's what I'm saying. For me, how I'm interpreting it is, if we not putting out a good product on the field, he's not going to want to re-sign here.
Well, you know what I got to say to that real quick, Peach? Fucking watch the presser like everybody else. Don't make us do it for you. I'm joking around, dude.
Let me see if I can.
And there we go.
No, Dan's already got it.
All right.
Well, welcome. How surprised are you that you're here right now? How do you feel about this landing spot?
I'm grateful, blessed, happy to be here. I'm just happy to be here, ready to get to work.
Obviously, you're playing on the last year of your deal. Have you spoken with the Bears at all about a potential contract extension yet?
I'm sure my agents and them are talking about something, but I haven't. I'm not really in it right now. Just ready to get to work.
How do you process the contract piece of things, knowing that your deal does expire at the end of this year, and that, I'm sure you're trying to figure out what's next for you beyond this year for several years?
Yeah, I mean, it's thought about. Obviously, a player always wants to have security playing the sport that we playing, but I mean, I'm sure everything will work itself out.
Are there things you would like to see here to commit to being here long term? I mean, you probably know very little about what you've just joined.
Yeah, I'm just taking it one day at a time. Everything is happening kind of fast right now. Just waiting for it to slow down and we hit the ground running when we get there.
So, what do you think so far?
He hasn't committed no way, one way or another.
Right.
No commitment at all.
Okay.
But Cliff's got an inside track. He's been talking to his Chicago real estate buddies, and they're saying that he's looking for a house. I'm joking. I'm making that one up, dude.
If he was buying a house, he has all the fire signs. I know the signs.
So what that basically is telling me is, if we don't show him that we're building something, that we're working towards the right thing, he's out of here.
Mm-hmm.
Because he's like, look,
damn possible, Peach.
Huh?
I said it's damn possible. That's why I said I think DVD said it even. He's not looking for a deal for 2 or 3 weeks either. And that's his opinion about Sweat. But yeah. I'm still leaning to him signing, man. Don't know.
I hope he does.
Can't guarantee it.
I hope
it's already stated that his representatives in the Bears have already been discussing this extension. So that's a good thing. And I still believe that Poles is no dummy. He's not going to make this trade if there weren't parameters already set that the Bears are going to need to be in this range or something like that. They just don't, like Frisco knew exactly what they were doing. So did Chase Young.
To my
I'm
point,
sure Montez Sweat has a pretty good idea of what he's doing the minute he finds out he's getting traded. He was literally on his way to go practice when they pulled him off the practice field before he even got there and told him he was traded. So, something happens, you hustle and you get a little plan together when something goes wrong in your day or your life. I'm sure he's, okay. And he knew that this could potentially happen for how many weeks? I might get traded anytime right now. He knew that. So
you're feeding right in.
Just try and look at everything. Take the blinders off from being one-sided Bears fan and look at every potential. Look at it all from his side of the deal. Because this is a great place to live and have your kids grow up. It really is, man. Look at Robbie Gould. He's wished he would have been with the Bears longer in hindsight at the time. He still comes back here. There's other players too, man, that live all throughout this area. Players stayed here for how many fucking decades? So,
True. Thanks for rambling on so I forgot my point.
That was my whole point of doing it, man. I told you I'd get them all.
Totally worked. Never mind.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, bottom line, this was not a win-now deal, and Poles knew that. This is more of a long-term move.
Well, I think what you also have to take in consideration, Poles always have this mindset of, we have a number for you. If we don't think your number is the number you have, if our number doesn't match up with yours, I'm not coming off my number. That's why Roquan is not here. So Jalen Johnson right now, he thinks he needs to be paid as one of the highest paid. He feels as though he's one of the best cornerbacks right now. So his pay ought to be according.
He just got his answer to that.
Poles feel like, hey, you're about the 5th or between the 5th and 10th best, and you ought to be paid according to that. So if there's a difference in pay there. So if Sweat feels as though, I think I ought to be paid like the highest paid defensive end, and Poles feel like, well, you need to be paid like the 10th best. I don't see Poles coming off that number because he hasn't shown that he will.
Swifty's in the house, dude.
What's up, Swift?
Swifty. What's up, bro?
Swift Sports Network says Poles and Sweat, both in capital letters, said the contract is already in the works.
Thank you.
So I think we just leave this at that, because we could go on with this. We could keep making our points, Pete. I hear everything you're saying too, Pete.
I finally got to talk and I got cut off before I got to finish, which was
good. So anyways,
I was saying that if fucking Kevin Warren didn't approve this contract in the first place, this trade, there would have to have been a contract already being discussed for Kevin Warren to even sign off on this, because it all comes down to, at the very end of the day, I think that Kevin Warren is going to ultimately give Ryan Poles a second contract. Doesn't matter. He'll get to choose another head coach, because I don't think any of us can sit here and say that Poles has done he's had mistakes, but he has not done a bad job. He's gotten us a fucking boatload of draft picks, guys. And no matter how you look at it, the fan base is debating about it. A fucking undrafted rookie free agent quarterback and Justin Fields. So that's a positive as Bears fans. We should be embracing that. So Kevin Warren definitely signed off on this with it being a contract that is going to be had in the future here. No matter how it pans out, there will be a contract.
Can I address what Swift is saying right here? He's saying that I'm blaming Poles for something that he don't think is true. Roquan wasn't paid because Eberflus told him he's not a scheme fit. Now, I haven't seen where it's said that Eberflus said he wasn't a scheme fit. I did hear Tony Dungy last week when they was talking to him with the Kenneth Davis and them. They asked him, was Roquan a scheme fit? Tony Dungy said he is absolutely a scheme fit for what we're running here as a will linebacker. So I'm not saying that Swifty's wrong. If there's somewhere that Eberflus said that, that's a whole nother conversation. But because I haven't seen that, that's why I said I think the numbers were different. If that's the case, what Swifty is saying is true, he can have it. I mean, I digress.
David Woods, seriously, you don't think the conversation weren't had before they brought him over? Of course, definitely. And thank you for joining us, David Woods. First time caller. Wow. Silence. Jesus Christ. What just happened?
I was actually reading what Swifty was saying in rebuttal. I mean, yeah.
Because everyone's like, hold on, what is Swifty saying?
Yeah, really.
Let's just pull it up here. Swifty, Eberflus speaks about his scheme all the time. He says, number one is length. Edmonds is lengthy. Yes. Roquan is short with short arms. Thank you, Swifty.
But
Just
hear me out.
He could fit in the scheme.
Think about it while you get pulled.
That's what I was just gonna pull him, damn it.
I beat you to it.
About time, man, you fucking slowpoke.
There you go. All right. You have the stage, PJ.
Roquan would play wheel that TJ Edwards is playing. Edmonds is playing Mike. The length is at the Mike. If we keep Roquan, he plays the wheel. So therein lies the difference, is what I'm saying. I mean,
then you don't have your other two linebackers. It's him and Sanborn, Roquan and Sanborn, because you're not going to be able to sign Edmonds or Edwards.
Well, Edmonds gets 17.5 and Edwards getting 6. Roquan's getting 20. 20.
I said if we paid
23 and a half
Roquan
as opposed to 20.
If we paid Roquan, we probably don't have Edwards or Edmonds.
I love how you did that. You're like, if we pay him, then we're not paying those two guys.
I've just had it with everything. I fucking give up this week on everything, man.
I mean, the moot point now. He's not here. What does it matter anymore?
Right. It's just that's the other thing to it. It's one of those non-important things, man.
True.
We're stuck with what we're stuck or dealt the hands we're dealt. It's going to be just hopefully it progresses, man. It's eventually got to come out somewhere. Coach is gone, couple players gone, couple players in, whatever. Anybody that says to get rid of Poles, though, I just don't. I'm like, come on, man.
I would love to have a conversation with Swifty, a long, good conversation with Swifty. I mean, he bring up great points, and I love it. So, man, thank you, Swifty. I appreciate you, brother. I really do.
That's why after tonight's show, fucking PJ, you're fucking canned. Dan, you broke fucking Glenn Morgan's rule. Got to get Glenn back on here too, man.
Yeah, for sure.
He's awesome to have combo with.
Eric Kramer is in the works, guys. Eric Kramer. Been talking.
I gotta get on Sean Salisbury so Jim McMahon comes on too, dude. We need to speak to him.
Yeah, Jim McMahon would be amazing. We'd all be like, let's just hand it off to PJ. So, what was it like to playing for the Bears in the 80s?
80s.
Why didn't you So
DJ's going to pull up like he's going to pull a Dan Aguirre. Well, do you remember that game in 92 when, 89 when
PJ will be like, well, why didn't you just finish that 6-pack in a limousine? Great question, PJ. Great question.
I did, PJ, but I had a 12-pack there, not a 6-pack. That's my answer, damn it.
Well, for me,
so what's up with the timing here tonight, Shorty?
The timing?
Yeah. Your time, dude, because you said something earlier about.
Yeah, we're technically 24 minutes over.
Oh yeah, you're right. We're 25. We're almost 25 minutes over.
I didn't want to bring it up because there's a ton of shit to talk about. As a matter of fact, if you got to leave, and then end this show, and we'll start another one.
No, we're good. I'm having a lot of fun with you guys, you fuckers. Can I get off the show with you guys?
Matter of fact, Dan's got to start at 1 a.m. today, and it's already 11:30 where he's at, so he's kind of screwed. Might as well just stay up till 6, dude.
I don't have to start at 1 a.m.
I'm making shit up as I go.
Oh, okay, that works. Fair enough.
Look at PJ's like, what the fuck, dude? What's the matter with Foster tonight? No, I've been off all the other weeks. This is who I am.
J2K, what's up?
J2K? King Pookie Nation, what's happening?
Pookie, King Pookie. Pookie Nation's on.
King Pookie, what's up, Pookie?
We got to do a little bit of that, man. J2K, King Pookie Nation, DVD, Mo Bierman. Brian Gilmore. Brian, I missed it, man. I'm sorry.
Man.
Skylark. Great to see you guys. Swifty, man.
They old factor.
Coming out,
Good
man.
to see you again.
David Woods, appreciate that comment too.
David Woods.
Well, it's safe to say that it's going to be interesting what we do as far as signing or re-signing both Sweat as well as Johnson. I mean, hopefully we do that, and that'll attract more free agents come the all season. A big step in the re-signing Billings today. I liked it, like we said earlier. I like that re-signing for $2.5 million a year for 2 years. I can take it.
That line should improve this week because we're going to have hopefully, and this is Sweat saying he's ready to go, man. So it'll be DeMarcus Walker, we can, like you guys are talking about, because on the other side, it's going to be a flip-flop. There's going to have Ngakoue and Sweat, and then the filler is going to be Robinson. You might even see Ngakoue, and maybe not this week, but Ngakoue and more of Ngakoue, a little more of Robinson and Ngakoue, just with Sweat on the other, or actually they'll probably be swapping around, man, according to what Eberflus is saying. And then you could pull DeMarcus inside with Billings or one of the rookies and start working that route, which is going to force somebody's going to lose some time. But
I know Walker is kind of light.
I got a big question too. Go ahead, Pete. Sorry. Go ahead.
He's kind of light, being 270 pounds, trying to play 3 technique. I'm wondering. This is my pontification part. In the off season, is a trade possible between us and Tennessee to send Walker back there and bring in Simmons with a draft choice also?
So Poles mentioned this to you already, or are you still not talking to the dude?
I'm just wondering because him having success in Tennessee, him going back there to play that 5 tech, bring in Simmons to play the 3 tech, and then we also ship out some type of draft choice, future draft choice. I'm wondering, is that possible? Because Simmons is also younger than Walker, I believe. I think Simmons is 27, and I think Walker is 29, if I'm not mistaken. So I'm just wondering that as I'm thinking these things, because there's not much draft for a 3 technique, I'm thinking. So I'm like wondering, is he going to do something else to try to kickstart this thing in the right place?
Got you. I'm just like this because I said this earlier today. I said, here, look, Poles just brought Sweat in, and he's already looking in the draft, maybe a year or two down the road. for his replacement. And these are the kind of things that I believe will make him a great GM, a superior GM. And it is. It's being open to what the kind of things you're just talking about. Okay, I got DeMarcus, signed him. He's a valuable asset, but maybe he's not quite what we wanted him to be. So, I think he's open to all of that because he's always said, man, I'll look at anything. I have to. He's a fiduciary, man. He's going to do whatever he believes. And it's, usually not just him from what he says. He's taking into account the coaches and everything else. Well, you got him. So, but he's going to do whatever he can that is best for this team. And if that's something like that needs to be done, why wouldn't he address it? But I think they got other ideas, man. I think they're going to just go back because I don't even remember when we picked him up from Tennessee. I went and started watching tape, and he had moved around a bit there too on that defensive line. If you go back and look,
he was playing that 5 technique where he had somebody rushing from his outside to outside linebacker.
Right.
So being here, 270 pounds as an interior lineman for us, it's kind of light. That's kind of light because when we had Tommy Harris, I think he was playing at 290, 295. So 270 is kind of light to play inside.
Well, even Bear Truth 9, and this is what I thought too. And Kirk, if anybody else knows, because I thought and I didn't want to say it because I don't remember, man. This is, like I said, this is right after that they announced that they signed him. I believe that too, that he played mostly DT at that position.
Well,
I know it was effective.
They run a 3-4.
Oh, that's right, 3-4.
Yeah, they run a 3-4. So that's what I'm saying. Them running a 3-4, he was playing a 5.
I see it. Yeah, I got it.
Which is technically.
What if he gained 10 or 15, 20 pounds?
Huh?
Throw 15, 20 pounds on the guy as long as he can still be effective with his movement.
Well, I mean, there's a possibility there too. I'm not discrediting it. I'm just, like I said, in the mind of pontificating on how they trying to work this out. I mean, I'm still short of words.
Yeah, I know, but be quiet with the P word, dude, because he's going to go into this whole thing.
Oh, here we go.
We got another 10, 15 minutes. I was pontificating after PJ said that. I started pontificating. And in the meantime, I'm going to get up and fucking dance. And before he does that, I just make him disappear again.
Hold on a second. Matt Kedro, holy shit. Did Foster break his razor or did Santa Claus become a Bears fan? What's up, Matt? No, Foster.
What's up, kids?
We were gonna go grow playoff beards, only I forgot and I started.
Some people do what they say.
And he's continued with his fucking playoff beard. And to you again, Foster, kudos. Because it looks like shit, and you're just keeping it going. Love it.
You're like, I don't care.
It's working out real good because people either give me money or stay totally fucking away from me, and I'm doing well with that.
Matt, check it out. Look, his mustache is stained from nicotine. Look, it should all be white. It's just stained from nicotine.
I'm sitting here talking to you fucks every Thursday, man.
Oh man,
my teeth are getting terrible from all the coffee and nicotine. I hate fucking winter.
Let me just say,
I was outside today working, so what's the difference?
I appreciate you guys. I really do, in having this conversation because again, it's a lot to think about as far as Pole's next moves and the moves coming forward. So I'm still feeling optimistic about the Bears. Now the quarterback conversation, a whole nother conversation. I don't want to get in that tonight, but I want to say I appreciate what Poles did with getting Sweat and got me curious what moving forward, what we're going to do with the defense.
Oh boy.
We're going to go get we'll get more answers. We get them every freaking time there's a game, right?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
So thanks, Swifty. He said I got a nice playoff beard.
You do.
And then he's laughing about it at the same time.
You got a nice Santa Claus beard too.
Super sexy with that piss yellow on the top. It's just
got a nice Papa Smurf beard too.
Makes you look younger.
I am like 790 years old. At least my bones feel like it today, dude.
Oh boy. Oh, man.
What else we got going? What do we need? There's so much that we could still talk about, dude.
Oh, let's see.
Rookie Nation is actually how is Aldo?
Mm-hmm. Aldo's great.
Yeah.
Yeah, we hung out with him at his house.
He's great, man, because he gave Shorty shit for pissing on his bushes.
Yeah. His bushes are awesome. I pissed on him. And his
I promise I would never invite you back.
Dude, just so you know.
Like a fucking asshole.
I would never invite you back to my house. You piss on my bushes.
I'm gonna bring him to my house because he can go out in the yard and piss anywhere he wants. I do.
If you piss in my front yard, nobody would even know. Like it's you can't see. Like his yard, not so much. I'm an asshole. Cheers to my assholeness.
Oh, dude, I shouldn't even have brought it up. It's nothing. Aldo said it himself. He goes, when you gotta go, you gotta go. Who hasn't done that before? So you're just like the most of the rest of us at one point who's had a few drinks.
Like an asshole, Mo. I can admit it. Like an asshole.
I just want to know whether or not you fell in the bushes after you pissed in the bushes.
Thank God I did not.
Okay.
Thank God he did not, man. I really didn't feel like taking him to the hospital. It was enough already, man.
Cliff, it wasn't the pissing. It was the wife with the ring cam.
Brilliant.
Nobody would have known if this was the 80s.
I think, Shorty, you said to me, hey, at least nobody saw it. Matter of fact, I know he did. He got in the car. He's like, doesn't matter. Nobody saw it. Nobody knows but me. That's what it was. Nobody knows but me and you. And I'm like, I don't even want to fucking know. And I know only because when I got in the car, I turned around. I'm like, where's this guy at? Man? He's off in the bushes playing with himself.
You should have pissed on a tree. Sure. There wasn't a tree. It's just like the bushes were right there. I did not piss on his bed. I got right into Foster's car after that.
Pissed on my no.
Then piss on his seat. Yeah.
I mean, they got these things called bathrooms now too.
Yeah.
New age invention.
Yeah.
Toilet.
One would think.
Well, you know.
The whole time I was hanging with Chris Watts, he kept saying, "I was so pissed last night." And I was like, "What was he so mad about?" You know. But he's like, "No, I was so drunk last night when he was talking about
pissy drunk."
Huh? Question about your slang.
Yeah.
So, what's your guys' predictions for the game?
Later, Brian. Stay safe, man. Brian Gilmore.
Brian, thanks for hanging out with us again tonight, man. We'll see you. Shoot me a text, buddy.
See you, Brian.
I heard you, Peach. But maybe we look at one more thing too, because I forgot to bring this up myself. The potential of losing Cunningham after the season, because we're probably done.
Perfect timing for Jim Harbaugh to get his position.
Nobody's touching Jim Harbaugh after all this crap.
That gives us a third.
Not the Bears.
A third round comp pick if we losing.
Yes. Yes.
How about guys?
I'd rather keep him. I say we make a position for Poles and move him up to the GM. I've said that. I said that when they both came.
How about this? Josh McCown is currently a quarterbacks coach, right?
Yep.
How about hiring him as our next offensive coordinator?
Why?
Because the guy is going to be a head coach someday.
But not today.
Yeah, but we're talking about assistant GM. Damn it.
I'm not talking about today. I'm talking about next season.
So why would you hire him? I mean, what has he done to make you want to hire him as our next offensive coordinator?
Just a gut feeling.
He quarterbacked the Bears.
Oh,
a gut feeling.
I'm throwing bullshit.
Okay, I can go along with that. I'm not agreeing with it, but I can go along with that.
Okay, I'm just pontificating. What the fuck?
Well, I mean, I'd rather have
my show. I can pontificate if I want to.
Greg Roman
popping in Eduardo Isaac Rodriguez too.
Greg Roman.
Yeah.
Greg Roman. I would rather have him as our next offensive coordinator. Well, what
do you think, Rob? Who are you looking at as coordinator?
I mean, Roman would probably be a logical choice, given his history with Lamar Jackson and that same kind of playing style. So there's that. But I mean, I think they could, go off in left field and grab somebody who you're not even thinking of.
Josh McCown.
I don't think the usual suspects are the answer.
Yeah.
I would love to
Just
have
like
Greg. I would love to have Greg Roman as the offensive coordinator and Pep Hamilton as the quarterback coach. I think he does a great job of developing quarterbacks. Andrew Luck, he was doing well with the guy in Houston.
Jim Harbaugh developed Andrew Luck, bro.
Who was his offensive coordinator? Jim Harbaugh's offensive coordinator in Stanford. Pep Hamilton. I rest my case.
Wah, wah, wah.
Yeah, but honestly, everything Harbaugh's done right now is coming under question, given this,
Yeah.
sign stealing stuff. He's
Yeah.
placed.
He's out of here. No bad talk about Jim Harbaugh here.
You're going to hear plenty of it everywhere else, man.
Harbaugh sucks. His last.
He's out of here again. Fuck, man. I gave him another chance too. It was,
Hey, James Ford. And James Ford says, what about Mike Shanahan, too? That was his.
Pull yourself in, Walt. Sorry. There you
go. You guys keep hitting it at the same time?
Yeah. Out and out and out. Go ahead. Speak your piece, Walt.
No, just saying, like, we're trying to build a culture here. Everything that Ryan Poles is telling us, we got to build the right people. We skipped over Jalen Carter for this very reason, and now you're going to bring in like a hothead like Jim Harbaugh, who's already having another scandal, his second of the year. I don't want to deal with that.
Schmandal. It's the kind of guy that you need. You need a guy. The Bears need a guy that creates scandals.
Why?
They need a guy that cheats and has drones hovering above the other team's practice facilities to get their plays. That's the kind of fucking team head coach that we need, man.
I got a question.
Nothing else has worked.
Okay, here's a name for you. Bruce Arians.
Hold on, really quick. We are a corrupt city and a corrupt state. We need that corruption. I'm sorry. Go ahead, PJ.
Bruce Arians.
You think he wants it? You think he'd come here?
No.
I think it's a great possibility, honestly.
Would he come out of retirement though?
No, he's not. He's not retired. He's in the front office of Tampa Bay.
Yeah, he was just on. They just had him on.
Yeah, I think he'd come out though. I mean, I think for the right job, he'll come out. I believe it.
Money.
Oh, yeah. Of course, money too.
There's a bunch of suggestions too in the chat. If we
okay,
BT9, man, thanks for popping in tonight. I saw your stuff earlier, Bear Truth 9.
Chat. Let's hear your thoughts on fuck this head coaching staff. This coaching staff. Let's move on. Who do you guys want? Harbaugh has won everywhere he has gone. Cliff says yes. Agreed. It's been Harbaugh or a bust for me for a long time, and it's been bust since. So, Bruce Arians, Leo says, but I fear Poles is emotionally attached with Fluge. Maybe.
I think my top two is Harbaugh, then Bruce Arians. Those are my top two.
Matt and Harbaugh.
There's a couple interesting names in the chat.
I think Bear Truth 9 brought up a great point earlier. He said something about let me see if I can find it here.
Hold on. I like what Mo's saying there. Exactly, Shorty. My God, corruption is not the exception anymore. Yes. It needs to be in Chicago because the entire state is corrupt. Let's just get a fucking corrupt head coach in here. Come on.
He says he liked the idea of Roman being the offensive coordinator, but he did kind of run a basic offense. I think Fields is better than what Lamar Jackson was passing wise. So yeah, I think it would have to be a more intricate passing system than the basic thing they was doing for Lamar. But along those lines to where you can get something that's catered towards him as opposed to trying to fit Getsy's system that he doesn't seem to respond well to. I would do it that way.
It seems like to me the best offense that I can think of for Justin Fields is Wayne Font's offense of the Lions in the 90s, 80s, the run and shoot.
The run and shoot.
That seems like that's the Justin Fields offense to me. get him a good offensive line and just chuck the ball everywhere.
And then you'd have to have you'd be running Roshan Johnson in that offense all the time too, man. That'd be your guy for that offense.
Yep.
I'm not saying he's Barry Sanders.
Would you guys entertain the idea of what's the guy from Ohio State being the head coach?
Day?
Yeah.
Ryan Day.
Yeah.
Interesting.
Hmm,
Would be interesting.
That's interesting.
I'd try it.
I'd try it. I'd give it a go.
I agree with
Fireball,
Give it a shot.
I agree with kids. I just want an experienced coach. A coach who has been a head coach before.
And wins. Wins.
It's like, here we go again. Now we're hiring another John Fox.
Yeah, but then you gotta ask yourself, why is that guy not a head coach anymore if he's so good?
Right. That's the problem, because you're not going to get him, man.
Jim Harbaugh. Come on, Jim Harbaugh or bust. Jim Harbaugh.
Hey, Shorty, why don't you grow a beard till they hire Jim Harbaugh?
I think Bruce Arians saw the writing on the wall with Tom Brady, so he would have had to retire and say, "Tom's out of here. I'm going to be out of here too."
Smart.
Yeah, Bruce is a little different. He's been around a long time, so he called it quits on head coaching.
What is he? How old is he? 70?
He's up there.
76, 77, 72?
Harbaugh kind of wore out his welcome in San Francisco, and then ran away to the college scene.
Look at Bare Truth to Ryan Day. I don't like his beard. He dyes it too dark.
If you can't trust a man's beard, you can't trust his coaching.
That's right, man. And look at this crap.
Too much like Bluto to me. or Ben Johnson. I mean,
Stephen Mee's in the house, man.
He's not proven though. See, that goes back to what I'm saying. Give me an experienced head coach. Ben Johnson, he may be the flavor of the month, but is he going to be the next Matt Nagy? I don't know.
The thing too, PJ, with a guy like Ryan Day is he's a head coach of a college team, so he's going to have a general idea of the premise to the position.
Yeah, so that's what I'm saying. I mean, he has some head coach experience, so that's what I'm saying. I would want a guy with head coach experience. Ben Johnson, he don't have that.
That's true.
Stephen Mee, great to see you again, my friend.
I love the bag over his head in his picture.
Yeah. Harbaugh is a fucking lunatic, crazy person. We're enough of a laughing stock without making special Jim DeBears coach, who wanted to be the Vikings coach last year, so much to show you how much he loves the Bears. Yeah. So,
and the bag says, "Fire them all."
Good point. Evening from Dublin. Thank you for joining us from Dublin, Steve.
Indeed.
That's awesome.
Welcome, Steve.
John Harbaugh is still the head coach for the Ravens, right?
Yep.
Who is?
Okay.
Harbaugh.
His brother, John.
Yeah.
He doesn't have a job.
John Harbaugh.
John.
Oh, for the Ravens.
Yeah.
Yes.
Oh, I thought you said
just take a minute and breathe. Take a minute and breathe, PJ. Are you ready? You want to come back?
Nope.
Nope. There's only
nope. He says nope.
No, I thought you said the Ravens.
One
My fault. I thought you said the Ravens. So I misheard you, man. My apologies.
Oh, good. No, I'm just saying there's a reason why there's only one Harbaugh brother in the NFL right now.
Because Schwartz is still in there. They don't want him and Jim to fight.
Crap.
I almost pulled you right there, Walt. Man, it's been a minute since I've seen PJ putting a time out.
That's because,
It's because you ain't been around that much, Matt.
Oh, he gets put in timeout at least 4 times a show.
Yeah.
They got to always remove the black guy. That's all I got to say.
Oh, man. You had to go that route.
Oh.
You could have said the lawman or the smart man or the better man.
No, well, here we go.
See, that's what I wanted. I wanted to show all by myself. Now, to have the Bears show my way, He just removed me too. Dang.
And you guys are good times. What's that? What are we doing here?
I'm covering you up.
I
I'm trying
got
to cover you up, man.
There we go.
Oh shit, gentlemen.
That's just fun.
What the fuck is that clip?
Is this Nomad?
When he took everybody off the show, is that Nomad?
Oh.
Right.
See, I had no knowledge of that reference.
Oh man. So guys,
we never given predictions.
Well, exactly. That's where we're going. It's been a long, fun show. We had on the Saints guys. Those guys were a freaking blast. My goodness. And let's get into our score predictions for this week.
I predict the Steelers will win 20-16 over the Titans.
Oh, they won tonight.
20-16 over the Titans.
How did that rookie look, the quarterback?
I didn't watch 1 minute of freaking game, dude, because I was talking to you guys the whole time. Swear to God. It's right there, but I haven't seen a play.
Well, that's a good thing you were doing a podcast. Thank goodness.
Crap, I forgot about that shit. Oh, well.
Will Levis, 22 for 39, 262, 1 interception, 4 sacks.
Ooh. 4 sacks.
Kenny Pickett was done better, though. He only threw for 160, 19 completions, 1 touchdown.
Oh, but that's terrible. You got to have better numbers. You got to throw for 300 yards a game. Oh, wait, they won. I'm just doing it. I'm just doing a thing that people bitch about all the time. He never threw for 300 yards a game.
Bear Truth is saying, why end the show on a depressing note?
Well, can't argue that one.
We should just be like having fun, laughing, and just go, see you later, guys.
Right.
Fuck out of here, because let's not talk about this week's loss. Do you guys think Sweat will play this week?
Yeah, he said he said he thinks he will too.
100%. Yeah.
His best comment was football is football.
Yep.
You know.
Ooh.
Yeah. The only question becomes how much he's going to play. I predict about 40% of the snaps.
I say it's going to be more than we think.
Skylark has a great question here. What about bringing in Rich Bisaccia? Bisaccia. Thank you. Bisaccia.
The one who led the Raiders to their last playoff run, right?
Yes, exactly.
Is he on Green Bay now?
Huh?
Is he on Green Bay now?
I don't know.
Good question. If he is, fuck Green Bay.
Yeah, we don't need another
Tried
one of those
that.
rejects.
It didn't work.
Jay Sanders, last 2 comments, man.
I know, right? I kind of want whatever he's smoking here.
Tyson Bagent is Jesus in cleats.
Thanks for hanging out, Jay Sanders, dude. Great.
Hold on. When you say that kind of shit, we have to pull Walt because he can't be involved. And PJ. They're
fuck. You know what? You got to go too, Dan, because you like them too much.
Oh, so it's just you?
Me.
So you're like the voice of reason? Okay.
No, I didn't say that. You did, man. You're gonna make that assumption, dude. I don't know what the fuck you're doing, but
hey, get him out of here. Gee whiz. He man, baby already.
It's going on. Get him the fuck out. Oh, we didn't say that.
That was baby already.
Jeez.
He did say it 8 months though.
Man.
Where are you guys on Caleb Williams? I'm gonna say this much. Caleb Williams can go eat a dick because from the last thing that I heard from him, he wants ownership in the team that drafts him.
Yeah.
And that means eat a dick to me. What I see from that, in my opinion, which is just my opinion. I don't have all the facts, but just from what I've heard, which is hearsay, pretty much. Anyone that, if it's true, does want ownership in the team that's drafting him, which would be one of the first college quarterbacks to probably make as much money as he's ever made. Any quarterback has ever made in college sports. I'm going to guess 5 to 10 million. So I think that's gone to his head, and I'm not sold on that. I don't want that kind of a player on my team. So he seems like he's like a diva from the start. And if we end up with the first and second pick in the draft, and Justin Fields sucks and Tyson Bagent sucks, and we have to draft a quarterback, if Caleb Williams goes 1, I say trade the pick. That's how I feel about him. I'm done.
Well, we all know Fields doesn't suck, so we'll be fine there.
Of course, Fields is going to be MVP this year.
Well, I think that Caleb Williams, I think he's going to need some real good coaching, a real good running game, a real good defense around him. So I don't see the
and Wright's ownership of the team.
Well, that's what's been reported. I haven't heard them say it actually. So, a lot of them blow things out of proportion. I'm not a big fan of him. So I would rather just stick with Fields and build stuff around him. And if he's not the guy, draft another quarterback later on down the line. But I want to build up everything else around Fields right now, be it Marvin Harrison, give me an offensive tackle if Braxton Jones is not the guy. Build all these things around him. And if he's still not doing it with an offensive coordinator who's going to actually give a game plan for him, if he's not the guy, draft another guy down the road. Because this halfway in, halfway out, you bring in Caleb Williams, and he's going to be the same way to where, okay, he don't fit this offense, so what you going to do? So stop the madness. Get yourself a coordinator that's going to actually work with the quarterback you have. And if that doesn't work, at least you got all the pieces. Then in the future, go get your quarterback because you already got everybody else.
And then I just want to say good night, everybody. Stay safe and tune in next Thursday at 9 for the next episode of Two Field Sexuals of Badgett, Lover, and Foster. Take it easy, everybody.
Let me ask you this.
Wait. Can I say something about what Peach was saying?
Of course.
Okay, Peach, I forgot what you said.
Okay, so let's just say, what if they just draft a quarterback this year, and he sits behind Fields next year, and then we still see if Fields cuts it, and then if he doesn't, we are developing a quarterback in the background, and then we can trade Fields for like another second round pick or so.
No, I don't know. I'm out on Caleb Williams. I just don't like his father sticking his nose in saying, "Oh, we're doing this or that," and I don't like his attitude. And then I did see all the highlights of his game. Who did they play where he looked like crap and was terrible?
Notre Dame.
Yeah, but that's the only thing I really looked at him. I mean, I've seen other stuff because he looks like he's very talented, but I'm out on attitude, dude.
I say no because.
Did you answer that, Walt?
Not yet, but PJ was going to say something real quick.
I say no, Shorty, because if you're taking a number 1 overall pick and you're going to have him sit, as opposed to taking that number 1 overall pick, trading it for more number 1s to where you can have all these assets around Fields, then, like I said, moving forward, that's why I wouldn't just draft a quarterback and have him sit. Because even if you have him sit, what he's sitting for the next year, that offensive coordinator may not be the guy if we're going to stick with the same offensive coordinator.
What if they bring in Jim Harbaugh and he says, "Hey, let's just draft a quarterback here. We'll keep Fields and we'll play him out because we have Fields for 2 more years. We can develop a quarterback behind Fields. If Fields is good, we can trade him and get another 2. Let's say Harbaugh can turn Fields into something awesome the next 2 years, but meanwhile we have a quarterback sitting behind him like Caleb Williams or Drake.
Number one overall pick.
I'm just pontificating.
No, I'm saying you're going to use a number 1 overall pick that you can get probably 3 first-round draft picks for. You're going to have him sit, and then once you have him sit, no playing time because Fields now doing well according to what you're saying, pontificating, and so he's sitting. And then 2 years down the road, you're going to trade him. You're not going to get 3 number 1 picks for him. So you're no longer going to be able to get that 3 number 1 picks. So you blew that opportunity to also add more pieces around Fields.
Wah, wah, wah.
I hate it when you make sense. Golly, PJ. I hate when you make sense there.
He can do it that easily too somehow.
Hey,
I don't know how that fucking
just
works.
pontificate away, and then we can make sense out of this shit, right?
We already see Pulse taking heat for the Sweat deal. Can you imagine if he used the number 1 pick on Caleb Williams to sit him behind Justin Fields? He would be crucified.
Yeah,
I agree.
They're running him out of town for real.
You see what Ray? Hey, thanks for showing up, popping in too, Raging Oracle. You see what he says about Caleb, right? Did you guys read that? Anybody?
Yeah, Caleb is still part of the COVID player base. These COVID pandemic players you're looking at are fooling you.
What does COVID player base have to do with anything?
I don't understand. I was going to ask a question on that myself. I get it. I get what he's saying to a point because there's extra time. They've been a lot of extra time.
Yeah.
But I don't know. I don't know how much that. Look at Velus Jones was a lot of extra time. The guy still can't catch the ball when it hits him in the 12. I don't know. And then the other one was Stephen Me is like, he goes, what if Caleb Williams gets drafted by like the Giants and turns into the second coming of Mahomes, and we have Justin Fields for another 4 or 5 or 3-win seasons? What if Caleb Williams gets drafted by the Bears, sits on the bench, gets a piece of the franchise, and never plays a fucking down?
Well, that's the whole thing. At some point, we need to develop a quarterback. That's the whole problem. We're not developing a quarterback. I mean, everyone's
don't know how.
Everyone's saying that Justin Fields does not fit this offense that Getsy is running. So if that's the case, we are not developing a quarterback. So we have this talented quarterback, but yet we don't want to develop it. Now, we can sit up there and say that, Bagent fits the offense better. He probably does. However, he's not a more talented quarterback than what Fields is. So you have this talented quarterback, but yet you don't want to develop him. So you bring in Caleb Williams or whoever else. If you're not going to take the time to develop him, we're just spinning our wheels. And that's why we are where we are, because we never taken the time to match the quarterback with the coordinator who's going to run the offense that's going to work for them both, and then surround him with some talent. Give me that, and I'll be happy.
Tell him, PJ. Let these guys fucking know.
Damn.
Well, I mean, if you want to sit a quarterback, let's look at Jordan Love. He sat behind Aaron Rodgers for 3 years, and where are we now?
Still overthrows the ball.
And they talking about getting rid of him because they asked the GM, and he said he's not sure if he's the guy.
I don't know. I wouldn't get rid of him yet, man, because he's got little things that could be fixed, man. And the big one is his overthrows. If he gets that straightened out, because I've been watching some of that shit because I have no choice. It's like one of the games they have on every fucking week here is a Packers game. So he's doing a lot of overthrowing, and if he gets that shit straightened out, that would have probably got him 4 or 5 more touchdowns in the last 3-4 weeks, man. Shit, you're not.
I mean, right now we're wasting a young quarterback's prime in Justin Fields. Yep. It's just sitting there, just going down the toilet. Now, is that partially coaching? Yeah. And Luke Getsy came in and said, "Well, you're going to run my scheme. I'm not going to tailor this to you," which is retarded to begin with. He should have been fired right then and there.
Which we all thought he was going to do. We thought he would tailor the offense to the quarterback, right?
Well, he's obviously not showing that. So,
I mean,
because a lot of this is the coaching, and then the way we built this team. You usually build your lines up first. We kind of couldn't do it or didn't do it.
Yeah, I mean, I'm real curious to know what was the difference in the Denver and the Washington game that got Fields to play so well in this system. What was it? I mean, what did they tweak? Because to me, find out what that was, bottle it, put it in the refrigerator, and when Fields come out, give it to us before we can have that for the rest of the year. Because again, make it make sense to me.
Sorry. It's been brought up a couple times. We talk the trenches every week, and the offensive line that showed up at Denver and the offensive line that showed up at, Washington is not the same one that showed up in Minnesota at the very beginning. It's not even the same one that showed up at the Chargers last week. If you have a shit line, there's nothing your quarterback can do about it.
Right.
And he's going to get nailed. He's going to have to run. He's going to have to move.
Right.
And there's a lot of throws. I mean, there was a throw where Tyson Bagent this weekend had DJ Moore wide open. He looked right at him, and he did nothing. Now, if this was Justin Fields, we'd be like, wow, well, he missed this wide open shot. He was waving around. We should throw him under a bus, bury him in the cement and call it a day. But we're playing the whole, well, he's a rookie. I'm going to put it this way. We've said Tyson Bagent has, 17,000 yards in college? Something astronomical.
Yeah.
I'll dumb it down even. You're paid to dig a ditch every day, and you dig it Monday through Friday. You go to a new company, they tell you to dig it faster. What's your job? To dig a ditch. It doesn't change. It's the same thing. He's kind of like we were saying from the beginning. His ceiling is kind of here.
But if you dig it faster than the other guy, you get promoted.
Doesn't matter. It's still
doesn't matter. If you dig the ditch faster than the guy before you, you get promoted.
My point is the job doesn't change.
The job doesn't change, but the swiftness in which it gets done gets you promoted. Am I wrong?
Well, the swiftness is John Jack shit. We lost that game. He's he's got one passing touchdown and 3 interceptions.
Yeah, but
he's got two
he
fumbles
lost the day. It was a bad day at the office.
I wanted to throw this in, Walt, because Jimmy Garoppolo did that 4 times in that last Raiders game. There was an open man, and I was pissed because it was Jacoby Myers, which would have kept me in my league, and I kept going, why aren't you throwing it to him, dude? Why aren't you throwing it to him? Because I had to know that question. So it's every quarterback does that. We're gonna scrutinize more than most, and we have a right to because it's been going on for too long. And Justin, it's been going on with everybody. But I'm just saying, it every quarterback, man. I couldn't believe what I was watching the other night as I'm watching myself get thrown out of my league because they're not throwing to a guy who was wide open 3 fucking times. One of them could have been a touchdown. The other 2 would have been first downs, and they were gone because of it. It was 3 and out.
Yeah,
So
no, I think the main thing I'm getting at, and I'm sorry if I'm not pushing it along in any way that can be understood, is that we're jumping on Justin Fields every day because he's like, oh, it's a 3-year quarterback in the NFL, and Tyson Bagent is a rookie. But in the actuality, Tyson Bagent has more experience than Justin Fields at the same position.
By 1,100 more snaps?
Yeah. So that's why I said the job doesn't change at the end of the day. The competition does. And you have to get a little faster, and you have to, do this, that, and the next thing. But your job is still to throw the football at the end of the day.
But that's what I'm saying. Even with Fields in those 2 games that I'm talking about, he was throwing the ball on time. And to Bear Truth 9's point, it wasn't just screen passes. He was throwing the ball on time. He drops back 3 steps. As soon as he hit that back step, boom, he's throwing it. I don't know what was different, what was it, coaching? Was it Fields? Whatever it was, bottle that, and man, let's go forward with that because he looked good. He looked really good doing that, and he has also the arm strength that Bagent does not to throw the deep ball like that. So Bagent, yeah, he's a rookie. He has some quick releases and some promise, but he right now doesn't have the arm strength. Fields has that arm strength. Fields has these other things that we can build upon. That's what I'm saying. Those 2 games, more than I've seen any other, he was throwing on time, in rhythm, and hitting. All these other things, I mean, it's just blowing my mind that we just keep on going back to the same thing. And it's like, Luke Getsy, what are you doing, buddy? What are you doing? You got this guy here who's a real good quarterback. What are you doing for him? And it's blowing my mind.
Well, let's run it back to the whole coaching comment controversy. I'll answer that too, Swaster. I see your point. Don't worry. He said coaching may be the problem. There's a lot of voices in his ear.
He's just lighting his beard on fire. Don't worry about him.
No, I mean, Justin is a smart kid. He's not, a fool. He knows what he has to do. And there are certain people out there where if you throw so much at them, they start to doubt their own ability.
Agreed. Agreed.
You know, and I think that's what's happening. You have Lukeski and you're like, well, we need to coach this out of you and make you a different player than what you actually are. So now you're beginning to question everything you've done in your entire life up to this point at the quarterback position. No, am I really this way? We're not doing that with Tyson Bagent. We're having him just, do these little dink and duck passes, which is fine. It's not sustainable in the long run, as we can see.
Right.
And that's his game, and that's it's fine. He's a backup quarterback. He's always probably going to be a backup quarterback at the end of the day, and that's okay because the NFL needs backups too. For every Patrick Mahomes, there's a Chad Henne and a Chase Daniels. There's nothing to to sniff at. So I mean, the telling thing was at the very beginning, Eberflus said, and I don't agree with Eberflus on a lot of things. I think he's very long-winded and uses a lot of big words to, kind of get around questions and deflect them. But he said right away, Justin is our number one. Bagent is our number two. The answer is right there. You don't need to pontificate. You don't need to debate. It's there. And I know when we talked about it last week, Shorty, you brought up, well, what if, Tyson Bagent throws for, 500 yards or 5 touchdowns or whatever. He didn't. He faced one of the worst defenses in the league and failed.
Walt's telling me I cannot pontificate, guys.
Damn.
He failed. What did we say after the Denver game? A lot of people are like, well, it's just the Denver Broncos. They got 70 points dropped on them. Well, it's just the Chargers, guys. Just the Chargers.
It's just the Chargers.
We laid a big old goose egg with 7 points going into the final 2 minutes of the game.
It's just the Denver Broncos. They beat Kansas City. We couldn't.
Yeah. They beat Kansas City. That's the same week.
Yeah. I think there's a lot of it's to do with the play caller. Again, we need to. Yeah.
Everybody's doing better than the Bears offense, man.
Give me some weapons and some protection around fields, please.
And I'm not writing Bagent off yet. I mean, I think he'll be fine. I think he gives us an option to where in case somebody does get hurt, we know he can step in and run some form of an NFL offense.
Kyle Orton?
Kyle was pilot.
Hey, the very least that we know, Walt, is that if we're in a pinch, we can rely on Bagent to come in and just move the ball with quicker fucking release and better footwork than our starting quarterback at any pinch to get us a win. That's great to know. I'm so excited to know that.
Next Thursday, 9 p.m. Dukefield Sexuals or Bagent Lover and Foster. We'll see you there.
What I say, he has better footwork at times. It's kind of a push. There,
Oh,
it's a push. Goodness. They're both decent.
You act like I didn't start a podcast based off of Justin Fields.
I thought you did it based off the Chicago Bears.
Well, I did, but it was because of Justin Fields that I actually started this. Like, I thought he was going to be the.
Well, you better not say nothing else negative about him.
I'm trying not to, but for crying out loud, we have to have some objectiveness and some.
Well, if you say anything else bad about him, we have to end this podcast.
No, I am being completely objective about this. I'm not just like pulling this out of my ass.
But you say that he gets rid of honestly.
He gets rid of the ball quickly. He was at 2.75.
Quicker than Justin Fields. You keep throwing out these stats that
But here's the thing.
0.11 seconds.
Sure, go ahead. I'm not debating that. I'm not debating he gets out the ball quicker than Justin Fields. Justin Fields is sitting on average about 3 seconds. Give or take, depending on the game. But there's also other guys that do the same thing. Look at Jalen Hurts. He's actually higher
than the line he's got.
Yeah, exactly. I'm going to get to that. We're going to come back to the line. Jalen Hurts actually is holding the ball longer, and they're winning games. At the same time, Mac Jones is throwing it faster than both Fields and Tyson Bagent, and they're just crap. But they got shut out by the Saints.
At some point, stats don't mean
stats always matter. You can't pull a Greg Gabriel like what he did the other day and said, well, the stats don't tell the story, but I'm going to go ahead and read off stats from 3 other quarterbacks. It doesn't work that way.
Okay, so a pitcher in baseball, his win-loss record, what does that mean?
In baseball?
Nothing.
It's a different sport.
It doesn't mean anything.
Win-loss means jack shit in the NFL when it comes to an individual player.
Yeah. No, it's you're looking at the stats. You're not looking at the eye test. The eye test says he holds on to the ball too long.
In what sense of the word?
In what sense of the word?
Let me break this down, Shorty.
He's gotten better, but
Shorty.
you guys, real quick, you guys talk about the game plan. If it was a lot of people, maybe not you guys, but a lot of fans have said it. If Justin Fields would have just had that Raiders game plan, he would have been great in that. No, he wouldn't have, because it was they ran the ball. Yes, they did, but it was also a short passing game, which Justin Fields doesn't do well. He has said it himself. He said it after last season. It's something he has to work on. Why? Because the ball doesn't come out of his hand that quick as Bajan does. So that works for him.
So my question, Shorty, is when you say he holds on the ball too long, in what sense do you mean? As far as taking too long to find a guy to throw it to, or actually identifying somebody and taking too long to throw him the ball?
Too long to throw the ball. When you identify the guy,
his windup.
Too long to throw. Right.
His windup. Okay. Yes. So if his windup is too long on these screens that are like to the sideline, take that play out the playbook.
Well, exactly.
Take that play out the playbook.
Yes.
That's not something Fields can do. That's something that Getsy needs to sit down Saturday night before the game. Hey, you want to do this play? No, I don't want to do this play. It takes me too long to throw it. Okay, we're going to take that out. Instead of throwing that screen pass like that, we're going to throw a slant.
Correct, yes. So it is on the coaching staff. If so, Justin Fields that's not the offense. This is not the offense for him. Fucking run and shoot, man.
You want to look at stats too. Let's look at something else here.
Detroit Lions playbook out of the vault, and let's put that because that's his offense, man.
T formation, sorry,
or the T formation.
No, I mean you want to talk about short passes and all that. You want to look at accuracy too, more than just time out of the glove, so to speak. And behind the line of scrimmage, Fields is sitting at roughly 71% in terms of his accuracy rate. Tyson Bagent, 57%. Short passes between 6 to 10 yards in that range. Justin Fields, 56%. I'm sorry. Tyson Bagent, 50%. So he can throw the ball with accuracy in that situation that we're talking
about. I think we have to also take in consideration the fact that Fields said that Getsy had him change his which foot he has forward.
Yes.
So now on that pass, that screen pass that you go straight down the line, if Fields is not comfortable because his footwork has changed to be able to throw that, why are you still harping on him having that 1 foot forward? Have him feel more comfortable with whichever foot he's more comfortable with, and maybe that pass will come out quicker now.
Well, he said himself that he's more comfortable with that. So yes, Justin Fields himself has said that he is comfortable with that. He likes that better
now. But at first, that was an issue. That's what I'm saying. So you have these mechanical things. Then we worried about why he's not getting the ball out as quick. Because if you're changing my footstep, it's going to take me a while to get used to it. So if he's comfortable with it now, but again, if it's still not to your liking, on a couple of those, I've seen the wide receiver, be it Mooney, be it Claypool, not even block on that screen pass that you're throwing like that, and the receiver's getting blown up. So I can't fault Fields for that. So again, we have to look at the whole totality of it, and the totality of it for me is it comes down to coaching and some of Fields. So if it ain't working, take that play out and go with the other things that's working, that worked in the Washington game and that worked in the Denver game.
I agree. I could not agree more. So does it come down to the coaching? It all comes down to coaching then. They're not utilizing him in the right manner. And here we are like manifesting this. That's why those guys were like, I loved how he said it. Oh, I'm doing the Trump Biden thing because I said that last night. It's like we've become a Trump Biden fan base between Bagent and Fields. It's like we're arguing against each other for no reason. And
that's really not brought on by the fans, though. That's more of a media type thing.
no, it
pushing
is.
this-
It's brought on by the fans seeing what they're seeing in Bajent that they haven't seen in their entire fucking life before. And
What's that?
they were
'Cause
hoping
I've seen it before.
what the
They
quick
better, they
release,
better get out more often.
the way the kid, dude. I mean, there's been plenty of puntifs that have come out and said it. The kid, even did you hear the mic'd up from Lucas Patrick? Like, dude, this kid
Yeah.
should fucking what kind of rookie undrafted free agent rolls out and pump fakes on a rollout?
Great veteran move.
Yeah.
That was a line.
He's getting praised by it's not me
And
making
no one's,
this shit up.
no one's taking that away from him. though.
Nobody's making this shit up. This is happening for a reason.
You're
So
right, Walt.
that's why I compared it to like a Trump Biden debate. It's like dividing our fan base. When all of us just want the quarterback to succeed, no matter who it is.
You don't even need a quarterback. Just fucking win.
It
Don't
has
have
to
a
be a quarterback in the modern era.
Dude, I'm making a point. I don't care if we don't need a quarterback as long as we fucking win. We don't need a quarterback on the team at all if we can win.
If it's
Shut up.
4 running back, let's do this shit.
Yes.
But
B formation.
with this
3 halfbacks and a fullback in the backfield.
With a T
It's
formation.
the J formation. I'm making it up right now.
with
What'd you
this
say, Pete?
debate
For
with
years.
this debate between Bajent and Fields. Give me Bajent's best game as a pro. Give me Fields' best game as a pro. And that tells me which one I want. Because Bajent's best game was one touchdown pass, 162 yards, and 0 interceptions. Fields was 4 touchdown passes, 0 interceptions, and 300 and something yards.
And it took him 2 years to do that.
Doesn't matter because at this point,
I'll never
Fields
go
has
on
shown
one
he
game.
has the better game. So I'm going to build upon the one who had the better game.
Look
So-
at what happened last week. There was 3 would-be touchdowns. I know, woulda, shoulda, coulda.
They didn't happen.
4 would-be interceptions too.
Woulda, coulda, shoulda. Of
4
course.
would-be interceptions too. 4.
Well,
He
sure.
had 2. Could have had 2 more.
Okay, well, you can count a lot. You can do the same thing with Justin. So
Okay, but Fields also had a game where he had 16 straight completions. Bears record. Bajent has not had that.
24 without the Hail Mary at the end of the first half.
So that's what I'm saying. So again, we want to build upon this rookie who hasn't demonstrated for a long period of time that he can actually do more. So can he? He possibly can. But right now, I want to go with the guy who I see all this promise in and who all the NFL see more promise in, because I guarantee you Fields would have got drafted by anybody in the NFL in the first round as opposed to Bajent, who didn't get drafted at all.
How many games did it take Justin Fields to throw for 250 plus yards or whatever Bajent just threw for in his second start?
It doesn't matter because we are where we are right now. The fact is, right now, Fields is still better than what Bajent is right now. Now, is Bajent going to get there eventually? Who knows? I don't know. But right now, Fields has shown that he's better. So let's go with him. Let's get an offense for him, and we can go from there.
Are you worried about his thumb, though?
I mean, if it's not ready, don't play him. I mean, you play Bajent until his thumb is ready.
So you don't want to rush him back?
No, I ain't trying to rush him back. I'm just saying, when he's ready, bring him back. But this talk about, how Bajent is the next coming of Joe Montana or Brock Purdy or whoever the case may be, like, we got a good quarterback. I mean, if Bajent proves at some point to be better, I really want to see what I got in Fields, seeing as though he showed me in 2 of the last 3 games that he actually played, he showed me that he was on the right track.
Hey, Walt, look how fired up I just got PJ. Isn't this awesome?
What was your question? It was how long did it take him?
Does it matter? Look at him. He's like adjusting his hat and like looking his.
Well,
like, I'm getting
well,
ready
no,
to get proud of this shit.
I want to answer the question for you. It was 250 yards you were asking. When was the first time he did that? Was that it?
How many games did it take him to do that?
11-8, 2021. He threw 291 yards versus the Pittsburgh Steelers.
So it took
He
him
threw 200 yards against the Detroit Lions. Actually, technically more than that, but
more than Bagent in that last game.
Well, I mean, also you have to look at this scientifically too. Your control here is null and void in terms of this experiment. They're two completely different teams. Bagent's walking into a more developed team than Justin Fields did in his rookie year.
I love how the chat's all fired up here. Listen, listen, guys, everyone here. I love Justin Fields, man. I want him to succeed. I'm seeing things like everyone else is in Bagent. Myself, it's the same thing I've always wanted in a quarterback my entire life. It's not a black and white thing. Nothing to do with that. It's not racist at all. I loved Justin Fields. I wish he could get rid of the ball quicker. That's it for me. If he could, damn it, he'd be a fucking Hall of Famer.
Then why don't we hear you talk about the two good games that he had before he had a bad half at the Minnesota game? But you're talking about the Agents games.
Well, I'm only putting this into perspective as it took him that long to have games like that. Like the games are so long and far in between when they happen. Like the Patriots game was amazing, and then what? The Cowboys game, he started a comeback. That was an awesome game. It looked like they were actually going to come back and win that game, but then it got out of hand with the defense. The Vikings game, he was coming back, driving the ball down the field. Smith-Marset fumbles the ball on the sideline. There's been a lot of wins that have been taken away from him. I can say that for sure.
Mm-hmm.
So, but it seems like this year we expected a step up, and it's been like just 101 again. It's like he's regressed, and maybe I'm not saying it's his fault, but when you see a rookie come in like that, and he threw interceptions the last game, but he's moving the ball. His arm is not as strong, but he moves the ball. He moves the ball.
So
it circulates down the field.
So my question is, because Fields in 2 straight games had a good games, he was progressing. He was doing these things you're talking about, throwing the ball out on time, throwing the ball over 300 yards in one of them and 290 something in the other one. He's doing these things in 2 straight games. He has a hiccup in the Minnesota game where he doesn't do well.
No, the game plan sucked.
Bagent has not thrown for 300 yards. Bagent throws in his first game that everybody talks about he did so great in. 1 touchdown pass, 162 yards. So you're saying, because this is what I'm hearing from you, irregardless of what you think you're saying, what I'm hearing is Bagent, let's see what he got, because he's doing so well in these 2 straight games where he throws 162 yards in a win with 1 touchdown pass. And in the next game, he throws for 220, 230 yards with no touchdowns and 2 interceptions. So let's keep on seeing what we got in this guy, as opposed to seeing what we have in this guy who seems to have gotten it now by having 2 good games where he was on a roll.
No, I feel like I'm having an argument with my wife right now. All I'm saying is, I'm not saying that Justin Fields should not become the starter when he's healthy again. I'm saying what we're seeing from Bagent is remarkable from not only a quarterback, but a rookie, undrafted rookie. And it should not go unnoticed. And if he does continue to ascend, and he has a better game this week, and we win, let's say he throws for 350 and 4 touchdowns, let's just say, and Justin Fields is not quite ready to come back next week, do you just go, well, let's put Justin on the burner and make sure his hand is healthy, and then something similar happens again the following week? Then do you just go, well, we're putting Just back in because he's a starter? I mean,
so what you're saying is you want to play him. You want to play him until he keeps on proving your point that he's a better quarterback than Fields. Because right now he hasn't proven that.
Well, if he continues to ascend, which he has done from game 1 to game 2,
And kind of regressed.
Well, he kind of did. If you look at if you're looking at the stats on paper.
Well, I'm not looking at the stats. I'm looking at the overall play because the stats show in the first game he threw for 160 something yards. Second game he threw for 230 something yards. But in the first game he won with throwing one touchdown. In the second game he threw no touchdowns and 2 interceptions. So that's what I'm saying. You're talking about his progression because you want to see his progression. What I'm saying is whether it took Fields two games or 2 years, if he's now finally on the right track, being what he was doing before he got hurt until that first half of the Vikings game, if he's continuing on this path, why are we trying to sit up there, derail that in order to put Bajan out there because, he's seemed like he's going on the right track. Seemed like Fields is going on the right track. Now, if Fields fumbles the ball, fumbles the opportunity and blows it up and can't finish out the rest of the year by not playing well, that's a whole different conversation. The point I'm trying to get it to is he was on the right track with better numbers than what Bajan was doing. If he's keeping on with that right track with your philosophy, why are we not going to stick with that? Now, he gets back in and he starts 5 games in a row and he averages 120 yards passing a game. You're like, okay, you know what? Fields probably isn't the guy. But if he started on that right track, why are we now saying, let's halt that and let's go with this guy who threw for 160 yards and then for 130 yards?
I mean, the truth be told, nothing's going to happen. We're going to get our fucking asses kicked this week. And then it'll all be a mute point next week. And then Justin Fields will hopefully be ready to come back in the following week. And his thumb is healed. And then we'll just be back on the Justin Fields can't get rid of the ball quick enough narrative.
Well, to bear Truth Nine's point, I just don't see us right now. I think Fields has a bigger upside.
I agree.
So because I think he has a bigger upside and because he had those 2 great games and a bad one, let's see where he's going. When he comes back, let's see where he's going. But to your point, I'm not trying to bring him back until he's ready because I don't want to sit up there and, he had a bad game because of his thumb. No, your thumb is healed. Okay, let's go. Let's see what you got. You show us what you got or you don't show us what you got, to where if you show us you're not that guy by the end of the year, and we gave you all the opportunity with the right offense, with the right weapons, all these things. We give you this opportunity. You're not the guy. Let's move on from you. But if we still have this, he's played good in the Pittsburgh game. He played good in the New England game. But I'm looking for a game like he had where he's not using his feet to be good. Denver game, Washington game, he wasn't using his feet. He was throwing the ball on time. And he looked good. 4 touchdown passes. I want to see that. If again, we're on that path, I'm not trying to replace it.
Right.
I think that's one thing you're discounting there is the use of his legs. I think that's actually kind of why his passing yards kind of dip and go up and down and back and forth, because we're looking just at passing yards. We're not looking at all-purpose yards. That's completely different. You're still moving the ball either way. Like when I made that graphic, I didn't put up Tyson Bajan's rushing yards because they were abysmal. They were negative 0.3. Jack shit. But Bajan's not a runner either way. He's got some speed and can, get out there.
He's elusive, but he's not. He's not like a runner.
He's not on Justin Fields' level in terms of that.
No, of course not.
No, honestly, Bajan can do good. He gets the ball out quick. I'm not, like I said, I'm not denying that.
Right.
Everything else he does is average. You're looking at average intended yards, stats like that. It's the lowest in the league right now. It's only 2 games, so I'm going to give him the benefit of the doubt. Am I out of this? Oh, no, I'm still here. I have my screen, so I figured Dan pulled me for talking sense.
We can't have that on this show. Can't talk sense on this show.
No, I'm around, dude.
His aggressiveness is lowest in the league at 7.5. That's 3 points behind Bryce Young. So I know you're gonna be like, well, they're just stats. Stats tell the story. They piece together the puzzle.
Yeah.
In a way, like the eye test can fail you.
Yeah. I mean, in my perfect world, Justin Fields is our QB1 and Bajan is our QB2. And moving forward, now we can draft all these weapons for them, and then we can move forward. But
Exactly.
Here's the thing. If Justin's not the guy, let's be honest. If Justin's not the guy this year, and Bears going to draft a quarterback, and Bears draft a quarterback, where's that going to do for the rest of the team? We're not going to be able to get the weapons. We're not going to address other issues because we got to spend that draft choice on a quarterback.
Exactly.
Well, this is what I'm saying. If Justin's not the guy, don't you need to know 1,000% for sure?
But you need to know whether or not Justin's the guy before you can say he's not the guy.
But don't you need to know if he's not that Bajan isn't all as well? Because wouldn't it be good to not have to draft a fucking quarterback this year?
I don't think because of Bajan's arm strength, I don't think he's the guy.
Oh, here we go with the arms.
I mean, that's what killed that Velus Jones play right there, too. I mean, I know Velus fell and all that. I mean, that's what people are saying. It's not like Velus turned around and took the ball right in the chest on his feet. He slipped. So your first action as a human is self-preservation, number one.
Mm-hmm.
It's nothing against Velus. It's just a natural occurrence.
Did-
So you're
did
going
he
to protect
slip?
yourself.
Or did he slow down and slip because the ball was not long enough?
Well, no, there's a couple different ways you can look at it.
I mean,
Once he
that's
planted his
what
right,
I'm asking.
yeah, no, I'm going to get to that right now. I'll answer your question. Once you watch him plant his right foot, you're going to see a giant dust, like a blue dust cloud, pop up. So
Yeah.
his cleat isn't catching in the dirt. I don't know if SoFi uses sod or if they bring in, whatever. So the cleat's already sliding out, so he's falling down now. So in his mind, and I'm not in his mind, but he's probably saying, "Shit, here I go. I'm not gonna, kill myself to make this." He falls on his ass. He comes over and tries to make the play best he can. Hits him in the arm. The ball at this point is now fluttering through the air. It's lost its velocity. It's coming down flat. That ball should have been 3 yards behind him. So it's a mix of both. The arm strength failed.
And then you got to stop and catch that fucking ball no matter what.
Yeah.
I get it for nothing. Guys do it for nothing. The guy's getting paid to do it. You got to catch that ball.
I mean, that's
At
a hard
the end of the day, you got to catch that ball.
Yeah, but Foster, that's a hard throw to catch, even for a good receiver. We're forgetting that. We're jumping on Velus Jones because of a couple of muff punts last year.
I'm not even bringing that up. That ball needs to be caught. In the NFL, that ball needs to be caught.
What I'm saying is, Foster, we've already predetermined that Velus Jones sucks in our mind. No matter what he does. It could be like, oh, man, DJ Moore dropped a pass in the end zone himself. But DJ Moore also gets the ability to rectify that situation.
It's true.
Yep.
So we're going to forget about this. Velus Jones has been targeted 4 times this year. He's caught 3. That's
true.
His only miss was this drop.
What, like a Raggedy Ann doll, though? Like, whoa. It's that one that stands out, right?
Yeah, I mean, he makes that play. It's a highlight play, like Garrett Wilson made during the preseason game versus the Giants. He misses that play. It's, oh my God, why is he still on the roster?
Matt Kedger's asking, would you trade Justin Fields with Kyler Murray?
Absolutely not.
Nope.
Fuck no.
Yeah, I don't mind quarterbacks be able to ride a roller coaster.
No way.
Yeah,
Why not? He says.
I say why. I say not simply because we know what Kyler Murray is. We don't know exactly what Justin Fields is yet, in my opinion.
Kyler Murray is a professional COD player. Nothing more.
Huh?
Kyler Murray is a professional COD player.
Dan bailed.
I think he had to probably go to the bathroom or something, maybe.
Let's just bail him.
I mean, where are we? They've done. The funny part is somebody did the math, and during Call of Duty does a double XP weekend, and during those weekends, his stats struggle. There's science to this, which is why. Kyler Murray. I'm trying to remember if it was last year or the year before. Somebody brought it up and said that during a double XP weekend in Call of Duty, his numbers dip versus a regular any given Sunday. It's kind of funny.
I think Kyler Murray was in a perfect situation, being that the coach that was there brought him in specifically because that's who he wanted. He had the offense tailor-made for Kyler Murray. So we've seen what Kyler Murray is.
Yeah.
we can't say that same thing for Justin. And that's what I'm saying. It's like Matt Nagy and them, they did not make an offense for him. I mean, that first start against Cleveland where he had to get 10 sacks or however many it was, it's like that was totally ridiculous, having empty sets against Javian Clowney and Myles Garrett. Totally, that was borderline criminal to sit up there and have a rookie quarterback go against a line like that. Mm-hmm. So then we bring in this guy we got now who's doesn't seem to be doing it. But that's what I'm saying. Going back to those last two games, he seemed to be on the right trajectory. If he continues that, we're going to have a stud if he continues that. That's what I'm seeing. 4 touchdowns in a game. I mean, and we're not looking at him where he's running his legs because of his threat of running. They're committing a defender to try to keep him in the box, down which opens up more passing lanes for us. So I see the trajectory going the right way. Now, if somewhere, whatever reason, he comes back and he regresses, different conversation.
Yeah, I mean, that's something you got to play out.
Yep.
We got to get him healthy first and foremost,
and get that offensive line developed where it's fairly consistent.
That's the key right there. That's the key right there.
But Justin's got to work on a bunch of stuff too. Everybody's still got to work on stuff, man.
Absolutely.
Absolutely. From the coach, from the offensive coordinator on down on the offensive side of the ball, they all need to make improvements. Man.
Yeah, I mean, you always need to make improvements. Period.
It's true.
In any aspect of life, football, even taking a dump, you could make an improvement in that.
Man, now you're fucking depressing me, Walt.
Why is that? I mean, I think I'm looking at Raging article here, and he made a good comment. Like Bajan does look like Andy Dalton, a gatekeeper. He may give you a flash and here or there, but at the end of the day, he's just holding that door open for somebody else.
Whereas Fields has that ability to be a great quarterback. He has that ability. Whether or not he reaches, we don't know yet. But I still think he can get there.
Oh yeah, no. I mean, you don't get to a national championship game on nothing. I mean, it takes a whole team, yes. But, he was at the head of that offense, and he outplayed Trevor Lawrence, who went number 1 overall in the playoffs. That's the closest thing. Sorry.
No. I'll throw it in real quick.
Yeah, go ahead. Foster.
DVD, Doug Van Dorn. There are many different skills a quarterback has to have to be successful in the NFL. Getting the ball out quickly is only one of them. Accuracy, field awareness, scrambling also are all important. And then I'm going to just throw this in there too. Because Bear Truth said this right after him. There's a nice conversation going on in chat. The fact that Justin Fields has so many of the main attributes to be an elite quarterback is the reason that we have to look at J.F. Fields. You have to. Because Poles trades him and he becomes that dude. But that's why we got to look at him. We got to see the rest of this. And it's everything we just discussed, Walt, like you guys were both saying, and I mentioned too. It's multiple things that have to be straightened out, and they have to be straightened out pretty quick for this to get this vision. I think that's going to be the biggest issue. There's a bunch of games left, but is it going to be enough time to maybe put everything in the right, to be able to put everything in the proper perspective?
Well, if we get Braxton Jones back in the lineup, we get we get Nate Davis back. We can get a solid protection in front of him. That's what I'm saying. We get a good look at it. We get a good look at it, him with protection. And if he still then throws the ball on time, like he did in those 2 games, where as soon as he hit that back foot, he's releasing it. I want to see these things. And that to me says he's our guy, because he can then throw that intermediate pass, because that's what he was doing in those games. But he also has the ability to throw that bomb. That's something that Bajan. So I really want him. I guess I really want him to be the guy. Besides thinking that he is the guy, I need him to be that guy, because that then speeds up our time to get to the playoffs. Because if he's that guy, and we can get the number 1 overall pick from Carolina, we can address other needs. Give him another weapon in Harrison Jr. and give him a offensive tackle if that's what we need. Get him a center. We can get these things that he needs, and boom, there we are. We're in the playoffs next year.
Yeah. I think the problem too with Bears fans is we're too used to
talking like that last year though too. Go ahead, Walt.
I think it's just we're too used to spinning the wheel on quarterbacks. You know, you have Jay Cutler, then you go to Grossman, then you go to Orton, and you just throw the other one away. You know, you're not building the rest of the team. And like PJ, like you said, we have 2 first-round draft picks. When the hell are we going to have that ever again? Unless, we get lucky and Carolina completely tanks the rest of the season and we get number 1 and can move that for, more picks, we're never going to see that. We need to build the rest of the team for it to work properly. It's like, Foster, I know you do a lot of work on cars. It's like when an engine's bad. If one part falls apart, the whole machine breaks down.
Yeah, you got to maintain everything in order.
Yeah. So, if you don't fix that problem, it's still going to cause you to lose at the end of the day. And that's kind of what we're seeing here.
I'm sorry, go ahead. Go ahead.
Okay. No, I was just saying, let's get Braxton Jones back and healthy. Let's get Nate Davis back and healthy. Let's give Fields the offensive line that we told him he was going to have at the beginning, and then we can start making a proper validation, evaluation of it. Because, like I was telling Shorty, when I do these things, I look at it as a perspective of a scientist. If I'm going to build an experiment, there always has to be a control in order to get the most accurate result. If you don't have that control, there's no point in doing the experiment.
Right.
Yeah.
Now, I say this. Whether it's Fields, Bajan, Caleb Williams, whoever our quarterback is come next year, they're going to need help. They're going to need another receiver. Mm-hmm. They got Mooney. They have more. They still need another receiver. So the likelihood of being able to get that other good receiver goes down if we happen to spend one of those draft picks on a quarterback. We also need a center. We don't know if Braxton Jones is the guy or not. We don't know. So we do need a center. So is Braxton Jones the guy? Or do we use one of those first round draft picks to draft a wide receiver as well as a left tackle?
So now we use Braxton Jones, so it will work for this experiment for the next 9 months. 9 weeks.
Yeah, I think he's good enough for that.
Right.
But whether or not
we can all agree on that.
He's
acceptable as the guy to be on that line for the remainder of the 2 experiments. Because one will be, and I said this when Fields went down. I don't know if you guys remember. I said, watch, Bajan's going to play 4 or 5 games because I've had that injury. He ain't coming back after 2 weeks. I couldn't grab a handle or my cool shit. Mm-hmm. That's why I got a problem now lefty, because I started doing all that shit lefty. I swear to God.
Yeah, everyone's
got to be careful with that shit.
But when we looked at Braxton Jones even prior to the injury, his pass blocking was perfect. He was good. He learned to handle the bull rush. He still made a couple of mistakes here or there, but his overall grade was fine. So I don't think he really need a left tackle. It remains to be seen what happened after this injury. We need to see that first before we make a final decision on that.
Right.
Now, I do want to comment on Raging Oracle here when he's talking about getting a better 3-tech. There are no really better 3-techs in the top 2 picks. There is no Jalen Carter this year. Even Newton at Illinois, he's considered undersized. He's like 295.
Yeah.
I
still like that dude, man. I like him. Watch some film on him.
Personally, I don't see him being undersized. I think he can do just fine. We got guys like Elijah Cansey doing the same thing, and Aaron Donald. PJ.
Only answer just that part that you said there. As far as that under tackle, the defensive tackle from Illinois, if we were interested in him, we would have went after the guy from Northwestern as opposed to, because he didn't go to the 4th round. So if that was the type of guy Flus was interested in, he would have went after the guy from Northwestern.
Oh, with the guy Adewabe, whatever his name was?
Yeah.
Adewabe, yeah.
Okay. That's all I wanted to say.
Hey, there was more problems to his game than
everything.
There's
a little more to it, Peach. There really is. So that'll all come out when we get into draft time and when they're at the combine, and then all the stuff that came out. Because if you remember, everybody was big on him, and then like you said, he went in the 4th round. Well, all this stuff started coming out before the draft, and it gave reasons for all the fans, even if you remember, because we all liked him, and then they started showing us more and more, and we're going, oh well, no, maybe he's not the guy we want. Well, I don't know if you remember that, but that's what happened. That's what happened with Otto.
It's going to change. Mason Smith was also very top in defensive tackle. He's fallen down the boards too.
Yeah.
Guys have gone up. Wingo, his running mate in LSU, has gone up in some cases. I mean, the defensive tackle position and even the edge is really light compared to last year. You know, last year was the time if you wanted to draft somebody, go for it. This year, you know, there's guys that are serviceable, but there's no.
So hence
that's why we're going to end up. He's going to end up using that pick, and he's going to get us a second round pick back that we're just used on. Sweat. I mean, that's like almost guaranteed in my mind.
That's why it's like I don't understand why people are down on Poles. I don't think he loses his job. If anyone loses their job, he
should he.
All right.
It would be Eberflus.
PJ, are we still friends?
Absolutely.
Okay.
What do you do now, PJ?
He's just no longer on the Christians list, though. That's all.
And there's one other thing to you guys being friends too, man. No dancing for 4 weeks.
Exactly.
Wait,
that's in that little subclause, section 17B, Peach. I saw it in there.
Me, I didn't see that. I didn't sign off on that.
That's why you signed off and missed it, pal. That was the whole deal.
Well, all I have to say is, wait, hold on. All I have to say is,
come on, dude, let's box. Oh, you're not boxing, you're dancing. Never mind. I think we need to fucking end that.
Soul Train was a thing once upon a time. Soul Train dance line was a thing once upon a time.
Woo!
But there's Doug Van Dorn too. We kind of have our 3-tech with Irvin Dexter. I mean, he doesn't have the sacks right now, but he's got all the ability and the talent and the measurables to be that disruptor. Yeah.
Yeah, even Zach Pickens.
Zach Pickens. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So I think they both have the thing, but if we want that immediate, that's why I made the suggestion earlier about with Walker, if we can possibly trade to Tennessee and get Simmons to where he can give us that immediate, because although they're coming, they're not there yet.
Yeah.
But for me, I think like I said, that the issue becomes we need the weapons around a quarterback. So if we're constantly recycling, to your point, Walt, of every so often, every quarterback we give them 4 years and it ain't perfect. So let's go recycle somebody else and start this whole process all over again. By doing that, we're never giving them the weapons because we're using those high draft picks on a quarterback as opposed to getting that top tier wide receiver in Harrison, or being able to go solidify your defensive end in Versa from Florida State. Yeah. So let's get us all these things with our quarterback that we already have.
Yeah, and that, to your point, the catalyst to the draft right now is Marvin Harrison Jr. I mean, I can't take anyone that says, oh, well, you know, you can get a generational talent in the second round. Maybe there has been, you know, guys like Devontae Adams and AJ Brown.
Exactly.
But when you have the golden goose staring you in the face, so to speak, why are
6'4"
you going to walk away?
6'4".
Yeah, I can't trust your judgment if you're looking at Marvin Harrison and being like, we don't need him.
Man.
What are you watching?
Right.
What Bears team have you seen?
6'4". Him and DJ Moore. Oh my gosh.
If they end up with the first pick and the 5th pick, it's almost like, let's just draft him with the first pick.
Yeah, between pick 1 and 2, if you don't get a really big offer, just draft Marvin Harrison number 1 overall. Who cares?
Right.
You can trade the 5th pick and get something else.
Exactly.
I mean, there's some edge rushers if you want to go and say Verse gets taken between now and then. Oh, well, I mean, I like him, but if he's gone, he's gone. You could still get a Dallas Turner out of Alabama.
Or sign Chase Young in free agency.
You could do both.
Or, my favorite scenario, we got the number 1 overall pick, and we got the number 1 overall pick, and the number 2 overall pick. Arizona wants the number 1. They give us their 2 first rounders this upcoming draft and another one. Yeah, and I tell them, look.
So we're going 0-9.
I don't care what. But the point I'm making though is, if we can then flip that number 1, go down and drop the number 3, get Harrison, and then be able to still get these other draft picks, sign me up. Sign me up.
Doug Van Dorn,
what does that do though for this quarterback test that we're going to see here, man?
Say it again.
I said, what does that do? What is it if we do that and we get to that point? Then where are we at with the quarterback thing? Because that means we're not making any progress, I think.
Well, if you have the number 1, it's generally going to be Carolina. So at that point, it's out of your hands.
I'm talking about, he said 1 and 2. So that means we're the second worst. We don't win another game, or we might win one more and Carolina win. You know what I'm saying?
I don't see us being number 2, honestly.
Neither do I. And I hope we're not. Sorry, but I hope we're not.
So
they're terrible for morale if we go 1 and 8.
Yeah.
It would fuck this team up, I think.
Yeah.
Agreed.
It's not worth talking what you're doing about. We'll get that good pick from Carolina and Duke, depending on where it's at, do what we need to do. But I agree with that too. Like if it's 1 and 5, 1 and 7 even, and you can't get the good deal that you want, you take that, you draft the what's his name, the wide receiver, Ohio State.
Mm-hmm.
And then you take that 5 or 7 and you trade it back into the first round and try and pick up that second round that you just spent on Burst or something close to it. If it's an early third or a late second.
Yeah. That's what I'm saying. Like
that's my Poles narrative working the way he works, man. Because this Montez Sweat thing, man, I started going back and looking at some of the crap I was saying. He's done a lot of it. I'm so happy with that. That's why I am a big Poles fan, dude. He's doing some of my shit.
We know you love Poles.
That's right.
Hard
with
ones.
Sexy women wrapped around them, Dan, because you know I'm that quick.
Yeah. But Stephen Me saying, if we have the 1 or 2, you draft a frickin' QB. So that kind of goes to what I was saying, Steve. Do you draft a QB and keep Justin Fields and you put that quarterback behind Justin Fields for the next 2 years? And then you trade Justin Fields after you develop him, and then you're ready to you get all these picks back. You get all the, a shitload of picks because now Justin Fields succeeds, and then you insert Caleb Williams or Drake May or whoever the hell else it could be, and then you just build your team that way. Now you have all these picks. You have a stud that you're working with at QB all over again, but now you have all the draft picks. Well, just something to pontificate.
Sorry, I took my headset off when you were saying that. Shorty, did you mean use the number 1 pick to draft Caleb Williams?
That's what Steven
said.
And put him behind Justin Fields for 2 years.
I'd rather trade back, pick up JJ.
Oh, no. I'm just trying to
and get some more picks than draft.
Or if you have the 3rd pick and Drake May is sitting there, you draft him, you sit him behind Justin Fields for 2 years, you take advantage of the last 2 years of his contract, and then you trade him.
It'll never happen. They'll go nuts here.
Oh, Walt pulled himself.
I was very pulled myself on that one too. Because my question becomes, how have you improved the team?
You've improved it by developing the quarterback that you got a shitload of draft picks for.
How are you developing it?
Quarterback who
that was weird.
Been sitting behind him.
I thought so. I saw it.
And then he's ready to take over the reins when that quarterback gets traded.
But what I'm saying is, if part of our problem is lack of weapons, lack of protection, you're passing on getting that by getting this quarterback who's going to literally sit on your bench. How are you improving the team? You're not.
Fair enough.
You did nothing to improve the team.
Okay, fair enough.
Okay, just to jump back real quick.
Pontification accepted. You win.
Just to jump back, you were saying to use the number 1 overall pick to get Caleb Williams, right?
I'm just.
No.
I want to do this. I'm just saying it's just a thought, right?
No. I understand that. That's why I'm asking you. Your thought is to use the number 1 pick to get Caleb Williams and let him sit behind Justin Fields for 2 years, right?
Or the 3rd pick and get Drake May or whatever.
Okay, no, I just wanted to make sure I had that correct before
Yeah.
I made any statement.
And then he sits behind Justin Fields. This is just me thinking, okay? It's not I don't want to do this. It's just let's look at all the options since we're going on 4 hours, you fuckers.
I told you end the show and start another one. You suck. It's your own fault.
All the options hours of the show.
I love
No, and that's fine if you want to talk about stuff like that. But using the number one pick overall, and just to have him sit around for 2 years, that's just a disservice to not only the player but to your team.
Totally incorrect. Look at how it's serviced. Mahomes set for a year.
Mahomes wasn't a number one pick though.
I mean,
question.
Nope. Question denied.
Now we got to hear it, Pete. So fuck him and ask it.
Mahomes was in a better position as far as the Kansas City was in a better position. We are so devoid of talent. We are so devoid of talent to pass up getting talented players to have a quarterback sit for 2 years. That's criminal.
Dude, we're only like 4 or 5 years away, guys.
We don't have no talent. We got one and a half wide receivers.
So that's why. If we're listen, this just came to me as I was saying it. If we're 4 or 5 years away, I'm just playing devil's advocate to what I just said. Well, then why not just keep trading building picks? Let's just keep getting a bunch of 2 first-round picks for the next 2 or 3 years.
We need to get some talent.
By developing Justin Fields and trading him after we have a quarterback sitting behind him for 2 years. Put him in, boom, we start winning.
And if we're developing,
I would revisit this
we can trade Montez Sweat for a second-round pick then when he's 30 years old.
If we're developing Justin Fields and he turns out to be the guy, give him the talent to work with. You give him the talent to work with.
I'm just thinking like the Bears think, guys. That's all. I'm trying to think like, since they have no fucking plan, let's just trade away everything, and build up picks for the next 5 years.
I think Coles has multiple plans. He just doesn't know which one he's going with yet because we're 9 weeks out.
Because it's the fucking Bears.
Yeah.
Dude, you and I both talked to George McCaskey ourselves, Foster. He was dead in the eyes, wasn't he?
Yes, he was.
Always has been dead in the eyes.
Wait.
He's a fan. He's a fan.
I didn't mean it like that. I'm talking about when you said to McCaskey, so Bajan's going to go out and throw for 400 yards or something and 3 touchdowns today, and you're going to trade Fields and never look back or some shit, right?
And he goes, I hope that happens. And he walks away.
He said, I hope so.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know if he heard that last part of that.
We were all like,
that's the question.
Right.
Like, what the fuck did he just say? Because he's a fan.
I don't know if he heard the last part.
So why do you want Bajan to succeed and not Fields?
I don't think it's that he wants Bajan only to succeed.
According to what Dan asked, what if Bajan goes out and throws 4 touchdowns to 500 yards or whatever he said and succeeds, and you get rid of Fields? Why am I not hearing Dan ever say, "Oh, what if Fields sit up there and comes back and be the superstar that we want him to be"? Well, I've never heard that.
The reason why I said that is because if he threw for 5 touchdowns and 400 yards, whatever I said to him, and the trade deadline was coming up, you could trade Justin Fields, like I was just saying, to build up a shitload of picks for the next coming years. If that was the guy. Obviously, I was joking.
Right, but I'm saying, but you've always said these positive things towards Bajan. I haven't seen you recently say anything positive about Fields, even when he had these great games. I'm not hearing you say, "Oh, Fields built upon these great games he's had." You're not saying. I'm not hearing that. I'm hearing these wonderful things if Bajan does this, because Bajan played a terrific game throwing 162 yards.
No, I was saying great things.
I think we need to go back and listen to the shows after the Denver game and the Washington game, dude, because he was saying, "Oh man, this is awesome."
He's putting himself in a straitjacket, guys. What are you doing?
No, I'm not. My wrist is trashed. It's bone on bone. All the cartilage is gone, and it's really starting to fucking hurt me after 15 years of this crap.
No, I was saying nice things about Justin Fields after the Commanders game. Come on, of course I was.
I said that, and the Denver game. You said,
But you haven't said it since. My point
he
is,
hasn't played.
Well, that's what I'm saying. My point is, ever since Bajan then came along, because you were showing us highlights of Bajan's quick release back when he was having these 300-yard games. You were still showing us, oh, look at this quick release, which I'm not
showing that. He was showing.
But what I'm saying
about that in the
is,
preseason.
So if you then talk about Bajan, but then when Bajan had a bad game this last game, and you still on Bajan, and that's what I'm like. But when Fields had the bad game, you jumped off of Fields.
I've done this with Fields for 30 games. It's 2 with this kid. So
right.
it's a
small another 9, Page, and then get on him.
Yeah. Give me like 20 more games.
No,
let's
get 20, dude.
Let's look at another character pretty much here. Who remembers Steve Young? He was terrible in Tampa Bay. They gave up on him.
I knew he was going to be good. I remember the day they fucked. Oh man, never mind. Go ahead, Walt.
Do we really want to have that happen to us too? Because I don't.
Nope.
No.
You know, I mean, to PJ's credit, he's not totally wrong in what he's saying. There were a lot of shows where, we were still on the fence about Justin Fields. I know you were, Dan, and you would bring up the Tyson Bagent vacuum throws, because that's what they are. They're vacuum throws. They're not reality.
I don't.
I said,
I myself don't ever remember being off the field. Me.
No, not you.
Guys, listen, guys. I am not a Trump supporter, okay? Jesus Christ.
Well, I know you're not an idiot, Dan.
I'm just saying, like,
we all have our
I've already fucking said it. Go back and rewatch it. I don't have to repeat myself. I love Justin Fields. I want him to succeed. I've been pulling it. It's when you're running a podcast, you have to find the positives and shit in such a diarrhea storm that we have been in for the last 2 years. Am I wrong? Am I wrong? Am I supposed to sit here and go, well, I'm going to continue to suck this guy's dick, even though I'm seeing with my own eyes he can't get rid of the ball?
5 years. I couldn't throw 18 in there. That was diarrhea too, man.
Yeah. Then I see a guy slinging the ball, and I go, well, I'm not like you're everyone is taking me way off course of this. I love Justin Fields. I want him to succeed. Do I wish he could throw the ball, get rid of the ball as quickly as Tyson Bagent? Yes. Can he? I'm not sure.
Gun to your head.
Be weary of wondering what we're going in the rest of the season and beyond. That's all I'm saying.
The only thing is, anyways, is everybody should have their opinion whether anybody likes it or not. So don't sweat any of it because it's not that fucking important.
True. Gun to your head.
We're all like jaded Bears fans here. We're all in this together. We're all jaded Bears fans for whatever reasons. And mine is
Swifty. Thanks for coming on. Cut Dan off.
Gun to your head.
Swifty just got here.
Swifty's already come and gone. He was like, "Oh
no, this is the second show, Swifty. We started another show and Dan was supposed to leave, but he fucking
Speaking of Fields,
he started talking about Bagent. I'm out of here. And he came back. He's like, "Fuck, he's talking about Bagent again."
Bagent or Fields, Shorty, Bagent or Fields. Right now, Bagent or Fields.
Fields.
He's gonna hold you to that.
You know I am. That's why I asked him.
Of course, Fields. But come on.
Okay, I'm done.
Here. Come on.
I'm done.
Let's get to Doug Van Dorn real quick. Who's talking about a really good center.
PJ, if we're playing catch and I keep throwing you the ball and you keep dropping it, you keep dropping it, am I going to say to everyone, "Oh, this guy's a great fucking receiver"?
You know what I'm going to say? If I was you in that scenario,
well, I would do that because I would be a nice guy.
No, I would say, give me the guy who's throwing the ball to me. So that's what I'm saying. Are you saying Bagent or Fields?
Fuck off. I already said Fields.
Okay, then. I'm done. I'm
Brad Tarkington is my answer.
Who?
Fran Tarkenton.
wow. It's not 1985 anymore, McFly.
1985. He retired in '78.
Wait. What did Walt call him afterwards? He's like, McFly.
Of all those decades, that's your quarterback?
Oh,
Come on, Marty McFly.
that's my guy, man. Go watch the fucking 17 years of what that fucker did. If he would have had a line, coming into the league like Fields had or the Bears have this year, he still would have won because he had worse when he started. That's the only reason the guy started scrambling, because he's like, we'll never win a fucking game if I don't do something.
I'm good now. Shorty answered my question. I'm good.
Okay.
Fucking show's over. Good night, everybody. Next week, 2 Fields Axians of my pageant lover and me. That's it. I'm out of here. I'm done. Screw you guys. I've had it. I'm so fucking lost.
You have to
I
find
don't even
that.
know what I'm saying.
What is Ghost of Judah call us? Justin sexuals, right? Is that it? Fucking idiot.
What? Where's Ghost of Judah?
Oh, it's another thing. Don't worry about it.
He has a podcast.
He does, yeah.
Yeah, I seen it the other day. Well, I glanced by it the other day. I didn't actually watch it, but I glanced by it. I was like, oh, okay. I seen that guy in our chat.
No, I saw him with Bill and Coach T the other day, and it was just like, this guy's out of his fucking mind. But that's neither here nor there. Let's get to Doug Van Dorn real quick. Oh no, you have a question?
You didn't share that with us, PJ?
What?
You should have been like, check this out with the Ghost of Judah podcast.
So that would require me like being able to hop on my phone, pull it up, and then be able to send a link.
Yeah, it's not really worth your time.
I'm sorry.
That's not PJ's MO either, dude.
It's just a comical, I mean, we call Dan a Tyson Bagent nut hugger. This guy is a Tyson Bagent nut gargler.
I'm not a nut hugger. Jesus Christ, people.
Well,
you're a fucking San Francisco fan, Walt. That's it. You're out of here. Guy, a converted fan.
No. He's a
out of
true
order.
fan now.
You're out of order.
We're out of order. We're all out of order, Walt.
Everybody's
He's a true
even
fan.
out.
Walt's a true fan because he only hitting us with logic. Nothing wrong with logic. He's using logic.
He's wearing a Sweet Bears hoodie.
He's using logic though. That's what I'm saying. It's all about logic.
Send me your hat, PJ, and I'll take that sweater.
Definitely a nut hugger.
I don't remember where I got this.
That would look good together if there was a little orange on his cap. Shut up, Dan. I'm in the middle of saying shit.
Sorry, I just.
Oh no.
Yeah, just so you know who what. Oh, I pulled the wrong person. I pulled the wrong guy. Sorry, Pete.
But Doug, I do want to get to the comment I posted there for you. There are some decent centers coming out this year. My personal favorite is Cedric Van Pran out of Georgia.
Mine too.
I don't know if I'd go with anyone else. I mean, there are other options, of course, but
people saying that he's a third rounder, and I don't see him lasting to the third.
It's looking
if
more.
we might get lucky.
Wait till we get to the draft page, because I thought that with a lot of guys too. If you remember, we can push him down a little more because this guy's a receiver, whatever.
It works both ways. Because look at Dawan Jones from Ohio State. People pegged him in the second round. He didn't go to round 5.
Yeah.
Jake Moody got taken to round 3. So
So the fashion part of this show, I just want you guys to know, because I have on a black shirt. Because I have on a black shirt, that's why I purchased a black and white Bears cap.
I like it.
So I can't wear a blue cap with a black shirt. So
I get it, man. As long as it's the Bears cap, not a.
Hey, I scoured the internet, NFL.com. I scoured to find different colors in Bears hats. It's kind of hard to find.
Yeah. They had a couple up there today. I'm not a big fan of the camo ones they're trying to push right now. They just don't look that good.
Yeah. You're a vet too, and you feel that way.
Well, yeah.
It's not even that. It just doesn't. The pattern looks weird.
It's gotta be this.
It was hard to find. It was hard to find something to go with my camouflage when I was like walking around in camouflage all the time.
Yeah, also if you could have a camouflage Bears hat when you're in camouflage, like
right,
going through the woods and shit.
Right. Like, man, so good times.
Well, guys, we're going on 4 hours and 15 minutes. You want to go
No.
half, or you want to?
No. Are we going to do the predictions though?
At least do the predictions.
Yeah, that was like 2 hours ago. We were doing those, like 2 and a
Well,
half.
you know, then we had to get
Hour
in
and a half.
that debate. So
That's why I didn't say anything around like the 2 hours 8 minute mark, because I was like, we're gonna end this pretty soon, right? And then the train went off the tracks.
Fucking Dan, man.
Fucking
50 to 12. Raging Oracle says 50 to 12 Saints. Ouch.
Ooh, raging. Ooh,
I don't think it's going to be that bad.
Yeah.
I'm actually predicting a win.
Come on, Swifty. What's your prediction?
My prediction is 24-17 Bears.
Okay. I'll go last.
No, you won't. You go right now.
26-12 Bears.
I don't believe you're listening. Pete, you took my score, so I'm going 21-18 Bears.
I have to say,
Saints are going to get a 2-point play on a conversion on one of the touchdowns.
Ouch! That hurts. That hurts, Swifty. That hurts.
I mean, do you want my fan score or my logical score?
I want your get the fuck out of here.
I want them both. I want them both.
I want that fucking score, Walt.
For this guy.
What do you mean? Your fan score by a fan for a fan.
The fan score is probably 26-12 Bears.
No good. He paused. Throw him out.
Yeah, 26-12 Bears. If you're looking purely from a fan perspective, logically though, 27-10 Saints, and I'm being generous with 10 points.
27-10.
Yeah.
Okay.
So you think we're gonna have a hard time scoring this week?
Yeah.
Yeah.
The telling thing for me, like I said, was the Chargers game. I mean, there were penalties, but there were opportunities to move the ball too, and we failed to do that. So if you're going to go up against a better defense, I don't know what to tell you at this point.
I think this game will say a lot about Bajan.
Eduardo, thank you. He says, good show, guys. Always enjoy listening to you guys while I work. It goes a lot easier on Thursdays. Fuck Green Bay. Love you, Eduardo. Thank you, man. Appreciate you.
Hey, yeah, guys. I remember when I was working light duty on my job, and they got me in the office doing some like paperwork. I would always plug in, a good podcast to listen to. So you guys, if you guys in the office somewhere and you need something to listen to us the next day or whatever while you're at work, or even if you're working third shift or whatever. Because I hear people tell me they listen to us, so listen to us because we got a whole bunch of different opinions.
And we're on Spotify. We're on all the audio podcasts.
Podbean.
Yep.
We should say the names of it because people ask me and I don't even know what the fuck to tell them.
It's right here on the bottom of the screen here. It's
can't see it.
Samsung, Amazon
Music,
Spotify. I don't know what those other ones are to the left.
Dude, we're on a bunch of platforms. Just listen to something.
Yeah, you can find us there. Yeah. But you got everyone is so awesome for hanging out with us tonight, man. It's great to see some old faces here.
Oh yeah,
old names. Raging Swifty.
Yeah.
You again, my friend. Eduardo. DVD. Man, DVD. DVD. We love you, yes. DVD.
I'm glad you're doing okay, DVD. Glad to see you in the chat tonight, man.
Absolutely. Stephen Me, great to see you again, too, man.
Absolutely. Mr. Mayhem, appreciate you, brother.
Mayhem.
We got Leo Factor here, too.
Leo Factor. King Pookie Nation, King Pookie World, I think.
Mm-hmm.
King Pookie Nation, King Buka World.
Yep.
I think they both were here.
Skylark 99.
Yeah, they were.
Bear Truth 9. Great to
Yes.
see you too, man.
My fellow brother in blue, Bear Truth 9.
Yep. We said Leo, right? Leo Factor.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, Leo's always good.
Mo Bierman and Cliff Victoria.
Cliff Victoria. Fuck. He should be the first
Fucking
guy.
Cliff.
Fucking Cliff. Love you.
I didn't see Marquez at
Cliff,
tonight.
it's 1:24 in the morning. Are you cooking anything or are you sleeping? Matt Kedro popped in here too, man. He had
Samo did too.
night. Thanks, man.
Yeah.
Samo was here.
Matt, great to see you.
Samo Rush.
Mm-hmm.
I was gonna say there's no raging today. Well, that's been raging in a couple of weeks now.
Yeah, I haven't seen Retro.
Retro either.
Yeah, retro. That's what I mean. Not raging. I'm sorry.
Yeah, Raging's here.
Raging's here.
Raging's
Retro
here, but
is now,
no Retro and no Mark.
I can't remember his new thing, and I keep calling him Retro because I've seen him on the bar room a couple times, and I'll have
Mo
to talk to
Bierman,
him
though?
next time I run across him, man.
Yeah,
Mo
maybe retro doesn't like us anymore.
Mo Bierman's always got some great stuff on here. You know what, too, man? If you're listening, and sometimes just go and read the chat shit too, because there's always a bunch of entertainment alone in this chat. I swear to God, man, these guys are like got some of the best takes, some of the funniest shit, and some of the dumbest shit. But that just fits right in with us, man. See the guy laughing. He's the
And our guest tonight,
yeah.
Craig and Dale from the
Gregory and Dale from
Should be
New
Greg.
Orleans. It's Craig.
Oh, Jay Sanders, by the way. Thanks, Jay Sanders, for joining us tonight.
Yes.
Yeah.
Also, earlier was James Ford, I think.
James Ford was here.
Uh-huh. David Woods. There was a couple of newbies in here tonight, too. David Woods.
I think he was on another show because I think I remember him giving me information regarding my beard once. This might be number 2. That might have been last week or the week before.
Information regarding my beard.
Yeah, somebody was telling me how to keep it clean and soft.
Yeah, there's
soap.
Yes. I remember that.
Cold soap.
Which, you know what, guys? I mean, we love having you in the chat so much. Tell your friends, bring them in. We want to hear what they have to say too.
Make them suffer.
Grow the network.
And again, if you guys ever want to come on the show, you guys can be a part of the show with us. I mean, we can come bring you on as a guest.
Yeah.
Just email BearsCountryPodcast at gmail.com.
There you go.
And you
Brian Gilmore was here earlier too.
Oh, Brian, yeah.
Brian.
Great.
Email's right there.
I'm wondering, Mark didn't pop in, did he?
No, we didn't see Mark tonight.
I talked to him. I gotta. No.
We got to get Swifty back on too, because I got to have a on-air debate with Swifty. I love Swifty. You got to bring him back on.
If you guys are worried about,
Pete, you should have your own weekly show where you just it's you and Swifty for about 40 minutes going through shit, because that'll turn into like 7 shows in one day.
But you know what though?
Because you can't do it for 30 or 40 minutes or an hour.
There are a lot of things him and I agree on. There really is. But the things that we do disagree on, he feels strongly about it, and I feel strongly about it. So.
Yeah, no, it's always great. It's a good take from either one of you.
Yeah.
Even when you agree, because you still both you guys usually bring out different points.
Yeah, I love Swifty.
Conversation. So
I love his videos, man. His videos good, great to watch. Great to watch.
PJ, I want to thank you for the great debate tonight.
Oh, you're welcome.
You got all fired. I thought you wanted to fucking kick my ass tonight.
No, man, I wouldn't beat you up. Or would I?
Watch out, PG. Sucking up, man.
More like you couldn't. I've already sized you up, brother. I was like, okay, I got you.
Yeah.
You might have felt them up, but you never sized them up.
I did feel you up. That's for sure.
I told you, PJ. I know what I'm talking about when it comes to this guy.
Bear hug on you. He's like, okay, I got this guy.
Mm-hmm.
It's just a throw punch. That's it. I throw punch and I run.
That reminds me of that. You see the way Bears celebrates touchdowns? How they do that pelvic thrust with each other? I'm like, what is that? Ain't no way in the world I would do that.
Yeah, because
no way.
I would kill my back if I did it now.
No, I would kill somebody else. So
Skylark 99 and Paul Clark. Paul Clark stopped in here too, man.
Reggie Gorgo says, I kick him in the Bajans.
Yeah, I think Paul Hart got mad at me because I timed him out for, posting all that garbage in there. Oh, well, he can get over himself.
Timed somebody out?
Yeah, I timed him out because I thought he was a bot, honestly.
How dare you? How dare you, Walt Besky? Time out one of our guests.
Sue me.
That's it. Sign the papers right now.
Bye.
I got my orders on right now.
I would take away some of his pay. At least dock him 5-7%, dude.
You're getting -5 to -10%. You're gonna have to.
It still comes out to zero. You don't know how to do math. It still comes out to zero.
Exactly.
No negatives, it's just zero.
Well, guys, awesome show tonight.
Did we get everybody? Because Robbie was in here too, man.
Yes, Robbie came in.
Robbie
stopped in. I'm just trying to make sure we get everybody before we get off the show. So
I appreciate that, my friend.
Yes. What's they commented? BS and Beer Media, like them guys, that's for sure. CJ Williams stopped in here and had a couple comments.
Oh, dude. CJ, we gotta get him back on the show too.
Yeah, I was trying to do something today on Twitter X, whatever the fuck it is.
Well, you are our media relations manager.
I've been failing on that, guys, so I apologize.
Yeah.
A little preoccupado, man.
Breaking news. We have a new opening for media manager.
Grumpy Beer 00 was in the house.
Doug, you want to take that over? Media relations manager for us?
Yeah.
I was trying to figure out why my chat log stopped after a while. Then I remembered StreamYard crashed on me.
Oh,
I told you he didn't take himself out because I saw the ring, man. I was wondering I meant to ask you what the fuck happened there.
It was really weird.
Was it
really weird? It just threw me out. It was like, try again. I was like, all right.
But yes, Grumpy Bear. Thank you, Grumpy Bear. That was another one of the new guys we saw tonight. It was awesome to see you for the first time. Thank you for joining us. And let's just wrap this shit up, guys. What do you think?
Wrap it up.
Should we do it on a 1, 2, 3 Bears?
No, 1, 2. Let's do it on a 1, 2, 3 Fields. Trolling.
All right, let's do it. Ready?
1, 2,
3
Fields.
Bears quarterback 1.